Dreamscape presents The Secret Sister by DeLuca, narrated by Laura Jennings. No evil dooms us hopelessly except the evil we love and desire to continue in and make no effort to escape from. George Eliot. To all those children who overcome unimaginable obstacles just to get to school each day. Prologue, Las Vegas, November 2019. The lights around the giant Ferris wheel glow bluish purple, and the night becomes unreal, like a scene from a fairy tale. I decide it's time to lose my husband, Guy. I slip into the shelter of an alleyway, between Cibo's Margarita Bar and Sin City Souvenirs. Watch him amble by the market stalls, still chatting as if I'm strolling beside him. He doesn't notice I'm gone until he stops at a leather stall to rummage through a case of tooled leather belts. Then he turns as if to show me one, his eyes wide with excitement, his head likely fogged with fantasies, my hair veiling my face as I kneel on the marble tiles of a hotel bathroom to undo that buckle. His hands grazing my shoulders, breath warm and tickly on my back. He loves me, can't get enough of me. That I know, have always known. I press my shoulder against the sun-baked wall, heart aching as he turns full circle, forehead furrowed, scanning the crowds with panicked eyes. The belt dangles from his hand. He throws it back onto the counter, knocks down a rack of earrings. The ponytailed vendor shrugs, shakes his head when Guy staggers into the milling crowds and stands, arms outstretched, turning slowly like a creaking windmill. He reaches for his phone and fumbles with a thumbprint ID. My ringer is off, so there's only an insistent vibration. Again and again he calls. 3, 4, 5 times. Then the texts arrive. Where are you? Anna, where are you? Where are you? Call me. Text me. I'm still at the leather stall. I'll wait. Where are you? Come on, Anna, call me. Are you okay, Anna? Anna? Back and forth he paces past the same 3 stalls. Past the busker with her plaid shirt, torn blue jeans and ruby lips. Past the rhinestone-clad showgirls posing with the drunken frat boys. He shoves his phone into people's faces as they amble by, jabs at the display, begging for information. I imagine his words. Have you seen this woman? My wife? She's wandered off. Lost herself. Crazy, huh? He holds his hand palm downwards and measures my height in the air. She's 5'6", 30-ish, shoulder-length black hair, slim, pretty, wearing a sleeveless white shift dress. His mouth droops at the corners, and his hands move in freakish semaphore. Some people stop, shake their heads and move on. Others just walk straight by, brushing him aside as if he's a crazy, buzzing gnat. When he slumps down on a garbage can and wipes his sleeve over his eyes, love and remorse swell in waves, clutching at my throat until I think I'll choke. I want to end this thing I'm doing. But then I remember Birdie. How I have to fix everything for her. Make it all right again. I made this promise and I can't go back on it now. I won't betray you, Birdie. Ever again. Then I feel the pressure of a firm hand on my shoulder, and it's too late to turn back. Minneapolis, 8 months earlier. 1. I knew all about Guy before I met him in person. I checked out his Facebook profile and studied his photos closely enough to figure that his condo was in a newly built tower attached to one of the converted warehouse buildings in the Mill District overlooking the river, where penthouse apartments sold for $1 million or more. Luxury pads that boasted intelligent and intuitively designed condos with timeless finishes, sweeping views of the river, and 24-hour concierge and a boutique-style lobby. At that time, I was living paycheck to paycheck, teaching English Lit at an alternative high school. Driving home every day from work, I crossed through the Mill District to get to my tiny upper floor, 1 bed, 1 bath, on the other side of the river. The wrong side. Next to the freight yards, an abandoned cold storage plant. From my bedroom window, I could see those golden towers in the distance, and I'd imagine exactly where Guy was. I'd picture him silhouetted against a wall of windows, the honeyed expanse of an oak-timbered, brick-walled room spread out behind him. The heady promise of that vision kept me going, even though I was broke and barely able to scrape together next month's rent money. My only worldly possessions included a television on a $10 IKEA stand, a bed, a second-hand patio table with 2 mismatched metal chairs, a floor cushion for a sofa, and a closet full of cheap, untouched clothes, their tags dangling in a neat row. It was lunchtime when Guy and I met in person for the first time. The end of my grueling morning. My mouth watered at the thought of a peanut butter and banana sandwich waiting in the staff room fridge. Then the intercom crackled into action, and the principal announced there'd be an extended lunch period because of a high-priority professional development presentation. Attendance non-negotiable. I slammed down the pile of student writing journals, scattering them across the desk. I'd rather spend my lunch hour having my wisdom teeth pulled than listen to some earnest academic blather on about the educational process. Often the speakers were remote ivory tower types, usually failed classroom teachers, totally unsuited to frontline work, who'd retreated to the quiet sanctuary of a university education department to avoid a nervous breakdown. Once they'd escaped the real gritty world of teaching, these academics thrived in peaceful isolation, cranking out research papers on student engagement, teacher charisma, self-determination, scaffolding, collaborating, integration, or any other buzzworthy topic of the day. The result? All of us miserable frontline teachers lived in a constant state of flux, at the mercy of the latest research findings, struggling to reinvent our teaching strategies like hamsters on a wheel, forever trying to catch up to the latest fad. But then I remembered. This presentation was different. Guy was today's speaker. Today I'd see him in the flesh, instead of scouring all those Facebook posts. Heart-thumping, I gathered up the journals into a pile and grabbed a couple to take with me. If all else failed, they'd distract me from the hungry rumbling in my gut. Robin, our principal, was British, an import from Cambridge, a dusty relic from the 60s, hanging grimly onto the barest semblance of youth, with his diamond stud earrings, wispy strands of reddish-gray hair, and musty checkered shirts that smelled of old laundry. He walked around the school wearing granny glasses and bedroom slippers, and sported a shark's tooth necklace he claimed was from his surfing days at Zuma Beach. Unable to afford the California lifestyle, and keen to dodge the draft, he drifted up to the Midwest in the late 70s, and found his niche in teaching. He eventually moved up the system to head the team at our alternative school, which he ran according to liberal 60s educational strategies. I'd been at the school for 6 years and loved it. It was a super relaxed place. Teachers and students on a first-name basis, and courses that snailed on forever at the students' own pace. No deadlines, no lectures, plenty of interactive group projects as well as a big emphasis on music and the arts, and a whole lot of feel-good, self-esteem building sessions. We took in the outsiders, the bullied, the disillusioned, and the disenfranchised. Kids would come into the classroom bruised, battered, and alienated by the regular school system. Nervous aggression coiled like a tight spring in their gut. But once they realized there were no tight-ass discipline freaks around, and they could work at a speed that suited their own individual needs, they usually settled into the calm daily routine without too much protest. The door of the multi-purpose room swung open and Robin stepped out. He stopped dead in his tracks and held the door for me, grasping the metal bar. Dry, ropey veins stood out on the back of his hands. He glanced at the bare skin above my breasts. Everyone knew Robin was a bit of a lech, but he was harmless. His heart was in the right place, especially when it came to the kids. He leaned close. "Not coming in, Anna?" His breath smelled of liver masked by a thin veneer of mint. I shrank back, feeling like a mouse facing the exterminator. "I was gonna grab my lunch." "No need, love. Guy and Brian are bringing munchies." "In that case, I'll stay." Cringing inwardly, I ducked under his armpit, heading for the safety of the back row. "Front row's all free," he called, encouraging me forward. "Let's make them feel welcome." He scurried off as I slouched into the front row. Since I was living from hand to mouth, I had no Kindle or iPad to hold discreetly on my lap while the expert burbled on about the latest evidence set to revolutionize classroom practices. My phone was a vintage flip phone with no internet capability, so scrolling through Facebook was out. Instead, I flipped through the first journal. Journal writing was part of my daily routine. Students would take 10 or 15 minutes to free write in their notebook. Even if they spent the time doodling, the one requirement was that they keep their hand moving until they'd covered at least a page. And with every new intake of students, I'd stand at the front of the class, put hand to heart, and make a solemn vow that I wouldn't report or censor anything written between the covers of those precious books. Once a week I did a page count and assessed accordingly. But I always lingered far longer than necessary. The stories were just too damned compelling. Their painful, comical, sometimes deeply romantic details formed a vivid mosaic of the angst-ridden teenage mind. Not to mention, there was a whole lot in those journals that reminded me of my own sorry past. I studied the first page. Written in pink Sharpie, the most recent entry described a hot tub party with Snoop Dogg and Einstein as guests of honor. When I burst out laughing at the image of a fuzzy-haired Einstein reclining in a smoke-wreathed hot tub, chugging a bottle of champagne, while scantily dressed dancers gyrated around him, an unfamiliar voice cut into my daydream. "Haven't even used my best icebreaker, and she's already laughing." I looked up to see Guy, the first time I'd seen him close up, in person. Tall and lean, with a head of cropped brown curls, his shrewd caramel eyes glinted behind gold-rimmed glasses. His face was pleasing. A smattering of light freckles dotted the bridge of a slim nose with gently flared nostrils. Well-shaped lips with defined edges seemed etched into the angular face with its slightly pointed chin. And his clothes were immaculate. Black denim designer jeans and a gray tailored shirt with an expensive sheen to it. The edge of a chunky silver watch peeked out from under a starched cuff. "Guy Franson," he said, holding out his hand. I shook it, hoping my palm wasn't clammy. "Anna Holt," I managed to croak. A tick or maybe a tiny smile played at the corner of his lips. He pumped my trembling hand up and down, seeming reluctant to let go. My throat felt suddenly dry. A stockier guy appeared behind him. Thick black hair sprouted from his receding hairline, and he sported a full gray-flecked beard and striped acrylic sweater over saggy-assed chinos. I looked down at the journals, now tucked under my left arm and in danger of slipping out onto the floor. Creative writing. Kids have such great imaginations. "And that's the kind of thing that really interests us," Guy said, fixing me in a confident stare. Close up, his eyes appeared paler, amber in color. "Isn't that so, Brian?" His gaze was so unwavering I had to make a show of looking down and shuffling the journals into a neat pile. His colleague hopped to attention, peering around Guy's back like a comic sidekick. "Absolutely. Untapped imagination and all that. That's the key." The key to what? I thought, but didn't ask. Instead, I acted like a prom girl without an escort. Cheeks flushed, mumbling banalities, eyes avoiding Guy's cool, unswerving gaze. The other teachers began to trickle in, diffusing the electricity of the moment. Guy dropped my hand. "Oh, sorry. This is Brian. I mean, Dr. Brian Metcalf," he said, remembering his associate. I nodded at Brian, aware of Guy's constant gaze, just as Sabrina Milo, the phys ed teacher, plunked herself down right next to me. Recently divorced, Sabrina spent her evenings and weekends alternating between the gym and the tanning salon. Her skin had the withered orange look of dried clay, a sharp and jarring contrast to the blinding white of her bleached teeth. Norm Chandler, the biology teacher, sat in the row behind. It was no secret that he, a 40-ish bachelor, was holding out for just one sign of encouragement from Sabrina. I could almost hear him panting, though she appeared oblivious to his noisy breathing. "He's hot," she whispered, glancing at Guy. "I mean the tall one, not the hairy gnome guy. I'm gonna focus on his crotch, see if I can throw him off his script." "Doubt it," I whispered back. $5. 10. Half an hour later, Sabrina grudgingly handed me a crumpled $10 bill. "That guy was actually enjoying the attention," she said, throwing back bleached blonde curls. "He's a real horn dog." I stuffed the money into my jeans pocket. I had money for supper now. Sabrina grasped my arm, her eyes narrowed. "Don't play the innocent, Anna. You were eyeing him up like you'd mentally undressed him. Never seen you so turned on." "You kidding? You're imagining it." "Wonder if he's single." I tucked the journals under my arm. "I thought you always checked that out in the first few minutes." She shook her head. "In the summer you can check for tan lines, but in winter you just gotta do it the old-fashioned way. Watch and learn." Lunch was pizzas in open boxes strewn across the counter. A couple of Hawaiian, a bacon and mushroom, and a double pepperoni were the extent of the choices. Nothing green in sight, not even a limp piece of onion or a sliver of green pepper. I wondered what the die-hard vegetarians would eat. I picked away pieces of ham from the Hawaiian and watched Sabrina in action. In a high-pitched jabber, she gushed about the amazing presentation and how careful adherence to student-generated goals already guided her teaching methodology, or some other generic theoretical garbage. Sabrina didn't just breach your personal space. She invaded it with her sharp, minty breath. But even as she moved closer to Guy, he held me with that wry smile of his. After Robin had rescued Guy from Sabrina's clutches, she lunged at me. "He's single and he's got money," she hissed in my ear. "How do you know?" She shrugged. "Well-honed instincts and a nose for expensive cologne." But she didn't need to tell me. His Facebook status had been set at single for the last 3 months. As soon as Robin was in a heavy discussion with Brian, I made my move. As Guy stuffed some papers into his briefcase, I moved forwards and touched his shoulder. "I'm interested in learning more about your homeless outreach program," I purred into his ear. "Like to go for a drink?" He knew I'd ask. I knew that from the way his eyes had zoned in on me the moment he entered the room, and I'd made sure to stand out with my jet-black hair, milky skin, and gray eyes. A back-alley Snow White, someone had called me in my dim, distant past. Besides, I was an ace at nonverbal cues, and I liked to act on them. That skill had helped me survive a nightmarish childhood. I also favored the direct approach. Truth was, I was incapable of making small talk. "Love to," he said, those amber eyes staring as if he couldn't quite believe I was giving him my number. I felt strangely lightheaded, and my hands seemed disembodied, guided by unseen spirit forces, while my head reeled with the tangy citrus scent of his cologne. Tongue-tied, I thrust my business card at him, just before Robin swept him away to his fusty office. I stood, slightly stunned as if blindsided by a fresh gust of wind from a lemon orchard. 2. I rarely felt that pulse-quickening, breathless feeling when I met a man. In fact, I'd actually laid off men after dating a string of losers, con artists, and narcissists. The pharmaceutical salesman hiding a pregnant wife and twins. The cute art student who, in the drunken haze of a New Year's party, looked 25 but turned out to be 18. The hot-shot lawyer with commitment issues and mega debts, and the undercover cop with a poker problem. I didn't really give a crap. It was way easier to be alone, less demanding, and I hated all the obligatory first-date chit-chat. Where'd you live? Work, party, hang out, vegan or carnivore, favorite series on Netflix, exercise nut or couch potato. How do you feel about politics, weed, gay marriage, dogs, the weather? Second dates were worse, because things usually became way more personal. Your family, your past, your home, your feelings, who are you, what makes you tick, what's your essence? Duh. That's when I clammed up. I have no clue, I wanted to say. Who the hell am I? A closed book that nobody cares to open. A lone survivor, huddled behind a wall that nobody dares to breach, clutching all her hurt and sadness so close that no one could ever really know her. So they inevitably drifted away and left me to my own solitude and to my constant thoughts of Birdie, my beloved twin sister. Later that day, I didn't even have to sit around agonizing about whether Guy would call. The phone rang about half an hour after I got home from school. Supper was on the table, a steaming bowl of macaroni cheese and 2 final demand utility bills to accompany the meal. Guy invited me to meet him in the restaurant of an expensive downtown hotel. Living alone on a teacher's salary, I'd never set foot in the place, so I launched into a frenzy of dragging dresses from their hangers, trying them on, then flinging them into a heap on the floor. Too flowery, too short, too long, too matronly, too cheap, even though many still had store tags on them. But I couldn't think about that now. Finally, I settled on something slim, black, and plunging, brushed my hair, cleaned my teeth, and applied a coat of deep red lipstick before heading out the door. I'd done my homework. Seems Guy loved vivid lipstick. He stared at my lips right through dinner. When I shaved a thin slice of filet mignon, lifted it to my mouth and bit into it, a thin dribble of something ran down my lips. I couldn't tell whether it was blood or juice, but Guy reached over and wiped it off with his fingertip. Then, with eyes locked on mine, he slowly licked the juice from his own fingertip. A familiar fluttering started up in my stomach. I wanted him so badly I squirmed on the chair, unable to settle myself. And when he reached over and ran his fingertips across the tender skin of my wrist, I knew it was time for a sudden and urgent exit from the restaurant. He threw a wad of bills at the waiter, then guided me to the front desk, his hand firm at the base of my spine. He arranged a room, and we were locked in a hot, visceral embrace by the time the elevator doors swished open onto the 3rd floor. Next afternoon, a bouquet of roses with pink, fleshy petals arrived in the front office. Daphne, the school secretary and chief architect of the jungle telegraph that disseminated gossip throughout the school, was already ogling the gift card. She held her glasses over the scrawled handwriting. "For you, Anna, for an unforgettable evening, G." "Who's G?" she blurted. "Do you mind?" I grabbed the gift box, the soft petals grazing my nose. What a jerk, delivering them to school. Then I remembered he didn't have my home address. Sabrina swooped in behind, alerted by Daphne. "Someone got lucky last night," she hissed. "I can sniff out the pheromones." I walked away, trying to shake her off. Memories of Guy's naked body and the gorgeous feel of his sinewy legs entwined around mine had clouded my vision to the point that I almost walked into a closed door. "Got it real bad with Professor G," said Sabrina, pushing the door open. "Watch out, little Anna. He's an operator. That man will eat you up and spit you out. Seen men like him before. It's all in the eyes." I pretended not to hear. I'd enjoyed a night of mind-blowing sex, and the guy had sent me flowers the next day. This was cause for celebration. Time for a shopping frenzy. I dropped the roses off at my apartment and drove straight to the mall. My happy place. I got high on the ambient scents pumped into the place. Like a drunk at a cocktail bar, I needed a fix of tropical citrus or vanilla lotus flower. I have only a few vices: a healthy appetite for good sex, and the ability to maintain a stone face when I tell lies. But first and foremost, I am a compulsive shopper. Combing the racks is my shot of nicotine. Grazing the stores for deals, my release. Not for high-end goods. That wasn't until after I met Guy. Back then, I was after end-of-season bargains. A red sales tag was akin to Pavlov's bell. I salivated at 80% off the original price, while an extra 20% off the sale price gave me heart palpitations and sweaty palms. I'd lined my closets with cheap tops, pants, dresses, and jackets. Bought sandals at the end of summer for the next year, boots in March for November. My drawers burst to overflowing with bras, panties, nighties, and socks. My dresser was strewn with piles of cheap, glittery earrings, bangles, and necklaces. I'd buy 3 of some things, so when one wore out, I'd have 2 or 3 replacements. At least, that was my rationale. Mostly the red tags remained attached, dangling in a bright row, a reminder of my expanding credit card balances, which had taken on a life of their own, compounding at bloated interest rates. I'd grit my teeth and pray when I swiped my Visa, fearing the dreaded "your card is declined" message delivered by a haughty sales clerk before a lineup of restless customers who'd dart meaningful glances and raised eyebrows at each other. Then I'd mumble lame excuses like, "It's new and not activated yet," or "This must be my old one," while everyone's expressions clearly read utter baloney. Sometimes I bought things only to take them back 2 days later, just to clear the card for more purchases. It was the act of buying that delivered the charge, the carrying of the bags out of the store that thrilled me. Back home in my cramped closet with its crystal chandelier, I'd run my hands along the line of new, untouched clothing and feel a sudden rush, a temporary sense of triumph. As a semi-rational person, I had an explanation for this instinct to stockpile material goods. My intense drive to buy things and gather them in a comforting hoard around me stemmed from a deprived childhood, a history of intense and painful loss, an erasure of childhood memories, a complete lack of belonging to any place or person. For the first 16 years of my life, I was deprived of good clothes, decent food, safety and security, permanence and a home to call my own. But I finally lost something more precious than any of those. I lost my sister, Birdie. 3. My sister, Birdie, always hated her name. "What kind of dumbass name is Birdie?" she'd say. "Why couldn't they call me Laura or Jacqueline or even a classic name like Anna?" Birdie was my twin. When we were old enough to understand, Dennis, our dad, told the story of our birth. Almost 30 years ago, on a sweltering summer day, I burst into the world head first, plump and rosy, fists clenched. Birdie slid out like a wrinkled prune 24 minutes later. From day one, I looked after her, circling baby arms around my tiny sister in the crib, her pale cheek pasted to mine, our breath mingling in sleep. Birdie was the runt, the scrawny kid with no meat on her bones, and a fuzz of black hair that stuck out like a wispy brush from her large head. Like a cute baby crow, Dennis always said, chuckling and pinching Birdie's cheek. Just cracked through the shell. That name was a given. Dennis was our real dad, an ex-hippie from a commune near Eureka who'd driven across country, dumped his ailing VW van, and settled further north. I couldn't remember anything about our mom, except long black hair and a soft voice that belonged to a wispy figure floating past the bedroom door. She OD'd on heroin when we were toddlers, and Dennis tried to hold things together, straightened himself out, and struggled to keep us fed and clothed as well as work his job as an ice road trucker. But it didn't last. Birdie and I were joined by blood, sorrow, and loss, ripped from our home, our family, and all we knew about love and belonging. All those years we clung together for protection, in the belief that we could never be separated and evil couldn't touch us if we only had each other. But reality was a dull-edged knife, shearing away the bond between us, until later when we split apart and Birdie drifted away. I spent long hours trying to figure out how it all happened, going back over the events that led up to her leaving, recounting, revising over and over again, until I couldn't distinguish between truth, imagination, and drugged-out fantasies. I just knew I had to find her. She was the only family I had, the only one that knew the story of how they, the trusted adults, the people in charge, stripped away every part of our identity until we couldn't speak about our pain. I survived it all, sorted myself out in the end. Guess I was the lucky one. But if I was that smart, I figured I could work out a plan to find my unhappy, unlucky sister. Up until Birdie and I were 8, we lived with Dennis in the white stucco bungalow with the sloping floors. Dennis was always trying to fix the place up. Never could get ahead of the old house that was always shifting and settling when the weather changed. Doors that worked one day were jammed the next, and cracks spread like spider webs across the ceiling and all the way down the walls. I have only a few memories of life with Dennis. One time when I was 4, Dennis was slapping white paint on the baseboards, his hair tied back with a red bandana. The sickly paint smell made my head ache. I cried to go outside in the fresh air, but the windows were fogged up and the rain slashed across the panes. I lay face down on the couch, head in my hands, my stomach heavy and sick. I was covering my mouth and nose to escape the chemical stink of oil paint. Then Birdie, dressed in the snow-white cape Dennis bought at the thrift store, flitted across the room carrying a basket of loose Cheerios. Slipping my hand into her sticky one, she pulled me down onto the kitchen floor. Her hair stuck out in a fluffy halo, and her eyes shone as she linked hands with mine and leaned forward to brush my cheek with hers. "My name is Princess Skylark," she babbled. "A tiny fairy gave me a special name and magic powers." Then she made whispering noises and stroked her fingers across my eyelids until the pain dissolved away. Her breath was cool and wispy like butterfly wings. We'd watched the Snow White song from the Disney sing-along video at least 100 times, and Birdie knew it off by heart, so she sang it in a silvery, tinkling voice. With a smile and a song. The one where the deer wander out from the forest. The rabbits stop their scampering, and all the bluebirds line up on the trees just to hear her sing. Then, when the song was over, she placed a finger on each corner of my sulky mouth and pushed upwards until I smiled. Until I felt better again. Dennis stopped his painting to watch. Then he put down his brush and swept Birdie up into his arms, smacking her cheek with kisses. "This girl's got a big heart. Got happiness in her blood and she wants to share it." "What did I get?" I asked. Dennis put Birdie down. "You're the thinker, Anna. Always mulling over every little thing. But together you got the best of both worlds. That's why you gotta stick together. Sunny and sulky. You'll always look out for Birdie because she sees the best in everybody, feels their pain. But she's got her head in the clouds, and that's a recipe for sorrow." And he was right. From the moment we scampered out into the garden to play on the rusty swing set, I was the one who tested everything out first. Picked up insects, poked around in mud puddles, lifted up beer crates to explore the teeming insect life underneath. I was the brave one who checked under the bed for monsters, or shut the closet door when it creaked open in a draft. And I was Birdie's protector when Dennis slept most of the afternoon after a long shift at work, and left us alone to roam the streets for hours on end, way beyond our junk heap of a yard. Birdie believed the world was an enchanted kingdom waiting to be explored. But I knew that just outside the gate and down the street were burned-down houses with rotten floorboards, wild dogs straining at rusty chains, and scary strangers lurking in darkened alleyways. We ate fake food, noodles, chicken, beef, oriental, or mac and cheese, and those foil envelopes of juice, starch, sugar, and salt, filler food that left us shaky and hungry, longing for more. Birdie laid noodles out on colored paper plates and called them royal feasts, made me drink juice from a cracked teacup, holding her pinky finger upwards because that's how the Queen of England did it. We got by all right, until Dennis couldn't do it anymore. One bitter January day when we were 8, we couldn't go to school because we'd grown out of our jackets and the wind chill was -40. Birdie cried because Dennis wouldn't let her go out with her bedspread tied around her like a cloak, which meant she'd miss the rehearsal for the winter concert, where she was supposed to wear a snowflake costume and sing the icicle ball solo. She cried herself into such a state, her throat swelled, then lost her voice so she wouldn't have been able to sing anyway. Dennis had an important delivery to make, so he left us alone in the house. The front door was tied shut with rope, and the laundry piled so high in the window I could only glimpse a ribbon of cold winter sky. The house was full of noises. Floorboards creaked, radiators hissed, hot water pipes clanked until I was sure they'd all explode and bring the house crashing down around us. Birdie fell asleep, then woke up, her face damp with sweat and her skinny ribs shuddering with fever. I sat by her bed ladling fruit punch into her mouth, which she promptly threw up in a bright red stream. Dennis wept when the lady from Children's Protection Services showed up to sweep us away in her clunky Ford Taurus, our few possessions stuffed into garbage bags. He crouched on his knees and said he loved us more than any other girls in the world, and he'd come as soon as he could to get us back. Once he was on his feet again and found a decent place where we could all live together. I hugged him, afraid to let go for fear I'd never see him again. But Birdie curled herself into a tight ball in the corner of the couch, her fists pressed against her eyes. The social worker lady had a puffy red parka and a soft voice, but she couldn't get Birdie to move. Her face became sweaty and red like her parka when she tried to drag Birdie out. She'd flopped to the floor and twisted her body around the legs of the kitchen table. Dennis tried to sweet-talk her, but she kicked at him with boot-clad feet. He backed away from her, tears running down his cheeks. I lay on the rug and pressed my face against Birdie's hot cheek, made those babbling, whispering sounds until she uncurled herself and plastered her body against mine. I limped and dragged her to the car while the social worker lady lugged the garbage bags and mumbled under her breath. We heard from Dennis a couple of times after that, postcards from Alaska and the Yukon with mountain backdrops and frosty pine forests. The last one promised he'd never forget his 2 sweet girls. I still believed him, but Birdie was done. Never forgave him. Never ever mentioned his name again. Later in my university years, I grew my hair long and wild and dabbed patchouli oil on my hair and body in honor of Dennis. Something about that spicy, nutty smell kept him close. I even got a tattoo behind my left knee, a small D for Dennis and Dad, a reminder of the man who tried so hard to love us. Big, gruff, grizzly Dennis, who let me sit in the cab of his truck and turn the steering wheel, who'd given me the gift of reading. He read to me every night and every day when he wasn't working, read anything and everything. All words are worth saying aloud, whether they're on a cereal box or in the world's greatest literature, he'd say. And so we read old Superman comics, Harlequin romances, car engine manuals, the Farmer's Almanac, and my favorites, the Narnia stories. But Birdie wasn't interested. She preferred playing with dolls, said reading gave her a headache, and all she wanted was to be pretty first, then an actress, dancer and singer so she could make more people happy. Too bad she hadn't focused more on her own happiness. She might still be with me now. 4. On our third date, Guy discovered the D tattoo and instantly wanted to know all about it. I shrugged it off, lied, and told him it was in memory of my first dog, Dimitri. I never had a dog. Ever. For years, Birdie wanted one desperately. When we were still with Dennis, Birdie made a lumpy little fake dog out of ripped-up sheets tied together to make a head and body. She painted eyes and a snout on it and called it Prince. Then she dragged it around the garden on a piece of string until it was black and shredded. We buried the bundle of rags under a tree and said prayers for the poor thing's soul. But I was determined not to open any part of my childhood to Guy. I muttered something about how my parents died in a car accident. It wasn't so far from the truth anyway, since my mother had faded away into a tragic death, and Dennis and Birdie might as well be dead for all I knew. So I claimed no sisters, no brothers, no baggage. It was easier that way. Starting with a fresh blank page made it easier to steer the conversation towards the details of his life instead. Besides, all those years in foster homes had left me damaged by profound grief and burdened me with a chronic sense of loss never acknowledged by anyone in charge. I was a troublesome weed, to be ripped from the ground at a moment's notice. My identity wiped out with every new placement, every new start. My childhood was dominated by a series of hasty, careless decisions that left me feeling so uncertain and so insignificant, I withdrew into a state of cold impassiveness. I trusted no one, except Birdie. Impermanence had been the guiding factor in my life, and always would be, as far as I could see at the time. Guy and I went to the theater on our third date, the grand old Orpheum Theater in all its red and gold glory. I loved musicals, but usually couldn't justify dropping $100 or more on a night's entertainment, especially when every spare penny was going towards keeping my credit cards afloat. With Guy, there was no question about whether we'd go or not. He simply chose the best seats and booked them. This new experience of taking what I wanted without asking how much was a heady one that gave me a rush so intense it felt sexual, voluptuous. With Guy, I could reinvent myself, live from one hedonistic moment to the next, indulge like a glutton in everything I craved. The pre-theater gourmet dinner, cocktails at intermission, a nightcap at a plush nightclub, all concluding in a comfy ride to his place, cradled in the soft leather upholstery of his black BMW. I'd seen my share of bachelor pads, but Guy's was a male boudoir, a sandalwood-scented corner penthouse with a wall of floor-to-ceiling windows that revealed a glittering panorama of city lights spread out below. The space exuded masculinity with its cinnamon and gray-painted walls, gleaming walnut woodwork, and king-sized bed piled high with embossed silk pillows. Nudity felt natural among all that sumptuousness, so I slipped off my dress and fell naked across the gray silk sheets. Thoughts of rent and bills and microwave dinners slipped away as Guy fed me glass after glass of fizzy champagne from a fragile crystal flute, then turned me over to kiss my back from head to toe. We made love and fell asleep in a state of alcoholic bliss. "Move in with me," a voice whispered in my ear sometime during the night. "I can't get enough of you." In that half-sleep, curled under silky sheets, I peered at the eggshell gray of the morning sky and a city I now looked down on from above. I knew I could never leave this place. This kind of world had always been beyond my reach, but Guy would be my passport to a new and lavish lifestyle. I wrapped my legs around his lean body, stroked the smooth skin of his back, and said, "Yes." Next morning, I woke with only a vague memory of making a life-changing commitment. Guy was propped up against his pillows, watching me rub my eyes and come to. "You look like a kitten," he said. His eyes, large and vulnerable without the protection of glasses, searched my face. "Did you mean it?" "Mean what?" I rolled over and buried my face in the pillow. "I have a sick hangover." "You know what I'm talking about." "And I have to be in class in less than an hour." "Forget class. I'll pay you to stay away today." Propping myself up on one elbow, I traced a finger down the feathery hair of his chest. "Are you soliciting favors, Mr. Francon?" "Can't you see I'm trying to become your exclusive customer?" "I'm a teacher, not a hooker." He flipped himself on top of me and smoothed my hair back from my forehead. "Stay, Anna. You won't regret it." "I'm very expensive." "Money, no object." "In that case, pay up," I whispered. He reached over to the bedside table and opened the top drawer. When he turned round, he was holding a wad of 20s. "Enough?" he said, grinning. I lay back, spread-eagled. "Shower me." The bills floated down onto my skin. 20s, 50s, at least $1,000. I was so turned on I could barely get the words out when I called in sick. We spent the rest of the day in bed. Since I was already in arrears with the rent, the landlord was only too happy to get rid of me. Even forgave half the outstanding rent when he rested his greedy little eyes on the wad of bills I offered him. He lined up a new tenant in a matter of days. Guy offered to rent a van to move my stuff, but I told him not to bother. Years in the foster system had taught me the art of the hasty move. Back then, all my belongings were stowed in one garbage bag. Toys, clothes, treasures, and all. Now I could barely get it all into a couple of suitcases. So I purged. I wanted to leave all the cheap stuff behind. That junk had no place in Guy's upmarket condo. I went through every closet, drawer, and cupboard to empty the place, and felt no regret when I bagged about 3/4 of the discount clothes in preparation for the shopping frenzy I had planned. Since I'd be living rent-free with very few expenses, I'd have a whole lot more spending money. I'd finally hit the big one. It didn't seem to matter that we'd only known each other little more than a week. I was an old hand at impromptu new beginnings, and this new home looked way more promising than some of the other sketchy hellholes that Birdie and I had been dumped in by harried, stressed-out social workers trying to cover their caseloads. And yet, doubt still needled at my brain when, for a brief moment, I imagined Guy shopping for a live-in partner like he shopped for his shirts. Would he tire of me when the novelty faded? Would he move on to a fresher, more current replacement? But I reminded myself that I was a survivor, an old hand at dealing with rejection. I'd hop on this glorious ride as long as it lasted and get as much as I could out of the deal. That's why I took those bags of brand-new clothes and donated them to a charity clothing bank for destitute women trying to get jobs. Since most were unworn, I was sure they'd be overjoyed at my generous donation. The pastor at the Holy Springs Mission, a sandy-haired guy wearing a faded corduroy jacket over 80s-style blue jeans, opened up the twist tie on the first bag and stared at the labels in disbelief, fixing me in a gaze that made my insides shrivel. The room stunk so badly of musty, unwashed clothes I couldn't breathe. I thrust the bags at him, mumbled a hasty, "You're welcome," and he replied with a polite thank you, watching me closely when I stopped in front of a large poster that declared, "The wealth of the rich is their fortified city. They imagine it a wall too high to scale." Proverbs, chapter 18, verse 11. When I glanced back at him, he raised his eyebrows, as if urging me to run to him and beg forgiveness for my shameful avarice. fling my wretched body at his feet, and allow him to bludgeon me with some guilt-inducing sermon delivered to ease my misery. But he just turned away and started pulling out all my cheap new dresses from the first garbage bag. I could swear he shook his head and made that disapproving tut-tut sound. I wanted to swoop right back in there and slap his self-righteous face. He reminded me of Luke and Esther Penner, our first foster parents, people who felt it necessary to display their core philosophies of life on our bedroom wall. God's wounds cure, sin's kisses kill. Luke and Esther were patronizing do-gooders who professed to be guided by holy laws and preachings, yet failed to actually live according to them, who owned a porcelain dog collection they paid more attention to than us, who braided our hair so tightly our eyes would water and locked us away in our room, who beat me when I took fruit punch from the fridge to lift Birdie's fever. Our placement with the Penners only lasted for 3 months. It turned out their emotions were as bland as their food. They believed they were saving us, but they messed up Birdie and me. I still bear the scars. 5. I'd been driven from one life to another so many times, never knowing where I was headed or who I'd end up with. But when I moved in with Guy, the leaving was different. I sat on the steps of my apartment block, 2 suitcases stacked next to me. It was a chilly morning, frost on the grass, trees in early bud, gritty swaths of sand the only remnant of winter. The perfect time to make a new start. I'd simply shed my old life and take on the new dream life. The thought of it pulsed through me like a drug. Sex and luxury and money had all become tied up with Guy. He'd slipped into my addiction and become the ultra dealer. The more I saw him, the more I craved him, and he wasn't like the other losers. No agonizing wait for texts or phone calls. No sign of commitment phobia and broken promises. No hidden monster just waiting to leap out and show his true colors when we were alone. Not yet. When Guy's car pulled up, the sun slid out from behind a cloud, and I squinted my eyes against the light. The outline of his car seemed edged in rainbow flecks. A magic chariot driven by a mythical prince. I stood up, waving like a kid, until I remembered to press my arms to my sides and curl my hands into fists. Eagerness could be a dangerous trait. I'd learned long ago that my best defense was to appear detached and aloof. That way you didn't have so far to fall. Guy wore a snowy white shirt under a tan leather jacket. Mr. GQ. Crisp and well-groomed from his designer jeans to his pale buff leather shoes and well-cut hair. The prince had chosen me. I could barely contain myself as he got out of the car. If only Birdie could see this, I thought to myself over and over. But I vowed he'd never know anything about my past, or about Birdie and all the other hidden stuff. I would have carried these out for you, he said, reaching for the cases. Didn't want you to see the dump I was living in. You might have changed your mind if you'd seen the state of the fridge. It's like a biology experiment. I try not to stand in judgment, he said, lifting the trunk cover. I tapped his shoulder. You should know I'm allergic to housework. No worries. I have a cleaning service coming in once a week. I'll make an effort, I promise, I said, trying not to remember the harsh gray mornings at Luke and Esther Penner's home. The hours spent, head down, knees aching, bladder full, scrubbing the bathroom floor with a sponge that left big soapy puddles that wouldn't be soaked up. Esther standing above me, chewing her thin lips and tapping her feet on the linoleum. You're so earnest, Guy said, smiling as he held the passenger door open and feigned a mock bow. Lighten up and have some fun. A sob caught in my throat. Birdie always said that to me. I could have crumpled up in tears, but instead I nestled into the soft leather seat, ready to be properly taken care of for the first time in my life. My eyes were fixed on the road ahead. I wouldn't look back at my old life, ever. Now was all that mattered. Once the car pulled away from the curb, Guy reached his hand across the seat and took my hand in his. "Happy?" he asked. I nodded. I wasn't lying this time. I really meant it. But it's all happened so fast. Maybe too fast? I glanced up at him, trying to catch some weird flicker of malice, some lying twitch of his eyes. But it was too late for second thoughts. I was already homeless. You have to grab happiness when it comes along. Don't deliberate too much. If it feels good, go with it. Is that what you tell all your girlfriends? I haven't had that many, he said, an edge creeping into his voice. My insides scrunched a little. You'll soon discover I'm not that kind of guy. The sun etched his profile in gold. I hadn't realized how handsome he really was. Then, what kind of guy are you? I can be impulsive. He turned and smiled a closed-mouth kind of smile. But don't worry, I don't go asking every girl I meet to move in with me. You mean there isn't a secret drawer full of toothbrushes and tampons for last-minute overnight stays? He shook his head, still grinning. Promise. Check my dresser. Why me, then? I have this feeling about you. You looked at me like you really wanted me, and I like that. If only he knew the truth, I thought. Staring so hard at his profile it blurred against the passing trees. He placed my suitcases just inside the front door of the condo, against the gleaming woodwork and furniture. They appeared cheap and shabby. I had the strongest feeling they'd be put away in a closet and never opened, that the next time I checked, they'd have mysteriously disappeared, that I had to shake off every bit of my old life to become part of his. He took my hand and pulled me towards the bathroom. I'd never showered in anything more luxurious than a plain white tub shower with a plastic curtain, so Guy's bathroom was a revelation, a haven of oyster-colored marble with a glassed-in shower complete with dual-range shower heads and a massive jetted tub lined with jewel-colored bottles. He ran a bath, undressed me, and once I was immersed in the scented water, he soaped my body down from head to toe and gently washed my hair, kneading at my scalp with expert fingers. I lay back as if receiving a ritual baptism. I'd never felt such gentleness, had no memory of anyone touching me so tenderly, even as a child. Once my hair was rinsed, I opened my eyes. He was watching me. Suddenly I felt too naked and vulnerable. I tensed up and hugged my knees to my chest. You can trust me, he said. I'm a gentle person. I slid down into the bubbles. That's rare in my experience. Mine too, he said, the corners of his lips drooping slightly. I realized then how little we knew about each other, how easily I'd assumed he'd lived a carefree life. He rubbed me down with a towel that felt weightless as a carpet of feathers. Once I was warm and tingly, he led me into the bedroom. A surprise for you, he said, pointing at the bed. Think of this as a welcome gift. The bed was covered with boxes and bags from stores I'd looked at from the outside but never set foot in. The ones with bored-looking security guards and navy blazers stationed at the door. Lingerie, cashmere sweaters, silk camisoles and crisp cotton shirts, pants, skirts, dresses, a pair of tan leather boots, and finally a glorious coat in soft camel wool. My hands trembled as I sorted through the pile. There were no sales stickers, no red clearance tags. I could barely imagine what he'd paid for them. I clutched the coat to my face and tears filled my eyes, though I tried to hold them back. You said you like to shop. Well, so do I. He watched me closely, chewing his bottom lip. I can't accept all this. It's too much. But I was lying. An army of bodybuilders couldn't have pried these gorgeous garments from my clutches. He placed his hands on my shoulders.
I loved buying these things for you. Just indulge me. Put the coat on. See if I guessed your size right."
The coat slid on like a second skin, its slippery satin lining chilling my body. "It's perfect," I said, tying the belt and twirling around. "I love it." I threw my arms round his neck and nuzzled into the citrusy scent of his neck.
"You'll always be safe here,"
he whispered as the coat slipped from my shoulders. At first, going back to work was like crossing from heaven to hell. Mornings in the condo, I'd struggle from warm, silky sheets into the glorious shower. Guy's citrusy cologne, combined with the bitter tang of espresso, carried me through into the muted lighting of the kitchen and the view of the waking city with its blinking streetlights under a gray dawn sky. We'd sip coffee, nibble on fresh fruit, bagels and smoked salmon, and chat about work. He loved my stories about the kids and the crazy things they wrote in their journals. Made me promise to bring a couple home so we could look at them together. Then I'd head off from the underground parking lot, past the renovated warehouses, chic artisan bakeries and brew houses, until I crossed an invisible line into grim streets lined with tenements, laundromats, pawnbrokers, and beer stores, which led to the school whose corridors lingered with the stink of mildew and damp paper. The first morning after I moved in with Guy, Sabrina zoned in on me, her eyes all over the camel coat. I'd taken care not to use all of the new clothes, but I couldn't resist the cozy comfort of the coat on a chilly spring morning. "That looks like it's worth more than my month's rent," she said, her hand lingering over the fine wool. "You found a sugar daddy, or—" "No!" Her hand flew to her mouth. "The prof's buying favors. Don't tell me." I pushed past her. "I won't." "You can't hide it for long," she said, touching the side of her nose. "I have that sixth sense, remember." By now her shrill voice had lured Robin from his dingy, book-cluttered lair. He stood, red-rimmed eyes blinking, as if he'd just blown in from an all-night party, his wispy hair still flattened from crashing on some bug-ridden sofa.
"Did I miss something?"
he said, scratching his left armpit. "Anna's become a kept woman," said Sabrina. "Bullshit," I hissed, and left them both standing, open-mouthed at the swish of satin lining and the click of my tan leather boots on the asbestos tiles. We just had an influx of new students that week, a group of 17-year-olds who spent their nights turning tricks on the downtown riverside. They sat at the back of the class, their faces vampire white, their bleary eyes edged with smudgy black liner. The hems of their dusty black trench coats brushed the floor, and each sported crazy manga-style mops of hair dyed to inky blue-black. Two of them had silver and brass rings piercing their ears, while the other two wore eyeshadow and blood-red lipstick. Like weirdly beautiful Pierrot dolls, they sat glowering beneath their mantle of hostile silence. The other students had turned away as if they didn't exist. Evidence, from my experience, that the new kids had viciously staked out their territory, establishing a no-go zone around themselves before I'd even entered the class. "Morning, everyone," I said, throwing my coat onto the chair to reveal the glistening lining. "You win the lottery or something, Anna?" said Haley, a blonde girl with a half-shaved head. "Just a gift," I said, piling the daily journals into my arms. I handed them over to Clarence, a pudgy guy with a red afro.
"Great gift," he said, distributing them to the class. "Some dude must really be into you."
"Or maybe it comes at a high price," said Viola, a muscular girl with a buzz cut and a broad smile. "Okay, enough speculation about my private life. Let's welcome our new students," I said, glancing over at the back of the classroom. "Would you guys like to introduce yourselves to the rest of the class?" My request was met with pursed lips, scowls, and shaking heads. "Okay," I backtracked. "Maybe when you're feeling more comfortable we can try. In the meantime, we'll do our daily journal writing and follow up with novel study groups." It took a while to convince the newcomers that I'd scanned their journals, but wouldn't comment on any of the content. so they were free to write about anything they wanted without stopping to think too hard or censoring themselves. The idea is to fight your inner editor and tap into your most original, unfiltered ideas.
Does that mean we can write any swear words we like?
Asked Dane, the guy with the most hardware on his ears. The other three covered their mouths and tried not to snicker. Obviously, they thought laughing was uncool. I said anything, and I meant it, I repeated. They grasped the glossy scribblers and pens as if they hadn't been given anything new in years, and immersed themselves in the task for the next half hour, stopping every now and again to suck the end of their pens and to conjure up images from their young lives they thought I could barely imagine. At 3:30, I slipped out of the school, keen to avoid another grilling from Sabrina, and not ready to tell Daphne about my change of address. I didn't want the whole world to know about my new living arrangements until I was sure living with Guy was more than a temporary stopover. I'd had too many of those in my life. Flying under the radar was my style anyway. Low-key, proffer the least possible amount of personal information, and don't confide in anyone. I'd learned this from an early age. Birdie was my only confidant. I'd never had a best friend to pour my heart out to. Not that I didn't socialize. I'd gotten into the habit of going out for drinks with Sabrina and her buddies at least once or twice a month. But a noisy bar or nightclub is no place for sharing intimacies when there's electronic music pounding out at 1,000 decibels and everyone yakking so loud you can't hear yourself think. That kind of setting suited me just fine. Besides, I'd learned during my university days that nobody really listens to each other anyway. They're just waiting for a lull in the conversation. The moment when you stop filling them in on your boring life and basically shut up so they can jump in and talk about themselves. That's why most people gravitate to the good listeners, the empathetic people who nod and sigh and shake their heads at just the right time. At college, I'd become popular without anyone realizing I wasn't actually listening to them. That all the time they were pouring out their innermost secrets, I had a whole other dialogue going on in my head. Perhaps that's a testament to human superficiality, because when all is said and done, we're alone. No matter where we are or who we're with, we come into the world alone and leave it the same way. Only I didn't. I came in with Birdie right behind me. I thought I'd be with her until the end, but it didn't happen that way. I'd found out that one of my new students, Dane, was living at the group home where Birdie and I were sent after the Penners. Now I'd moved to Guy's, it was on my driving route home, so I drove there and pulled up to a stop on the narrow street, shaded by its arch of ancient elm trees. The house was a 3-story brick structure, its front porch cluttered with broken bicycles, spider plants, boxes, and an ancient refrigerator. Those spring buds were sprouting on the 2 lilac bushes by the front steps, and the front lawn was freshly mowed. The house had seen better days. Someone had tried to scrub graffiti off the walls and abandoned the task halfway. 2 broken front windows were wrapped in dingy plastic sheeting and propped against the sidewall, and the rusty metal gate hung off one hinge. I sat back in the car, watching skinny, hunched kids come and go through the battered front door. I knew what it was like to be one of them. Tired, permanently hungry and pissed off. Our room had been on the top floor. I looked up at the tiny window and remembered gazing down onto the street on frigid winter mornings before school. My eyes sore and dry, nausea twisting my gut because Birdie had jerked around the bed all night, drifting from one nightmare into the next. Birdie and I landed up there after the Penners because there was no suitable foster placement available for 2 siblings. At 9, we were much younger than the 12 to 17-year-olds living there. But we were soon lost in the cloying disorder of the place, supervised by a succession of nervous 21-year-olds who spent more time on the phone talking to friends rather than to us. But despite the nuisance of hair-pulling, mild bullying, and petty thievery, it was still preferable to Luke and Esther Penner's frigid charity. Birdie and I enjoyed our roles as the unofficial mascots of the place. We were petted, cosseted and fought over by neurotic teens who pinched or slapped us one minute, then hugged and cuddled us the next. We grew tough there and learned more than a few survival tricks. Birdie recovered some of her perkiness when she discovered it worked like a charm with the other kids. She became the cute little performer, and I her sulky sidekick, lurking in her shadow, lank hair hiding my face, lips drooping at the corners in a permanent huff. One of the older workers had grown-up kids who'd left home, so she took a real shine to Birdie. She brought a massive bag of clothes for her. Some were dated from the late 70s and early 80s, lots of plaid and neon pink and green. But Birdie didn't care. She wore a different outfit every day, danced and sang and kept up my flagging spirits with her endless energy. Be pretty, twirl your skirts and pull a silly face. Hop around on one leg and play silly monkey tricks. That's how she collected pockets full of bazooka gum, licorice, and sour peaches. We went to bed sucking on ring pops, Tootsie Rolls, and red licorice. No wonder I had a mouthful of cavities when I got to university. I shuddered at the thought and pulled away before Dane showed up. Didn't want him to think I was stalking him. I just had this sudden urge to revisit places I'd been with Birdie. It seemed odd that since meeting Guy, the past was seeping into my consciousness like water through cracks in a wall. And I thought I'd barricaded my emotions in so tight that nobody could touch them. Which put me in a cold sweat. I'd lost touch with those feelings long ago. They hurt too much. Guy taught at the university 2 nights a week, so when I got back to the apartment, it was empty. I shucked off my clothes at the door and wandered round the place in my underwear, pressed my body against the rough, honey-colored brick wall, lay my cheek and breasts across the cool granite countertop, traced fingertips down the length of the stainless steel fridge, threw myself onto the pale leather sectional and rolled onto the white fur rug where I made snow angel movements and looked up at the chrome chandelier. Then I pulled myself up and padded to the bathroom for a long, hot bath. I didn't feel fit for Guy's place until I'd washed off the dirt from school. Finally, I stood in the bedroom looking at myself in the lavender lace bra and panties Guy had bought me. It occurred to me that he was a very trusting man to leave me here with all his things. That's when I went to his bedside table and slid the drawer open. Maybe I'd learned something about him from his personal stuff. Some quirk or weird habit or obsession. But the top drawer was filled with briefs and boxers, all neutral colors, arranged in neat little rolls. Opening the drawer had shifted the rows, so I tried to get them back in perfect order. The bottom drawer was filled with socks in the same arrangement. The chest of drawers revealed the same story. Sweatpants, t-shirts, shorts, gloves, each with their own exclusive drawer, all in pristine order. So he was anally obsessive. I liked that about him. I'd lived among chaos and disarray for far too much of my life. I could actually breathe in a tidy place like this. I decided to leave the closet for another day since I was starving. Throwing on my robe, I poured myself a glass of chilled Pinot and arranged a plate of olives, Reggiano cheese, prosciutto, cantaloupe, and focaccia. I was just about to set it in front of the TV when the phone rang. I lunged for it, hoping to hear Guy tell me he'd missed me all day. "Hello?"
"Who is this?"
said a voice that sounded like Guy's but deeper. "Anna?"
"You Guy's cleaner?"
"Not exactly."
"This is Gord, Guy's father. Tell him I called, Mandy. Oh, and tell him to call me ASAP."
The phone clicked, leaving the dial tone purring in my ear. Who actually says ASAP and gets my name wrong immediately after hearing it? It hadn't even fazed him that I was a stranger, alone in Guy's apartment. Maybe there'd been many women here. But then I'd had other boyfriends too. Hey, who was I to have a double standard? Then it occurred to me that everything had happened so quickly I hadn't even thought about Guy's family. I hadn't been a part of a normal family life for years. In fact, I was so used to being alone, I assumed everyone else was free of all ties like me. There was nobody left in the world that gave a damn about me. Dennis was long gone and Birdie was lost. I was sure Guy's hand trembled when I told him his father called. He slung his briefcase down and poured a large glass of wine. When he sat on the sofa, he glared at the crushed rug that still bore the evidence of my snow angel antics. His brow knit for a brief moment. He asked if I was the cleaner.
Sorry, he can be a bit undiplomatic at times,
he said, gulping down the Pinot and wiping a hand across his mouth. You mean he's a dick?
Whoa.
He frowned and smiled at the same time.
I get on with him well enough, but he has his flaws.
Doesn't everyone? Do you see him much? He leaned an elbow on the sofa arm and propped his head on his hand to direct a weary expression my way.
Okay, since we're living together, I guess you should know something about my parents.
A slight fluttering of panic whirred in my ears, a hangover from childhood and too many foster homes that seemed perfect the first few days, but then the world tilted and turned upside down, and they became scary nightmare places once the doors were closed, the curtains drawn, and the social workers safely back in their offices. Guy reached over, touched my hand, and laughed.
I scared you. It's nothing bad. It's just that we're more than a family. We're a business as well.
Like one of those soap operas? I said, thinking of last year when I'd sworn off Guys and gotten into the habit of binge-watching The Young and the Restless. The overbearing patriarch or matriarch and the gaggle of beautiful but parasitic children fighting for daddy's attention and a share of the family fortune. I regretted the words as soon as I'd uttered them. He almost choked on his wine.
You're so brutally honest. That's why I like you so much,
he said, stroking my arm.
Dad, or Gord as he likes me to address him, is the prolific author of multiple textbooks on educational methodology, now standard reading in university faculties all over the world. He's a consultant to government and business, a keynote speaker with a year-long waiting list, and now he's developed a series of remedial software that's taken off beyond his wildest dreams. In other words, he's a driving force in the field of education.
And you're following in his footsteps?
I'm the heir apparent.
You like that? He sat back and surveyed the glossy room with its designer lighting and polished surfaces.
I like this, he said with emphasis. You don't get this on a prof's salary.
He wants you to call him. He said ASAP. He plunked the wine glass on the table, spilling a little over the side.
Guess I'd better do that then.
I could hear the low murmur of his voice from the bedroom where he'd taken the phone. It was strange he hadn't talked about his mom. I made a point to ask him about her ASAP.
ASAP.
His dad, Gord, talked in clipped tones as if reading the contents of a memo. Suddenly, I was sober. The heady buzz of the wine had receded into a dull headache, and I remembered I had to be up early for a staff meeting the next day. On the way to the bedroom, I stopped at the windows and looked down at the city spread out below, twinkling like a field of stars. Beyond the magic of brightly lit shopping areas and glossy skyscrapers was the black gleam of the Mississippi River, snaking its way around shadowy, deserted banks and side streets, where faceless men in dark cars cruised back and forth, preying on the young and lost and vulnerable who'd trade their bodies for money. Shivering, I went into the bedroom where Guy had fallen asleep, the phone still clutched in his hand. I covered him with a blanket and tucked myself in beside him, trying hard to forget the sick sense of fear that always crept in with memories of the past. 6. Birdie had been my sister, my confidant, my other self, my all. She could feel what I was feeling, and I could sense her every change in mood. It was all down to twin telepathy. I'd done some reading on that phenomenon. Hardline scientists like to dismiss it as merely anecdotal. No proof that it exists. Others were more open to the idea. They described it as a kind of coupled consciousness that is particularly strong in identical twins.
Birdie and I were fraternal twins. But one study I read claimed that female fraternal twins have almost as close a bond as identical girl twins. I believed it. We'd spent 9 months next to each other in the womb, our cells budding, then dividing at the same pace, breathing in unison like two tiny frogs, our limbs brushing against each other, separated only by the membrane of our own amniotic sacs. This absolute closeness meant that once we wormed our way into the outside world, we were still interconnected, no matter how far apart we were. If Birdie's electrons spun, mine did too. It was known as a field of interconnection. Crazy stuff, but I happened to believe it. After she was gone, I'd been pretty much a loner. No close friends or confidants. Plenty of drinking buddies and party pals, but no intimacy. No ties. That's why I preferred eating lunch alone in my classroom, mainly to get away from Sabrina, Daphne, and the gossip crew that met every noon hour in the staff room to tear apart friends, husbands, and celebrities while sharing the latest dieting fads. But since Guy had told me we'd been invited for dinner at Gord and Nancy's the following weekend, I couldn't settle down to work alone. I squirmed on my chair, my heart trilling with barely controlled panic. How could I carry this off? I wasn't good around other people's parents. I had no childhood anecdotes or blissful family experiences to share. My background was a jumbled mess of hazy memories. Now and again, I'd reach in to retrieve a tangled thread and try to tease out the memories and sensations. Most times I gave up. The truth was, I didn't want to remember most of my past. Monotony, hopelessness, and fear don't make for good memories. Restlessness drove me towards the staff room that day, where a large pink and white celebration cake sat on the center table. Fran Cusick, the math teacher, was pregnant. Quick work, considering that only a year and a half ago, I'd accompanied Sabrina, Fran, Daphne, and Kate McAllister, the work ed teacher, on Fran's drunken bachelorette rampage through craft breweries, a strip club, and several downtown clubs. We'd all piled into a taxi and taken turns throwing up out the window. The driver finally kicked us all out at Fran's place, and we'd crashed on her floor. Her fiancé, Tom, a lawyer, made us bacon and eggs next morning. I was the only one able to eat it, while the others groaned and sipped at cups of black coffee. I was never one to waste free food. Now Fran sat, pink and glowing, at the center of the group and announced the baby was due in 5 months. The other girls took turns patting her stomach before digging into the cake. I wished her a quick congratulations before jabbing my plastic fork into a large slice. Maybe the sugar rush would calm my nerves. "How's the prof doing?" asked Sabrina, picking at her wafer-thin slice of cake. She'd recently taken up bodybuilding, and ropey sinews bulged through the tanned skin of her arms. I pointed to my mouth, which was cramped with cake. "Careful," she said. "This crap is poison. Don't want your new guy looking elsewhere." Her eyes wandered over my gray cashmere sweater, one of Guy's many gifts to me. "He's good," I said, licking the crumbs away from the corner of my mouth. "That's it? That's all you can tell me? We need to go for coffee. Have a real heart-to-heart. I can give you some sisterly advice or something." I felt the color drain from my face. My shock reflex was so immediate I crashed the plate down onto the cutlery. Sabrina's hand flew to her mouth. "Geez, I'm so sorry, Anna. I forgot." "It's okay. No worries," I croaked as I stood up and fled the room, feeling my way through a fog of tears along the nubbly stucco walls. A year or two ago, after a few B-52s at a nearby sports bar, I broke down and told Sabrina that my sister had disappeared without a trace. After that, she'd tried many times to prise more details out of me. But even with her free booze, sly questions, and her sixth sense, she didn't get anywhere. I wouldn't let her. I sat down at my desk, rested my head on my hand, and flipped open the daily journals. Anything to distract myself. Birdie was in my head again. That jerky little puppet figure with the scrawny arms and legs, turning around and around like a wind-up doll. I pressed at my eyelids as if I could squeeze away every trace of that image. The first journal belonged to Carla, the only female in the new group. She looked like a vampire child. Dainty, white face, limpid, coal-lined eyes ringed with violet shadows, blood-red lipstick. At 16, she was the youngest and smallest, and always kept herself at the center of the boys, shielded by their vast black trench coats. Her printing was square and large like a child's. I read, letting the pictures form in my head. I love the outdoors. I love nature and pine trees and camping in the summer. I love my family. I once went in a canoe. I'm a good dancer. My dad drowned when I was a baby. My mom gets tired. She has problems with alcohol. When she drinks, there's no food for my brothers and baby sister. I try to get food from the food bank, but she says she doesn't want any charity. When the social worker comes, I make sure Mom's hair is brushed and she's drinking tea. I don't want to go with those people. They're all liars. Did you know judges and other types of rich people pay for us to do things to them? You wouldn't believe it if I told you what. But the boys get it worse. That's really gross. That's why I'll do everything to keep us together. I shut the book. If only she knew how much I understood about her life, how her writing brought me even closer to Birdie. I groped around in my mind for a clue, an image of my lost sister. Then it came to me in a rush, so vivid she could have been right there in my classroom. I remembered her standing on a chair in the group home kitchen, wearing a monkey mask, a striped sweater, and a pair of boys' blue shorts so baggy they flapped around her skinny thighs. She curled her stick arms gorilla style under her armpits and topped up and down, tilting her head from side to side, making dumb chimp noises. My stomach clenched with shame. She looked pathetic, but she was so into it she didn't care about the kids who were chanting, egging her on and laughing at her. Then she stumbled forward on the chair edge. It tipped over, sending her tumbling off, arms flapping in panic, the monkey mask slipping over one ear. On the way down, she smacked her face on the corner of the kitchen table and split her lip. Her face crumpled up in tears as a stream of blood dribbled from her nose into her mouth and down her chin. I ran to her, folding her bony body in my arms. A surge of love and fear almost knocked the breath from me. Then I yelled and screamed at those asshole kids to piss off and leave her alone. The buzzer for afternoon classes blasted like a ship's horn, sucking away the horrors of the past. And leaving me so shattered, I threw on The Shawshank Redemption and had a Friday film afternoon. It was early dismissal, so I was out of there at 2:30 before Robin could collar me with some phony claptrap about professional development or curriculum review. My insides churned as I drove home. Worry about meeting Guy's parents next weekend, and memories of Birdie had sent me into a tailspin. I had to stop and think somewhere quiet, carry on delving into the past, testing the waters. Guy wouldn't be home for at least 3 hours, so I took a detour off the freeway and paid a visit to one of my old stomping grounds, the place I'd been happiest, when I lived with the Levines. I pulled up by the playground near their place, a long suburban street of shabby 70s-style bungalows. The playground gave off a neglected vibe. Rust bloomed on the swing set, graffiti on the edges of the slide, a cracked steering wheel on the playhouse. Maybe I could channel some of the old memories, remember growing bolder, laughing again as the swing flew high and the good, clean air blew the demons away. until I could actually look someone in the eye without frowning. But I couldn't conjure up anything specific. Empty playgrounds in the afternoon are the loneliest places on earth, filled with memories of laughing children and muddled, sleep-deprived parents. Or maybe ghosts of ragged kids with hollow eyes and pale, undernourished faces, like my student Carla's brothers and sister. I'd been one of those kids when I was in the foster homes. Kids who ran wild on the streets all day with only a bag of chips or a pack of dry noodles to chew on. Back at dark and mined out for the creeps and perverts. Go to sleep in the clothes you stood up in. No time to brush your teeth. But not with the Levines. It was different with them. I spent 2 years there from when I was 15, or maybe 16. Then Marty Levine got sick, and Rachel couldn't manage to look after me as well as him. But by that time I'd stabilized and was old enough to go into a dorm at university. I looked over at their place. The front of the house had polished brass carriage lamps beside a painted turquoise door. I thought it was beautiful when I first saw it. And Mrs. Levine was cooking shepherd's pie with real grated cheese on the top. I was in paradise. Except Birdie wasn't there with me. By then, I didn't know where she was. The previous 4 or 5 years spent bouncing between temporary placements was a shadow box of formless impressions I was afraid to open. Linda Martin, my social worker at the Levines, always said I could come and talk to her about the particulars of that time, when I was ready. I still hadn't talked, because during that dark period of constant change, Birdie disappeared, and now the Levines were long gone. I owed so much to Rachel. She took a traumatized teenager who glowered like a demon from beneath heavy black bangs, who called her foster mother a stupid bitch and worse, until the endless supply of love, patience, and good books broke through the tough shell and I became human again. Years later, I heard Marty had died, and Rachel moved to the country with her sister, a bee farmer. I made a mental note to visit as soon as I had time, maybe in the summer holidays. A steady drizzle had started up, so I pulled up my collar and ran back to the car. I drove straight to the mall and plunged into its cinnamon warmth. Once there, I bought a giant latte and began to loosen up a bit. Credit card in hand, I slipped into one of the pricier stores, the kind that doesn't have a dollar sign on the price tags, and the marble floor is so polished it feels like you're walking on water. Normally, I'd slide right out again when one of the wraith-like sales clerks fixed me with a "what the hell are you doing here" look. But the camel coat was now my membership to this exclusive club. I exited the glass doors an hour later after purchasing a strappy little dress and floaty gold material, as well as drop earrings and a gold pendant. My heart thudded in my ears when I paid the equivalent of my rent money for it. Thanks to free lodgings and Guy's generosity, that extra cash was burning a hole in my pocket. I'd felt a momentary dizziness when the purchase went through, followed by a rush as if I'd drunk 3 shots in a row. Carried along on this euphoria, I stepped into the first lingerie shop that had a deal on panties. I bought 20 pairs, vowing to throw away all my old ones except the gifts from Guy. Scented candles were going 3 for $20 at Bath & Body, so I bought 6 as well as 4 bottles of body lotion and 2 car deodorizers in the shape of daisies. Afterwards, I pushed through the mall doors into the late evening sunshine, breathless and elated. The past was a distant and nagging memory, the weight of the shopping bags a comforting reminder of my new good fortune. Guy was home early. "I need to get you a better cell phone," he said, folding me into a warm hug as soon as I came through the door. "What's wrong with my trusty old LG?" I said, nestling against his shirt. I could feel the beat of his heart through the thin cotton. It was unfamiliar, this sense of belonging to someone, this closeness that sent a little dart through the place where my heart was, chipping away at the wall I'd built around it.
It felt weird that suddenly someone actually cared where I was and when I'd be home. For a moment, that thought made me stiffen up and draw back. But I caught the sparkle of wine glasses and the reddish glow of a good vintage, so I relaxed into him.
It's probably got a 5-minute battery life. I called you a couple of times and you didn't answer. We're going to a retirement party at the faculty club, he said, handing me a glass of wine that slid down my throat like velvet fire. I neglected to tell him I didn't answer the phone because I'm oblivious when I'm shopping. Instead, I held out my glass for a refill. He poured the wine, but before I could lift it to my lips, he caught hold of my wrist.
I've got a bone to pick with you.
He looked dead serious, unsmiling. I had this sudden urge to shove the glass in his face and run. But just as quickly as the picture formed in my mind, his face broke out into a grin. I slammed the glass onto the table. Never, ever do that to me again. His face flushed.
I was just kidding.
You scared me. He reached his arms out to me, but I turned my face away. My insides were churning.
Come on, Anna. I just wanted to ask if you found anything interesting in my sock drawer.
Now it was my turn to look sheepish. He touched my shoulder.
It's okay. I don't have anything to hide.
Except that you're totally, insanely anal.
Inherited from my mom. You'll understand when you meet her.
I guess she's one of those don't use the decorative hand towel types?
Not exactly, but close,
he said, holding my wine glass out to me.
But now you've snooped into my personal life, I want to know something about yours.
I slugged the wine back. His eyes were wide, expectant. I don't like to talk about it.
Something, anything.
My mind raced through memories. I had to give him something, anything, as long as it had nothing to do with my sister. That wasn't a conversation I was ready to have. My family loved dogs. My father and I trained Dimitri to fetch the mail, play dead, walk on his back legs and everything. We were going to enter him in a talent show.
What kind of dog was he?
Gray and white husky. Guy's face fell. He sipped his wine and gazed through the window.
I envy you. I always wanted a dog. Mom and Dad said they couldn't cope with the smell or the hair shedding.
They're a whole lot of work, I said, reaching for the wine bottle again. Not a word of a lie. We made love in the shower. I'd just soaped myself down when he slipped in and held me, studying my face in the bright lights of the bathroom, stroking every part of my body until it quivered. For the first time ever, I actually looked into a man's eyes as he pushed inside me, and I had a vague sense that this was the nature of true intimacy. All that sentimental stuff about being joined as one. Before Guy, sex was just a mechanical release. Nothing more than furtive, sweaty groping in a dark bathroom or anonymous bedroom with some guy whose first name was the only thing I knew about him, and even then I couldn't be sure if it was a fake one. Now I had this urge to let go. You're incredible, I said, nibbling at his earlobe. Driblets of water ran from his hair down his cheek, and I wondered if the wetness around my eyes was from tears or shower water.
I knew you had good taste,
he said later, his eyes lingering over the filmy gold dress. I twirled around, letting the skirt flutter around my legs. Round and round until my vision blurred, and I remembered Birdie in the monkey mask, her spider arms held up in the air, a thin thread of blood dribbling down her lip. Pinpricks of light danced in front of my eyes, and I stumbled. Guy seemed oblivious as he pulled the scented candles from their bright checkered bag.
But these candles have to go. I'm allergic to this cheap junk. Give them away to your students. An incentive. Research shows that kids work way harder for enticements.
What are they going to do with scented candles? Some of them don't have enough food to eat. I snapped, stuffing them back into the paper bag. I mean, you were there. You saw the kids.
Are you saying I'm insensitive to poverty?
His brows knit. I'd never seen him look annoyed.
Or are you saying the poor don't deserve pretty frivolous things? That it's all about survival? Isn't that just a little bit condescending?
I guess you have a point, I said, grabbing my purse. I didn't want to fight. It was way too early for that. I'm sorry, I overreacted. You can help me think of a classroom contest while we're driving.
Apology accepted, but I don't talk shop on the weekend,
he said, patting my bum and grinning as he held the door open for me.
Besides, the contests I'm likely to conjure up now would hardly be suitable for classroom use.
Let's give them a whirl later, I said, standing on tiptoe and kissing his freshly shaved cheek. Then the world tilted upright again, balance and harmony restored. For now. 7. To prepare myself for dinner at Guy's parents' place, I did some research on Gord. I collared Sabrina during lunch. She'd made the rounds of educational conferences and, at numerous drunken post-conference parties in garish Holiday Inn hospitality rooms, had ended up on the knee of more than a few eminent keynote speakers. There was a good chance she'd met Gord during her travels. She scratched her insta-tanned cheek and thought for a moment, checking her nails for telltale orange stain. I imagined her flipping through a mental catalog of paunchy gray-haired guys in navy sports coats and tan Fortrell slacks. She chewed at her lower lip, then nodded. I'm so glad you asked, Anna, because I do actually remember him. It was at a Westin, high-end place just outside of Denver. Artificial lake out front, monogrammed robes in the bathroom, wrapped truffles on the pillows. Definitely a cut above your Super 8 motel. She stared out into space, then held up her French manicured index finger with its little arc of white nail. It was a major national conference. He was the keynote speaker. Frowning, she searched the staff room wall for inspiration. It's hard to explain. He was weird, different. Kind of like Jimmy Swaggart channels Dr. Phil at a kindergarten concert. I can't remember a goddamn thing about his speech, but at the end he asked everyone to close their eyes and concentrate on strengthening their personal auras. Then he played Joe Cocker singing You Are So Beautiful and stood in front of us all with his hands held up like some modern-day messiah. Let's say there was a whole lot of whispering and speculation about what he was on and how we could get some of that good stuff, too. I nodded my thanks and got up to leave the lunch table, but she grabbed my wrist and held on tight. Oh my God, that's the prof's dad! Is your honey finally taking you home to meet Mommy and Daddy? I nodded, wishing I'd kept my mouth shut. Sunday, for dinner. They'll probably make you link arms at the table, sing Kumbaya, and become one with the cosmos before you can take a bite. She laughed, tipping her head back, exposing the sharp line where her fake tan ended. And who says I don't want to? What? Get in touch with the cosmos. Be one with the universe. Sure. Why not? Especially when there's a big payoff involved. I'd wear a sheet, shave my hair off, and dance a jig for a ticket to the good life. Maybe he's changed since you saw him. I doubt it, she said, lifting the lid from her cottage cheese salad. She'd put walnuts on it instead of the usual raisins. Her fork stopped in midair, and she smiled at the now distant memory. Oh, God, now I remember. He was holding court in the hospitality room, sipping on mineral water and icy as a frozen log when it came to the old Sabrina charm. Barely lifted an eyebrow, even when I showed a bit of thigh and squeezed in tight during a toast. That guy was oblivious to everyone except himself and his ego. Well, I guess I'll find out on Sunday, I said, getting up. I didn't need any more revelations to prejudice my first impressions of Guy's parents. I distracted myself from the upcoming family dinner by reading my students' daily journals, which were becoming more revealing day by day. I couldn't just scan them. I had to read them from front to back, cover to cover.
Their contents drew me back to a time and place I thought I'd put behind me. As I read them, I'd start to feel all my old outrage about the powerlessness of marginalized kids, how they're invisible to the rest of the world until some creep murders one of them, and the papers run a story on society's seamy underbelly and its disenfranchised victims. Usually, there's an immediate burst of moral outrage from a few charitable do-gooders and opportunistic politicians who make all the right promises to clean things up. To name the Johns, tighten up the foster system, and clean up the policing. But all too often these kids disappear, and nobody cares until the next body washes onto the riverbank or turns up wrapped in a garbage bag in some back alley dumpster. Dane, the oldest of the new group of students, had raw talent. His writing was punchy and showed a weary kind of wisdom too old for his years. I read it at the end of the day. The words swam in and out of my vision, competing with memories of Birdie and me. Carla's got a real job. Tell the world and the universe. Her auntie hooked her up. She's a mall cop with connections. It's at Victoria's Secret of all places. Now our sweet Carla gets a huge discount on all that sexy, lacy lingerie. Me and the guys are glad she's off the street for now. She's too tiny. A baby bird. Some thug is gonna crush her. The rich, powerful ones are the worst. Those people have layers. The outer respectable layer that everyone sees. Nice clothes, sweet cars, manicured nails, designer cologne, a good job, wallet full of cash and plastic. Peel that back and you find the inner layers. The bad boy layer that drives them to look for a quick hand job or feel up behind the garbage cans of some stinky restaurant. Beneath that is the rotten evil layer. Not everyone has this, but you can't tell from the outside. These sickos pay good, but at night, when the sun goes down, they just shuck the outer layers off and let their real evil selves shine. Make their victims do gross and vicious things you couldn't imagine, mostly to helpless and scared and poor people. But I can't write about this anymore. I don't want to think about it. I'm just glad about Carla. I hope they like her at that snob store. I closed the book, my hand shaking. Maybe Birdie was wiped out by one of those creeping sickos in a brilliant flash of pure, dazzling evil. I'd never thought about it in that way. I'd always imagined violence lurked in foul, smoke-wreathed rooms or murky alleyways. But this was the first layer that Dane had talked about. The scary stuff was sharp and blinding. The point of a needle piercing a vein. The glinting edge of a knife blade on soft skin. The flash of a bullet slicing through muscle and sinew. Was this how I'd lost Birdie? I held tightly to the edges of my desk, my eyes swimming, and in the nick of time bent my head over the garbage can and puked up my entire lunch. When Guy was doing one of his late classes that week, I took a trip to the mall again. I drifted towards the Victoria's Secret store. I'd maxed out many a credit card there, had drawers full of lacy panties and bras. Usually bought during the 2-for-1 sale or the 5 panties for $25 event. Fuchsia pink signage lured shoppers to the store's black marble entrance, and banks of spotlights flooded the place with dazzling light. Like a pink pleasure palace that sold sanitized sex and frilled lace and satin. Birdie had always been a sucker for anything feminine and girly, while I slobbed around in jeans and hoodies. She hated looking ugly. The time after she fell and smacked her eye on the table, she had to wear a bandage wrapped around her head and couldn't wash her hair for a week or two. She was a pitiful sight, a one-eyed runt with greasy hair, dragging herself around the group home, refusing to look anyone in the eye. Finally, one of the young supervisors took pity on her and brought her a Cinderella dress and wand from home. Once she was wearing that ivory lace dress with its stiff taffeta petticoat, she instantly morphed into the good fairy, flitted around night and day, laying the wand on everyone's head and doling out angel dust to make them happy. Even the backdoor stoner kids joined in, running around the yard whooping and flapping imaginary wings after getting the Birdie treatment. After a month or so, we had to bribe her with an extra helping of mashed potato to get the dress off her so it could be washed. Once she wore it for a whole week to the playground and caught it on a nail sticking out of the wooden climbing frame. It hung in filthy ribbons and tatters round her legs, and then just disintegrated around her. She cried like a baby when we finally had to throw it away. So I rescued the wand and the plastic Cinderella pin from the bodice and pinned it to her jacket, telling her she was still a member of the Cinderella Club. When I was done pinning it, she lit up, placed her palms on my face, and tried to twist the corners of my mouth into a smile. "I love you, Anna," she said, placing her face against mine and making butterfly kisses on my cheek with her eyelashes. "But don't be so angry all the time or nobody else will like you." It occurred to me as I trailed my hands along the pink corsets with feather accents, the tiny French-made outfit with its bum-skimming frills, and the white garter belt with pink rosettes, that this was the princess gone naughty look girls like Birdie were urged into. A slick segue from the innocence of childhood to post-pubescent sexuality. "You're all grown up now, little girl, but you can still play dress-up. Only it's different now. Way different. Prince Charming doesn't just want a kiss now. He wants payback, or he turns into a poisonous toad." I shuddered. Walking around the store made me miss Birdie even more. But I stayed, circling the displays, sampled the hand cream and body spray, found a negligee made of the same lace as the Cinderella dress. It was like scratching a scab that wouldn't heal, coming to this place Birdie would have loved. Or maybe more like gouging an open wound. After minutes of aimless drifting, I remembered Carla. I'd come here to see her. She wasn't among the other girls on the floor, tiny dolls with perfect makeup, running back and forth, talking into headsets, bras slung over their arms. Polished, pretty, perfumed, and young, striving to emulate the exquisite and untouchable angels that strutted their sparkling wings in the everlasting lingerie show that flickered on the bank of screens at the far side of the store. I finally found her behind the cash desk, wrapping undies in pink tissue. She looked fresh and young, her shiny cheeks and lips scrubbed clean of the thick coat of makeup. I waved and she glanced up at me, smiling like a kid who's just performed a dive and then emerges from the water pleading for praise. I saw that look on Birdie's face so many times. I wanted to slap her sometimes when she performed like a trained dog for idiots who didn't care or who were just winding her up. On instinct, I grabbed a couple of lotions and a body spray and lined up at Carla's counter. "You like it here, Carla?" She glanced around to see if anyone was listening. "Yeah, I love it. I like all the nice things." "I'm proud of you. You're getting on track here. Let me know if you need any advice." She nodded and wrapped my purchases in tissue paper. "Thanks," she whispered, but her eyes were elsewhere, darting to the person behind me. I moved aside. Hope was so tenuous for kids like Carla and Birdie. Everything stacked against them, like tiptoeing barefoot along a slippery balance beam. One wrong move and you fall off, back into the old life and all the dangers that come along with it. I watched her for a few minutes longer, then left with a sense of dread, like my head was being held under icy water. Birdie's shadow was everywhere, crowding into my new life until the feeling was so heavy it took on a weight of its own. In a weird trance, I drifted to the coffee shop and bought a small butterscotch-flavored latte, then sat down at a table to purge the sense of loss that seeped under my flesh, like the creeping chill of a winter graveyard. 8. I had trouble sleeping the days before we met Guy's parents. Lying in bed late at night, I grilled him about his mother, Nancy. He told me she'd been a kindergarten teacher. According to him, a good one, even great. Hands-on, inspirational, dearly loved by all who enjoyed her Bring Your Teddy Day and her legendary kindergarten cooking fun class.
but it seemed that all her little victories paled in the shadow of Gord's colossal empire and, naturally, when his business grew too large to manage on his own, she retired from her job and became his full-time sidekick and Girl Friday, excelling in her role as the guru's wife.
I guess you could say she sacrificed her own ambitions to help Dad make a success of the business.
I rested against his chest, calmed by its steady rise and fall. Do you think she resented that? He kissed the top of my head.
She made me her project instead. Homeschooled me for kindergarten and first grade.
What was it like? His arms pulled me closer.
Amazing. Being the only kid with the best kindergarten teacher ever. We read so many books, made puppets, did science experiments in the kitchen, baked Halloween cookies, painted murals, carved, sculpted, had our own grocery store with play money, went to museums, art galleries, plays.
I thought about my own early childhood in Dennis's garbage-filled backyard, alone there with Birdie for hours on end. What happened in second grade? I sensed his heartbeat quicken.
Dad said I should go to school and learn about the real world. Said he needed Mom's help with the business. Said I needed to toughen up.
That's harsh, I said, propping myself up on one elbow to look at him. But he turned his face away. Must have been a shock.
At first it was like torture. I guess I've blocked most of it out.
I couldn't think of anything to say after that. So we lay there, quiet, until Guy finally drifted off, his eyelids flickering, then staying shut. I wanted to know more about Nancy. Anything that would give me a feel for this woman who'd been the center of his universe. But he looked so vulnerable, I couldn't bear to wake him. I kissed the corner of his mouth, then lay back and stared at the ceiling, willing myself to sleep. I counted sheep, lost track, then ran over my lesson plans for the next day. Then I pictured Guy in second grade, hair brushed, shirt buttoned up to his chin, glasses perched on his nose, a timid, pampered boy, alone and motherless among all those other kids. They must have eaten him alive. Birdie and I survived only because we were a team. If she couldn't charm them with her sassiness, I was ready to step in and smack the bullies and meanies, to pull their hair and hoof them in the butt. I wasn't afraid of anyone. Neither was Birdie with me by her side. Not at first, anyway. We were a team, just how Dennis predicted. Gradually, the safety of darkness and the steady sound of Guy's breathing allowed me to get back to Birdie. To remember, of all things, a door. A wooden door with a smashed lock and a rope tied through a hole in the doorpost to secure it shut. The walls in the room were papered with sickly orange flowers, and a sour smell hung heavy in the air. Someone's finger touched my swollen eye. Birdie's finger? Squeezing my eyes shut, I pushed the thought away, my heart racing so fast I thought I'd pass out. I slid out of bed and put my head between my knees. When the dizziness passed, I padded out to the kitchen, poured a glass of water and gulped it down, my throat catching at its cold bite. Staring down at the city below, shrouded by night, the reflections of lights flickering on the river, I thought of Dane and his buddies out there, so young and vulnerable. I could give them food and money. Then maybe they'd go home and not have to cruise the riverside for tricks. But Robin, our principal, had always told us never to get involved with the kids outside of class. If you're not prepared to be a friend for life, then don't be a temporary buddy. These kids have been let down too many times before by well-meaning do-gooders who float into their lives, raise their hopes, and then drop them when their demands become too inconvenient, or when the next cause of the moment presents itself. Our job is to help our students help themselves, not patronize them with charity. I took that lesson to heart. Placing my palms against the glass, I felt a sneaking sense of claustrophobia, a longing to get out into the open air. So I grabbed my shoes and coat, slipped out the door and headed down to the underground parking garage. The dash display glowed green, telling me it was a few minutes past midnight. I had to be up at 7 the next day. Not to worry, I'd managed on a couple of hours' sleep before, and if Guy woke up wondering where I'd gone, I'd tell him I went to buy aspirin at the drugstore. I nosed the car through the garage doors into dimly lit streets, then turned right towards the river, past burger joints and late-night coffee bars still filled with night owls and late-night stragglers. The riverside was so close to Guy's place, the area now gentrified with towering loft-style condominiums, quaint boutiques, artisan bakeries, and coffee bars that could have graced any chic New York street. Further along, the apartment buildings became grimier, their few lit windows revealing broken blinds and dusty spider plants. And beyond that, unseen chaos. Cluttered kitchen sinks, teeming ashtrays, stained cushions, unwashed laundry and the stink of neglect. I knew it well. But I screeched to a sudden halt, narrowly avoiding being rear-ended by the guy behind me who sped past, burning a whole lot of rubber, mouthing profanities and sticking up a stubby middle finger. I was oblivious to the insult. All I could do was stare at a lit window on the 3rd floor of the red brick apartment block. Beyond the row of empty beer bottles, sickly yellow and orange blooms snaked their way across the wall. My head spun as I checked out the front doors of the building, expecting a wooden door with a broken lock, though logic told me it would have been replaced by now. I exhaled at the sight of a pair of large glass doors. For at least 5 minutes I sat staring at the flowered wallpaper, trying to remember being in that place. But I either couldn't or wouldn't come up with anything other than a sour smell, like stale beer mixed with fried bacon, rotting milk and the chemical stink of burned cleaning fluid. A tap on the passenger side window almost sent me through my sunroof. Someone, large and pale, loomed out of the shadows, and I fell back against my seat, hyperventilating, until I recognized the face and rolled down the window. "Geez, Dane, you almost gave me a heart attack."
"Why are you here?"
he asked, his glance darting from me to the street.
"Or are you trying to get lucky?"
I could only manage to croak an answer through parched lips. "I was on my way home from a party. I stopped because I thought I recognized this place," I said, nodding towards the grungy apartment block.
"Hope not,"
he said, putting a cigarette in his mouth and cupping his hand to protect the lighter flame.
"Unless you're into crack."
His head swiveled when a sleek black Lincoln edged by, slowing down for a moment beside us. I tried to make out a face through the tinted windows, but the car accelerated off, leaving a silvery exhaust trail.
"You're scaring off my regulars,"
he said, flicking the cigarette away. "I saw Carla at the mall. She looks happy." He jammed his hands in his pockets and tried not to smile. His eyes were brown liquid under the thick eyeliner.
"Got my fingers crossed for her."
Next, a charcoal gray SUV sidled past and stopped just ahead of us. This time I caught sight of the driver. White collar with silver, Ken doll hair, tiny silver goatee and gold-rimmed glasses. Like a bank manager, real estate agent, or accountant. A regular white-collar guy. He looked familiar, but I couldn't place where or when I might have seen him. "Who is that guy?" I said, feeling my world tilt to the side and then back again. He looked like every TV commercial image I'd been programmed to trust. Dane shrugged and raised his eyebrows.
"Customer confidentiality assured,"
he said, touching his finger to his lips.
"Gotta run."
Chills crawled across my skin when I watched him saunter over to the car, hands jammed into his pockets. I wanted to go after him, bash on the driver's side door, rip it open and smash that smug pervert across the face. I'd scream, "I'm a teacher and I have to report you to the cops and the Child Protection Services. Or maybe I should give your poor, unsuspecting wife a call.
I'm sure she has no idea that you're a predatory creep." Instead, I watched, powerless as Dane climbed in and the SUV inched away, bound for some dark alleyway snaking down to the river. I woke with a jolt the next morning, shivering with a cold that spread from my core. Nestling closer to Guy's warm body, I tried to make sense of the dream I'd just had. In it, Birdie had been trying to climb up the orange wallpaper. She was wearing a hoodie and underwear and was chattering like one of those speeded-up audio tapes. "See, Anna, it's just like Jack and the Beanstalk." Over and over again, limbs spread crab-like across the wall. Pushing my face into Guy's shoulder, I tried to breathe deeply, to make the image go away. Guy's arm reached behind him and found my face.
"You okay?"
"Just a bad dream."
"I can help you feel better,"
he said, turning around and wrapping me in his arms. Then he stroked my hair and neck, and the demons flew away. I fell asleep, cocooned in his warmth. 9. Gord and I were doomed from the start. I disliked him the moment I walked up to his house, an architectural monstrosity consisting of 4 white concrete cubes linked together with narrow walls of white brick. It resembled an alien space pod docked amongst drooping willow trees and a gray wasteland of pebbles. Several larger rocks sat strategically around a huge abstract metal structure that spouted a stream of water from somewhere in its twisted mass. Behind this display, 3 massive bronze plaster balls of descending size sat on the grass. I looked up at Guy, unable to stop my eyebrows knitting together.
"His new landscaper is into astrology,"
he said, as if that explained the balls. He'd been silent in the car and edgy that morning at the condo, chewing his lip while I paraded back and forth in front of him, wearing various outfits until he'd nodded in approval.
"I want them to like you as much as I do, babe, and Dad can be a judgmental bastard if he wants. Believe me, I'm giving you the best chance."
I'd call the final look he'd approved private schoolgirl meets Brit royal family. Gray dress pants and crisp white blouse, topped with a fine black cashmere sweater. The ensemble was completed by pearl studs, a heavy silver pendant, and hair caught up with a silver clip. Nancy met us at the door. I'd expected a petite brunette in a flowered skirt, not the tall, willowy, brown-eyed blonde wearing a pure white tunic and black slacks. Her short cap of hair was slicked back to reveal a tight, flawlessly made-up face that barely moved when she hugged Guy and kissed him on the cheek. I recognized the perfect mask of the Botox addict, whose wrinkled throat betrayed the truth. She turned those warm brown eyes onto me. They were Guy's eyes.
"Mom, this is Anna,"
he said proudly. "How exquisite," she said, taking my hands in hers. "Gray eyes and black hair. I'm envious." She leaned forward and pecked my cheek. I felt awkward, unsure if I should present the other cheek. But the moment passed and she slipped her arm into Guy's and bustled us into an enormous room, a cavernous space, painted clinical white except for a broad gray stripe that ran from the floor, across the ceiling, and down the opposite wall. She noticed the drift of my eyes and smiled. "Gord's idea of drama. I know it's a lot to take in. We don't like clutter, you see." As far as I could see, there wasn't a single surplus item in the entire place. A large white leather sectional, a chrome and glass coffee table with 1 square red plate on it, large screen TV on the wall. Below that, a curved white entertainment unit bearing wafer-thin speakers. On top, 3 wicker balls. What was it with this guy and his balls?
"Are you guys talking about me again?"
boomed a carefully modulated radio voice. I turned round to see a tall, broad-shouldered man enter the room. This was him. This was Gord, father of Guy, face to face with me for the first time. For a moment, I thought the floor shifted beneath my feet,
but I painted on his smile and breathed deeply. He was slim, except for a slight paunch that strained the waist of his tailored charcoal silk shirt. He strode towards me, his hand extended, polished, practiced, professional. But though he tried to fix his pale blue eyes on mine, I couldn't stop staring at his hair. It had a rusty, dyed hue from those cover-the-gray products, and was combed back from the high dome of his forehead so perfectly it appeared to be sprayed into place. With his manicured sideburns, salon-tanned skin, and shaped eyebrows, he was a walking TV evangelist, just as Sabrina had described him. I snapped my eyes away from his hair and moved in for a handshake, only to be completely surprised when he hugged me around the waist, dug his fingertips into my flesh, and planted a damp kiss on my cheek. I tried not to recoil, but my body stiffened.
"We're an affectionate lot,"
he said, stepping back to check me out so boldly my insides withered.
"At least my side of the family is. You'll get used to me. Nancy's lot tend to be a bit standoffish. I hope Guy's not holding back. Takes after his mother."
He clapped Guy on the shoulder, and I had the urge to blurt out something like, "No, you ball-obsessed jerk. Your son is gentle and tender and loving. And maybe you don't know him as well as you think." Instead, I pasted on a smile, the type I used for ingratiating myself at parent-teacher meetings, and slotted my hand into the crook of Guy's arm. "He's been wonderful," I said, smiling up at Guy, whose face relaxed into an expression of relief, as did Nancy's.
"Come on, you two lovebirds,"
he said, directing us towards the pristine leather sofa.
"I'm sure Nancy's fixed some cocktails for us."
Nancy had been silently hovering in the background. Now she snapped to attention and bustled into the kitchen. "Can I help?" I said, moving to stand. Gord motioned me to stay put.
"She doesn't like anyone else in there. It's her exclusive domain, shall we say."
He winked at Guy.
"Eh, son?"
Guy jolted into action.
"What? Oh, yeah. You'll probably get a tour later. Then you'll understand. Mom's a perfectionist when it comes to cooking." "Damn obsessed, I'd call it,"
said Gord, rolling his eyes upward and twirling a finger by his temple. Nancy appeared carrying a tray of tumblers filled with colorless, sparkling drinks stuffed with limes and greenery. "I hope you like vodka," she said, placing the tray on the table.
"All young people like it,"
Gord snapped.
"Guy's bar is stacked with Grey Goose."
Guy took a sip and wrinkled his nose.
"Actually, I just bought a bottle of Elysee limited edition. Way smoother taste."
Gord held his glass midair, his upper lip curled in disdain.
"Well, sorry if our discount brand doesn't stack up to your champagne tastes. Try it next time you're over,"
said Guy, picking up his glass.
Gord winced. "I'll hold you to that, kid,"
he said, downing his drink in 2 gulps. Nancy and I were virtually silent for the entire pre-dinner exchange. She kept flitting in and out, fetching perfect little nibbles on stark white plates. Wafers of prosciutto coiled around tiny cubes of melon. Shrimp curled in miniature white cups with their own white dipping sauce. And little squares of Melba toast, spread with cream cheese and a dollop of pale caviar. I sat listening to the back and forth between Guy and Gord, relieved on the one hand that Gord wasn't probing into my murky past, but puzzled that he'd barely addressed me since our initial awkward greeting. When Nancy finally announced dinner was ready, we all filed towards the dining table. An enormous slab of black granite flecked with beige. The edges were rough and unfinished.
"Custom order,"
said Gord, pulling out his chair at the head of the table.
"Quarried in Italy according to my exact specifications. Incredible what you can get nowadays." "They say quartz is the new thing now,"
said Guy, settling himself at the other end of the table.
"I'm thinking of refinishing my kitchen with it, then working in some metal or natural wood."
He'd never mentioned the idea to me. His kitchen was already high-end as far as I was concerned.
"Well, good luck trying to get it custom quarried like I did," said Gord.
a noticeable quaver of irritation in his voice. "You don't quarry quartz, Dad. It's man-made," said Guy, reaching for the bread.
The barest flicker of arrogance distorted his face, transforming him for an instant into a stranger I hardly knew. I shivered as Gord placed both hands on the table.
"Always trying to make the old man look like a moron. Never misses a trick."
His eyes finally rested on me.
"Watch out, Mandy. He'll be tripping you up on your misplaced modifiers before long." "It's Anna, Dad, not Mandy,"
said Guy with a sigh. Placing a hand over mine and smiling with such affection, I realized I'd been holding my breath for the last 30 seconds. I exhaled and let the warm cocoon of intimacy wrap around me once again. Gord sat back. Tension shimmered in the air. Then Nancy swept in with a platter of white fish, garnished with asparagus and tiny roasted potatoes.
"I hope you're not allergic," she said, nodding towards the fish.
"Well, it's a bit late to ask that, isn't it?"
said Gord, offering me the plate.
"That's the kind of thing you'd find out in advance."
I shook my head. "It's fine. No allergies here." If they only knew there were times in my life I'd have eaten potato peel, I was so hungry. Entertainment during dinner was the Gord show. He treated us to a complete rundown of his educational theories, only pausing his lecture to insert a piece of fish, chew on it, then start up again. I'd seen people like him plenty of times before. Self-proclaimed gurus who sold a quick-fix solution to harried school boards, struggling to raise standards to keep up with students in Finland, Korea, China, and all the other top 10 countries. At last, they pronounced, gleefully rubbing their hands together, the answer to every problem that ails our faltering education system. The golden key to unlocking unlimited potential. We can sell this dream, and we found the right person to do it. He regaled us with anecdotes about his many keynote addresses. In my short career, I'd sat through plenty of those 40-minute speeches that left everyone feeling good but empty-handed, with nothing that could be translated into real concrete classroom practice. When the plates were empty, he stopped abruptly and turned to me.
"So Guy tells me you work in an alternative program."
I blinked myself into full consciousness, understanding why I'd seen Guy and Nancy do exactly the same thing earlier. "I do. That's where I met Guy." I smiled over at Guy. He smiled back, and I felt an immediate urge to make love to him. "I think they're in love, Gord," said Nancy, her eyes smiling but her face strained.
"Ah, the joys of youth,"
said Gord, sighing and stumbling to his feet. He'd downed at least 3 glasses of wine over dinner.
"But I'm afraid it's time for some shop talk if you'll excuse us, Anna. You girls can take the time to get better acquainted."
Guy gave me a hurried peck on the cheek. Then father and son took off into a teak-paneled office lined with bookshelves. Before the door slammed shut, I saw a heavy wooden desk surrounded by framed photographs and certificates. I picked up my dinner plate and followed Nancy into the kitchen, which resembled the interior of a space pod. Glossy white surfaces everywhere, chrome accents, the fridge and stove concealed into recessed walls. A gleaming white island with 3 white pendant lights dangling above 3 white candlesticks of varying heights, each topped with a perfect lemon. There'd be no spaghetti and meatballs cooked in this kitchen. Nancy bustled around, stacking dishes into the dishwasher. "Gord talks a lot at first, but he's just insecure at meeting new people." Insecure was not a word I'd ever associate with Gord Franzen. But then I remembered she'd been a kindergarten teacher, a position requiring a saintly level of empathy and patience. "It's okay. I found him interesting, stimulating, actually." "You are a diplomat," she said, turning from the sink with a candid expression that quite disarmed me. This was not the person who'd sat like a dutiful robot during dinner while Gord did his turn. "I did. I mean, I really enjoyed—" I stuttered. "Don't worry, Anna," she said, drying her hands and turning towards me.
Gord and I are delighted that Guy's finally hooked up with someone like you. Someone who understands what we're all about." I wasn't sure how to respond, since I really hadn't figured them out at all. But somehow she'd decided I was the right fit, that I belonged. Maybe because I sat like a statue and let Gord do his thing. Maybe because Birdie and I had learned to throw our lot in with anyone that showed an interest in us. We were chameleons, changing our skin to suit our surroundings, and fitting in was the way we survived one lousy foster home after another. I mastered the art of blending in till I was almost unseen. It was safer that way. But Birdie clamored for attention, praise, connection. She twirled like a wind-up doll, begging for anyone to look at me, see me, I'm cute, lovable, want me, notice me, love me. Too bad it would eventually be her undoing. It was almost mine, too, because later when Birdie disappeared, I was too broken to care about fitting in. "How about some grapefruit sorbet?" Nancy slammed the dishwasher shut, rousing me from my thoughts. She opened the fridge door, revealing stacks of perfectly arranged Tupperware containers. I gulped my wine too quickly and coughed. She laughed. "I know, I'm a little obsessive, but order calms me. Now I see who Guy takes after." She spooned the pale lemony ice into white glass bowls. "He was always a lovely boy, a gentle soul." She stopped for a moment, the spoon held in mid-air, and looked at me with steely eyes. "Be kind to him, Anna." "Of course," I said, taking an extra slug of wine to steady my nerves, then excused myself to use the bathroom. The tone of her voice had felt like a warning, which made me wonder just how many times Nancy had stepped in as Guy's protector. Maybe the two of them still enjoyed a mutual alliance against the power of Gord. But any misgivings I had about fitting into Nancy's world flew away when I stepped into their bathroom. Compared to the sterility of the other rooms, this was a haven of sensuality. Tears sprang to my eyes when I estimated that 99.9% of the population would never set foot in, or even glimpse, a room as exquisite as this one. 2 white tapers and large teak candlesticks flooded the ceiling and walls with a pale honeyed glow. One side of the room was a continuous wall of windows looking out onto a forest of birch trees. Their slender trunks so perfect, it seemed an artist had created the exquisite arrangement of silvery saplings. In front of the window, a perfect shell of a tub sat like a modern sculpture on a freckled marble platform. A long marble and wood vanity ended in a shower enclosure as large as an average bedroom. Lined with the same honey-colored marble, it boasted 4 rectangular shower heads. My fingers itched to switch on the water, to strip off my clothes and get inside. It would be like standing in the middle of a forest during a warm rain shower. I stood open-mouthed, like a child in a toy store, my fingertips resting on the glass enclosure. My mind swam back to all the bathrooms I'd ever used in my life. Cracked white tubs with scum lines and mildewy grout, hairs plastered on shower walls, the eggy stink of sewer gas, toothpaste splatter on mirrors, moldy vinyl shower curtains streaked with soap scum. Danger lurking in every grimy corner, behind every cracked and fingerprint-streaked door. A wave of nausea rushed into my throat. Sabrina was right. I wanted this world, wanted it so bad my stomach ached. If I could live in safety, surrounded by such pristine perfection, I'd learn to listen to Gord and never interrupt. It was worth it at any cost. I'd give up my soul just to stay here.
"They loved you," said Guy on the drive home. He patted my knee. "I'm proud of you."
"Really? I hardly opened my mouth." He shook his head, his eager glance flitting to me, then back to the road.
"Not at all. You were polite and interested. That counts for a lot with Dad."
I focused on the rear lights of the car ahead, my vision blurring in a fog of red.
Easy to see why, I murmured. Meaning what?
He likes to hold court. I mean, he's probably always the one that grabs the mic at parties or family gatherings. The guy you have to drag off stage with a metal hook. Guy's shoulders slumped.
Mom and I both know it's easier to let him have his say. He's used to taking charge and having the last word.
No offense meant, I said, picturing the forest scene from that glorious bathroom window and swallowing any further acid comebacks. I enjoyed listening to him, and I really liked your mother.
She's a special person. Glad you liked her.
I leaned over and nestled against his arm. I really didn't want to hurt Guy. Curb your wicked tongue, I told myself, wondering who on earth had uttered that strange archaic phrase to me. Or did someone say it to Birdie? I couldn't remember. Or perhaps I knew perfectly well and wasn't ready to confront the awful truth yet. 10. Just before spring break, I stayed late one night looking over the student journals. Carla had been absent for more than a week, and no one had heard from her. I scanned the last few entries in her notebook. A garbled story had begun to emerge. I hate people, basically. People are crap. I don't like it when people do and think and say evil things. Things that show they don't give a shit. What is life? What is love, Mommy? What is life? What do you really know about life? I know everything about it. People are rotten perverts. Hey, I can write anything here. I can say anything my little mind wants to say. Ha ha, ha ha. LMAO. I'm scared of the dark. The closet door sucks. There's something inside that I don't want to see. It's the sharp-clawed boogeyman. Go to hell and back. Stay away. The next few pages continued, half mocking, childish, but with an ominous undertone. Reading those words revived another thread in my memory, a memory of fear rising into my throat like undigested food. Sharp, tingly, acidic. I swallowed it back and checked the last pages for more clues about what could be going on. I'd have to alert Robin if there was reason to be concerned. We'd been diligent about that since a 15-year-old kid had committed suicide last year after throwing down a bunch of hints in his journal. Too bad I hadn't checked it until after he'd downed a bottle of pills. Carla's last entry was bizarre, even cryptic in its way. I opened the closet door and let him in. I laughed in his face 'cause I'm not afraid of him. He's real close, so close I can smell his cologne, and he's got money. Lots of it, LOL. But I can slit his throat when I'm high. I can do anything. I can climb the wall on my hands and feet, like a superhero. Carla the Conqueror is coming to a place near you. Watch out. I closed the book, wondering when the room had grown so cold and silent. I switched off the classroom light and tiptoed down the hallway towards the entrance hall. The light was on in Robin's office, so I did an abrupt turn and rushed out through the back exit instead. Something had set my blood racing. That image of Carla climbing the wall. I remembered Birdie trying to clamber up a wallpaper-covered wall, her hair sticking out in clumps from her scalp, as if someone had shaved bits of it off. I was watching her, my left eye throbbing with pain. Who would shave her head? Her lovely, wavy hair. I fumbled with the ignition, my hands trembling and sweaty. I needed to go to the mall, needed the bright lights and fake air, needed to buy something. The engine pulsed into life and I pulled out of the parking lot. No matter how hard I blinked my eyes, I could still see Birdie, thin and bony, like an insect, her arms and legs splayed like a daddy longlegs as she tried to clamber upwards, pulled herself up onto a crocheted wall hanging, a black silhouette against the throbbing mess of flowered wallpaper. And someone nearby was laughing, gut-wrenching laughter, More than one person giggling and snorting. Then she slid downwards, fell and cracked her head. Her skin split like a melon, spilling red juice onto the floor. My throat was paralyzed. No voice. A screech of brakes and a screaming horn told me I'd strayed into the next lane. I snapped to attention and swerved back. Pull yourself together. Gripping the wheel, I took a deep breath to steady my jangling nerves. Maybe it was time to talk to Linda Martin, my ex-social worker, before the visions consumed my newly discovered happiness. My phone rang and Guy's voice flooded the car. I let out a deep sigh of relief.
Are you okay?
He asked. Of course. Just happy to hear your voice.
I've got a surprise for you.
Tell me, I begged like a child.
You have a decent bikini?
I had to think hard. I hadn't been swimming in eons. I used to have a one-piece. Think I left it in the change room last spring when we took the kids swimming.
Then go buy yourself something brief and sexy. Get 2 or 3. You'll need them.
For what? I'd never needed swimwear since I'd never been anywhere on holiday except the lake. Nowhere hot or exotic. No all-inclusives to Mexico or the Caribbean.
We're going to Vegas next week. Dad's treat. A suite at the Bellagio. 5 days of sin under a sweltering sun. It is your spring break, isn't it?
I couldn't restrain a squeal of excitement. You mean 5 days together? No work, no phones, no worries.
That's what I love about you, Anna. You're so enthusiastic, so easy to please.
If only he knew how easy. My blood was already racing at the thought of scouring the mall for swimwear. I couldn't wait to get going, but had to stop off at the condo where Guy said he'd left another gift for me. It turned out to be a credit card in my name with a staggering limit of $20,000. A handwritten note propped beside it on the table said, "All yours. I'll take care of the monthly balance. Shop your heart out." In the past, I'd had to beg for a $2,000 limit, which I'd somehow wheedled up to 4. Now this card burned like fire in my hand. I raced down to the car, buzzing with apprehension, and I barely noticed the rain slashing across the windshield when I pulled out of the underground garage. I chose 3 bikinis in the end. Pale pink edged with black, a strapless gold confection with tiny triangular bottoms, and a stark white 2-piece with halter neck and scalloped edges. I was on an all-time high when I found the last one, and just had to buy the sheer white cover-up with its turquoise beaded trim, and the black fringed wrap as well as the tiny pink robe with the flounces. 5 days in Vegas also meant I'd need some suitable hot-weather clothes. So by the time I was done scouring the stores, I'd bought cutoffs, strappy tops, and a different dress for each night out. My favorite? A cream silk sheath just had to have a chunky gold necklace to match. When I added up the cost, I realized I'd dropped close to $7,000. My heart thudded at the enormity of the amount until I convinced myself that Guy had given this gladly, and I had to learn to accept his generosity instead of acting like a guilty kid. All those years of deprivation had convinced me I didn't deserve to enjoy luxury, that somehow I always had to fight, cheat, lie, or sleep my way into enjoying the good life. But now I was determined to give it a damned good try. I clutched the visa in my palm like a lucky rabbit's paw and made a beeline for the exit. Whatever Vegas had in store, I was ready for it. Or thought I was, considering what actually unfolded there. 11. By the time I got to school the next day, I'd forgotten all my worries. Guy had ordered in sushi, then made me model all my swimwear purchases, making sure to peel each one off with intense attention to detail. Then we'd eaten supper, washed down with a bottle of champagne, and staggered into the bedroom to make wild, tipsy love. I'd woken with a slight headache, but a warm glow from the amazing sex and the dizzying list of shows Guy had booked for our trip. My mind was so occupied I barely registered the empty corridors. Floating into the staff room, I stopped dead at the sight of everyone gathered there, grim-faced like guests at a wake. "What's wrong?" Robin stood up, his face leached of color.
"I guess you didn't get the message," he said.
"What message?" I realized I still hadn't told them about my move. Daphne shuffled the folders in front of her. "I tried her number, Robin. It wasn't in service." "Sorry, I changed it." The color rushed to my face. "What's happened?" Sabrina's eyebrows almost hit her hairline, but I glanced away. Robin cleared his throat. His foot tapped a frantic tattoo under the table.
"Carla's gone missing. Her mom called last night, said they haven't seen her for the last 10 days.
I sank down onto a chair. Sabrina reached out and squeezed my shoulder. Robin cleared his throat, his sallow cheeks flushed at the sudden attention thrust on him.
"The new job was going really well. She was helping out at home with groceries, but then apparently she left work one night and never showed up at home. Mom's tried all her friends. Carla's never stayed away for longer than 2 days at a time. She's protective of her little brothers and baby sister."
"I bet some asshole picked her up in the parking lot," said Sabrina. "Weirdos hang out there late at night, just waiting for someone like her to show up." The other teachers nodded in agreement. Norm even patted Sabrina on the back, saying, "Right on, tell it like it is." She shook off his hand as if ridding herself of an irritating insect. Robin coughed into his palm.
"You're probably dead on, Sabrina. But if we want to find out what happened to her, we need information, facts. So if any of you know anything, names, contacts, places that could help in any way, talk to me. Come to my office. Don't hold anything back. I'll pass it on to the authorities."
"You think the cops will actually do anything?" said Fran, leaning forward and looking round at all of us. "Tom says these kind of cases get low priority." "Too right," said Sabrina. "Especially if her parents don't make enough noise about it." When the meeting was over, I staggered back to the classroom. The after effects of last night's champagne caused a steady buzzing in my head. My excitement about the new clothes and the trip had faded, sucked away by a nasty current of danger. Robin had canceled classes for a prep day, so I looked around my empty classroom and began to wonder if it was time to pack this job in. Find work in a bank or a real estate office, or the perfume counter of a chain store, instead of coming here day after day to dive back into the seamy lifestyle I'd fought so hard to escape. Staying here would always remind me of Birdie and my old life. I'd never put the memories to rest. Then it occurred to me that now I'd met Guy, I could join the family bandwagon, contribute to Gord's education super dynasty with some practical, usable ideas. The image of that perfect bathroom on the edge of the wild forest flooded into my head. I wanted that. I wanted the pillowy towels, the marble walls, the perfumed lotions, the four-headed rain shower. All of it. I told myself perhaps I had to stop trying to change these kids' lives, that nothing could drag them out of the scum. Only luck had gotten me out in time. Otherwise, I'd have been lost like Birdie. But why me? How had I survived? I folded my arms and lay my head on the table, trying not to think of Carla. Thoughts of her only led me to Birdie. I closed my eyes and saw that orange wallpaper. Still heard the laughter. Still felt that sense of being frozen. Powerless to stop a pair of disembodied hands from grabbing Birdie's skinny arms and yanking her upwards. A hand tapped my shoulder and I almost jumped out of the chair, swinging my arm outwards and catching Robin on the jaw. He staggered backwards, holding his chin, his mouth saggy and trembling. "What the hell, Anna?" he gasped. Faced with violence, Robin crumbled into a gibbering mess. I settled him down with plenty of heartfelt apologies. Finally composed, he asked for Carla's journal.
"After the last time, we need to be vigilant,"
he said in a clipped tone. I handed it to him. His eyebrows lifted at the massive spiderwebs drawn in black ink spread across the cover. "Someone's come into her life. A man who scares her. It's pretty clear from the last few entries."
"The cops might know what to make of it,"
he said, taking it and scanning the cover, the tip of his tongue moistening his upper lip. He looked up at me with red-rimmed eyes and a pallid, jowly face.
"I should tell you, I've been thinking of retiring, Anna. Things are really getting to me now. I'm not sure how many more tragedies I can take before I realize that this job, maybe my whole life, is an exercise in futility. Pretty sad for a lifetime devoted to kids on the margin. I want to travel again. Maybe go to California and enjoy the sunshine for a while. These frigid winters are freezing my soul. I felt a sudden stab of pity for him. The cute surfer boy was long gone. Instead, a faded, disillusioned old man looked back at me. You'd be missed, Robin. Give yourself some credit. We've had plenty of victories along the way, and every one of them counts. Thanks for the kind words, Anna, he said, bowing his head as he left, sucking all the air from the room and leaving behind him a vacuum of negativity. I couldn't breathe, so I grabbed my bag and rushed out of the classroom. Guy was still at work, and I didn't relish sitting alone in the empty condo. Not the way I was feeling. So I drove towards the riverfront. Time on my hands meant time to remember, and the memories flooded in, menacing and dark. Thoughts of people and places from my past crowded up against images of Carla abducted by some crazy stranger. I glided past the Whole Food delis and the designer accessory stores, past the patisserie with its trays of brightly colored macaroons, until I reached the sandstone arches of the old Stone Arch Bridge. The wind whipped my hair across my face as I climbed up the steps to the bridge. Birdie and I came here when we were still at the group home. In the summer holidays, there were long days to fill when the staff were stretched to the limit with laundry, cleaning, and dealing with the older, troubled kids. They were only too happy to let us run off and play. I leaned against the stone parapet and remembered. Birdie and me running through the park, scrambling up the grassy slopes, kicking up the nighttime debris. Crushed styrofoam burger boxes, empty wine bottles and aerosol cans, used condoms like puddles of wrinkled skin among the tufts of grass, and syringes scattered everywhere. A single mud-covered sneaker with no laces, a striped red silk scarf that Birdie wanted to drape round herself until I told her it might be infected with smallpox, and that's how the Indians had died, catching it from contaminated blankets brought by the European settlers. She burst into tears and said I was lying, but I told her for sure I read it in a history book at the library. Then she covered my mouth with a grubby hand and said I should stop reading so many books because they were turning me into a mean, cruel witch. We ran back and forth across the bridge, past the joggers and the cyclists, trailing sticks along the red metal railing and making a loud clunk-clunk sound, louder than the rushing of the St. Anthony Falls, louder than the noise of cars and trucks roaring through the nearby city streets. I held onto Birdie's hand and pulled her along so fast I could hear the chesty rasp of her breathing. She was whining, complaining her tummy hurt, but I knew it was only hunger because I felt the same gnawing in my own stomach. Ahead, the city skyline rose, shimmering in the sun, rich with the promise of food and relief from the never-ending ache. Sometimes in the summer when the tourists thronged the river walks, we stood by the hot dog vendor until he threw us a bag of chips or a hot dog, just so we'd move on. We loaded them with ketchup, mustard, sweet pickle, and onions. Then we sat on a bench and wolfed them down, our hands, mouths, and faces sticky with ketchup, the mustard dripping down our shirt fronts. We watched the families stroll by, the happy kids holding ice cream cones in one hand, the other clutching the hands of their parents. Sometimes they pointed and stared at us, but I just stuck my tongue out until they started crying. Birdie placed her hand on my arm and told me to stop being so rotten. I said I was only trying to protect her, and she leaned her ketchup-smeared cheek against me and kissed my shoulder, told me she loved me more than anyone in the world, which was easy because no one else cared about us. Then she made me play Pick the Perfect Family, and together we studied each cluster of kids and parents and decided which we'd like to go home with if they asked us. Birdie always picked the families with only one child. Our first placement after the group home was on the other side of the Stone Arch Bridge, with Rosa Flores Rivera,
a tiny dark-haired woman who lived alone above a laundrette. Her children, 2 sons and a daughter, were grown and lived in California. Rosa had a heart full of love to give, and we were the beneficiaries. Too bad it couldn't last. 12. Over steaming cups of hot chocolate and a full plate of cinnamon buns, Rosa told us she was lonely and missed being a mom. Birdie and I devoured the whole plate of pastries between us, and Rosa didn't say a thing. At first, it was like heaven living there. Stretched out on the blue-flowered sofa, bowls of popcorn on our laps, watching the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, breathing in the clean, soapy smell that wafted upstairs from the washing machines below. Vinny, an ex-Marine, lived in the apartment next to us. He had a bad case of the shakes. Rosa said he'd seen men tortured and killed in a war in some Far Eastern country and couldn't get the memories out of his head. He ordered pizzas or Chinese takeaway all the time. We heard the delivery boys ringing the doorbell at 6 o'clock every night. Rosa cooked us food we'd never tasted before. Corn tortillas filled with beans, chicken tacos seasoned with lime and cilantro, omelets studded with red peppers and sprinkled with jalapeno cheese. Birdie and I sat at the kitchen table, mouths wide open like a pair of baby birds, while Rosa's nimble fingers conjured up dish after dish of tasty food. Sometimes she'd leave a covered dish of leftovers outside Vinny's place, and next day he touched his hand to his forehead in a salute of thanks. But he never spoke or looked us in the eye. I felt a strange sort of bond with him, because even at that early age, I understood how tough it is to look right at people, to meet their eyes. You can't unless you've had many people cheering you on in your life, loving you enough to wipe the snot from your nose, or cherish the cute way your face wrinkles out when you eat a pickle, to care about your cuts, scrapes, bruises, fears and nightmares, or pat your head and tell you it doesn't matter when you wet the bed. A whole sound person needs all of this to build up enough confidence to look a person in the eye. Looking away means you've already accepted your own insignificance. You don't matter. You trust nobody. Because you've already realized nobody gives a damn about you anyway. Vinny understood that. He'd already seen what humans can do to each other. He knew how crappy life could really be. Within 2 months of arriving at Rosa's, Birdie and I filled out until our cheeks were pink and chubby. Rosa scrubbed and mended our clothes, took us to the thrift stores to pick out pretty dresses that she altered on her sewing machine, and threaded ribbons into our clean braided hair. At our new school, Birdie was in her element. All the girls wanted to play with the chatty, smiling new girl. Not with me, the silent, brooding sister standing on the sidelines, waiting to pounce at the first hint of trouble. Our newfound happiness and contentment lasted all of 6 months, until Rosa's estranged husband, Perez, came back. The tiny, neat apartment wasn't big enough for his husky, square-shouldered frame. He swept in like a great thundercloud, blocking the sunlight that streamed through the kitchen windows and making the walls tremble. Muscular arms loaded with packages, he stomped across the floor to shower Rosa with chocolates, cookies, underwear, perfume. Gifts for the wife he'd missed so much. Then he took one look at us, scowled, and carried on as if we were invisible. Birdie was crushed. She batted her eyelashes, tilted her head, and even did a couple of twirls, believing her cuteness was enough to win him over. Enough to guarantee her an instant father. But Perez wasn't buying any of it. He didn't even watch when she recited a poem we learned at school, and then performed the silly dance that went along with it. My hands curled and uncurled into fists at my sides. I even told her she looked stupid, but she didn't listen and shook my hand away. That's when Perez's large fist crashed down on the kitchen table, sending Rosa's frog salt and pepper shakers tumbling to the floor. Birdie froze and dove down to rescue them, but Rosa's chirpiness vanished, replaced by white-faced panic as she grabbed Birdie's arm and chivied us off to the bedroom. I had to drag Birdie there, her heels skidding along the floor, the salt shaker clutched in her hand. Once the door shut, Birdie started to gulp in air as if she was going to cry.
"There's a monster inside that man," she said. I slipped my hand into hers, and together we crept close to the door, our ears pinned to the wall. We heard him tell Rosa stories about his stint in the North Dakota oil patch, about the fortune he'd made then lost, the poker, whiskey, and cocaine that devoured his money. Now all he had left was his dear, sweet Rosa, and maybe she didn't even want him. Now she has 2 foster kids, little brats who weren't even Latina. What does she take him for? Before she could even answer that question, he burst into loud sobs, calling himself a loser and a worthless bum with no right to live. The sobs escalated until the loud scraping noise of chair legs dragging across the floor was followed by the screech of the kitchen drawer being yanked open. I peeked through a crack in the door. He'd taken out a kitchen knife, and he was jabbing at his chest, yelling, "Madre de Dios me destruya." Rosa was plastered against the wall, her hands clamped over her ears. Birdie and I sucked in our breath as he lunged forward, grabbed Rosa's hand, and forced the knife handle into it, screaming, "I'm a worthless piece of shit. Cut my throat. Stab me through the heart." She screamed and wailed, "No, no, te amo, as she tried to yank the knife back. Birdie was frozen to the spot, pee dribbling down her leg. I had to get her out of there, even though I was scared for Rosa. Then someone started banging on the front door. Grasping the knife again, Perez threw Rosa against the wall, charged towards the door and threw it open. On the other side, Vinny stood, muscular arms bulging from a baggy wife-beater shirt, his red hair sticking up at all angles and his whole body shaking. He reached up with one meaty hand and clamped hold of Perez's arm. They faced off like battling rams. Rosa pulled herself to her feet and staggered over to them. She grabbed at Perez's arm, trying to pull him back from the door. But he swatted her like a bug with one heavy blow and sent her crashing against the kitchen table. That was my signal. I grabbed Birdie's hand and we ran. We tore out of the apartment without even putting on our shoes and slid down the stairs. I called emergency from a nearby convenience store, and we ended up at the cop station, eating licorice sticks and Krispy Kreme donuts. We started in on a whole box, a dozen sugar-dipped. Birdie threw up in the garbage can, then sat back and stuffed more into her mouth, scared someone would take them away. We swung our shoeless feet against the chair legs and waited to see who'd come to get us. 3 hours later, the emergency social worker, a pale, spindly thing in a beige trench coat and plaid scarf, woke us up. She drove us back to the group home, barely exchanging a word. After that, we never saw Rosa again, or learned what happened to her, or Perez, or Vinny. I snapped back to reality and realized it was raining, so I started back to the car. Rosa's was not the nightmare place with the flowered wallpaper. Her walls were painted pure white. I knew that because I remembered bright red blood spattered across the white expanse, like a string of tiny flowers sprayed in a diagonal line. I decided to go back and check out the riverside apartment from the previous evening. As I drove, I wondered if Carla might have been picked up from the same spot I met Dane, the place where the Ken doll guy prowled back and forth in his glossy SUV with the tinted windows. But it was noon now, and the nighttime's menace was gone, replaced by the lively bustle of office workers sitting on benches or sprawled on the riverbank eating lunch and enjoying the rush and sparkle of the water. A couple of blocks further north was the in-between place where you might get mugged walking home from the theater or meet a glassy-eyed glue sniffer staggering towards you begging for a quarter. I stopped outside the apartment building where I'd seen Dane. It was a 3-story block of red brick with zero architectural merit, no doubt doomed to come under the wrecker's ball, and made way for yet another swanky riverside condo block. I scanned the windows for the wallpaper room. In the sunlight, the panes appeared dirt-smudged, with broken blinds hanging askew. Then I saw it again. A faded square of orangey-yellow flowers. The sickly expanse that always appeared in the image of Birdie, climbing upwards, hair sprayed out in a static fuzz. Me looking on, my eye throbbing, swollen and painful when I touched it. Then the laughter. A smoker's hoarse laughter. More than one person, men and women. A chemical smell like burning plastic and dried piss. I closed my eyes, pressed my face on the steering wheel, and tried to think of Vegas, though I had no frame of reference, no picture to conjure up the place in my mind. I tried not to think of Birdie climbing or Dane getting into the stranger's SUV, or Carla being lured by some creep in the mall parking lot. When I finally got my breathing under control and dared to look upwards, a parking meter guy was pulling out a pin ready to ticket me. I revved up the engine just before he could plant the ticket on my windshield and screeched away in a cloud of burning rubber. $200 could buy me a nice pair of sandals, and besides, I'd taken down the number of the apartment block. I had to get to Linda Martin's office and tell her I'd remembered something. Maybe it could help us find out what happened to Birdie. 13. Linda Martin had been my social worker when I was placed with the Levines. I hadn't seen her since then. Hadn't needed to. Or maybe hadn't wanted to. Her office was plastered with posters. One was a superhero decal with a big purple SW and the words Super Social Worker emblazoned across. Above her desk, a bright green poster declared, "There can't be a crisis today. My schedule is already full." But the best one featured a trim 50s lady and read, "As a social worker, doing a good job is like wetting your pants in a dark suit. You get a warm feeling, but nobody else notices." I was chuckling at that when Linda's trilling voice interrupted my thoughts. "Anna, I had to do a double take when I saw you there. I barely recognized you." I blinked my eyes twice and looked at her. She was wearing a turquoise jacket I'd seen last year at the clearance section at the Gap, and she'd cut her hair in a short, choppy style that emphasized her sagging jowls. Her attempt at pleasantries left a sour, flat feeling in my gut. I tilted my head away and concentrated on the 50s lady in the poster. She was stylish in a neat Audrey Hepburn suit and Gucci pillbox hat. "Did you pull my file?" "Well, it's been a while, so I had to dig deep to access it." I turned to watch her shuffling through a green folder. "Did you read my email?" Red blobs flared across her cheeks as she lowered her eyes away from me. "I did." "And?" She glanced over some paper she'd taken from the file. "You mention an address." "And I told you about Birdie climbing up the wall? The laughter, my swollen eye?" She sighed and picked up a printout. "I'll read your statement. I remember seeing Birdie climb up a wall with flowered wallpaper. There was a stink of burning plastic in the air. It felt like my eye was injured." She recited, her eyes flickering over the paper. She looked up at me, her eyebrows lifting. "Shall I go on?" Yellow light buzzed around her head. I blinked my eyes. There were penciled-in gaps on her sparse eyebrows. I shook my head. "And what do the records say about that placement?" She sighed, her face settling into a martyr smile. Rainbow letters above her head spelled out the words, "I'm a social worker. I do my own stunts." What was with this hero fixation? "The records show, Anna, that Birdie wasn't with you at that particular placement. Before the Levines." She pursed her mouth so tight, her lips disappeared. She stared at me, tapping the desk, waiting for me to talk. I didn't. I knew silence was poison for people like Linda. So she kept on babbling as she pulled out a dog-eared paper and waved it in the air. "This report shows there's nothing to connect that particular place with her disappearance." I brushed aside the desk magnet with all the little pins sticking to it. "I happen to know she was there. I keep remembering her there. And I remember other placements. Rosa Flores Rivera, the cop station, the donuts. After that, the group home. Then some other useless placement. Then the place with the wallpaper." She sat back, her eyes crinkling with the semblance of pity. I don't mind going over this with you, Anna. The system didn't give you what you needed at that time, and yet you've done so well for yourself. Overcome chronic instability, neglect as well as unbelievable trauma. Some kids never recover from the horrors you've been through. But you've triumphed. Look at the way you're dressed. Gorgeous, she said, her watery eyes devouring my camel coat. Anna, I understand how trauma and chronic grief can change the way you remember events in your life. So I'll clarify it all for you. You were taken from the Rivera place after the double stabbing. What stabbing? We left before anyone was hurt. She shook her head. Mr. Vincent Cavallo, an ex-Marine suffering from PTSD, fatally stabbed Rosa and her husband, Perez. You and Birdie witnessed the whole thing. Luckily, Mr. Cavallo spared the two of you and took you out onto the street just as the police arrived. I vowed I'd never cry again, but the tears started to trickle down my cheeks. That's not how it happened. Vinny was protecting Rosa. Perez stabbed her, then attacked Vinny. That's not the story that the jury heard, Anna. Cavallo was found guilty of killing Perez and Rosa. He wouldn't do that. He was trying to save her. At the time, you said you didn't witness the incident, Anna. I was a kid. My head was mixed up. They decided not to press you for information in view of your age and the traumatic circumstances. He's in jail? Not exactly. He was found to be suffering from severe PTSD. But he's locked up? She nodded. Probably for life. Her voice became so soft I could barely hear her through the buzzing in my head. The emergency social worker took you back to the group home on Artist Street. During that period, you turned 13. A kid hanged himself there, and Birdie got involved with an older crowd. There was substance abuse involved, and she ran away several times after that until she finally disappeared later at the age of 15. No, never, not without me. She reached across the table and took my hand. I ripped it away. That all happened before my time, Anna. But the documentation is all here. There's even a picture of her at an ATM machine with one of the older teens, withdrawing money on a stolen card. She pushed a grainy black and white picture towards me. Two hunched grayish shapes in a glassed-in space, formless blobs that could be anyone. I looked away. This is all a mistake. Why do I keep seeing her in the wallpaper room? Sympathy dripped from Linda's eyes. Like I always tell you, almost 15 years ago, somebody did a sloppy placement job, failed to conduct a thorough background check. You were put into a house of substance abusers. They gave you drugs, bad drugs that messed with your head. The memories are probably hallucinations, Anna, distortions of the truth. I pulled the picture towards me. It was hard to make Birdie out from the massive gray-white pixels, but a hunched form slowly materialized, her hair a shock of black static. I shoved it away. I have to go. Get ready for a trip. I stood up, tipping the chair over in my haste. She moved around the desk, a turquoise smudge. Are you sure you're feeling okay, Anna? You can wait here. I'll get you a coffee. I'll get our psychologist to go over some of the difficult stuff. I had to get air. That office was squeezing the life out of me. Gotta go, I mumbled and flung the door open. I strode past the cubicle offices, avoiding eye contact with anyone, and stopped at the missing posters. Grainy, smiling faces looked out at me, a row of them. But where was Birdie's picture? The one that said, "Have you seen this girl? Disappeared without a trace." Her face. My face. The fuzzy dotted picture of her at the ATM. Tears welled up in my eyes and I looked back. Linda stood at the far end of the hallway watching me, her arms folded, her eyes filled with pity.
The elevator doors swished open and I dove inside. Guy could never know about any of this. I'd always looked out for myself, didn't need anyone sharing my private pain. So I wasn't about to let anyone else into that world. Especially Guy. Too much was at stake. Besides, I'd come this far in my life by treating everyone as an outsider. I burst out into the open air, longing for the calm anonymity of them all. I was drained, sucked out. Only the flowery coconut warmth, the tinkling music and the glitter of new things would soothe me. And I could also check out the shoe stores that I'd forgotten to even glance at the day before. After all, we were going to Vegas for 5 days. I'd need sandals for the pool and some strappy, glitzy evening shoes. Hell, maybe I'd buy 2 or 3 pairs or more if the fancy took me. 14. When the plane took off for Vegas on Sunday evening, I lay back in my seat going over the visit to Linda Martin. She was dead wrong about my memory being distorted. Since I met Guy, my thoughts had been more lucid. No worries about money meant more time to piece together our story, Birdie's and mine. If I could just stay focused. She'd been right about the group home. When Birdie and I were placed back there, we went to Casey's funeral. Casey was a 16-year-old boy who'd hanged himself in the bathroom with a chain of sneaker laces. We didn't want to go, but the staff said we had to pay our respects, even though Birdie said she'd faint if she saw a dead body. But I said I'd be right there for her, so she clung to me the entire car ride there. When we entered the funeral chapel with its sweet stink of formaldehyde and flowers, Birdie clasped my hand so hard, she crushed the bones of my fingers. Karen and Addie, young staff from the home, pushed us forward through the small crowd, herding us ever closer to the wooden casket at the front of the room. Everyone from the group home was there, as well as a few others who looked like Casey's relatives. His mom, a brassy blonde in red stilettos, tight jeans and a skimpy black leather jacket over a pink tank top, sobbed into a spotted handkerchief, her wail soaring up and over the hum of voices. A bald man with an eagle tattoo across the back of his head gathered her into his arms and kissed her hair. "Too late for that show now," whispered Karen. "She never had 2 minutes for him when he was alive," said Addie. "Chose Eaglehead over her own kid." When we reached the casket, Birdie and I were nose level with the body. Birdie pulled back, but Addie was unyielding. "He looks so peaceful," said Karen. "As if he's sleeping," said Addie. "He just looks dead," said Birdie, and I had to agree. There was no life in that stiff doll with its waxy, bloated face. No sign of Casey, the crazy kid with the Minnesota Wild hat scooting along the street on his skateboard. The joker who used to slurp the milk from his Cheerios. Then Birdie would watch as he speared each soggy piece with the tip of his tongue like a lizard. Birdie started to sniffle, rubbing a fist across her eyes, then to cry. "He's dead and gone," she chanted over and over until the sobbing mother stopped her wailing and directed a red-eyed glare at us. I glowered back at her, narrowing my eyes and folding Birdie against my chest. And I asked myself, why did his mom desert him? Abandon him so many times he felt worthless, ashamed, not good enough to be wanted or loved. A stray dog, no home to call his own. "You scared of flying?" a voice said. I blinked my eyes to see Guy staring at me. "You looked like you were going to burst into tears." "It's my first time," I said. I couldn't share my pain with Guy. I hadn't even told him about Carla. Didn't want to burden him with all my worries. His face split into a broad grin. "You're a strange one, Anna. You should have told me this is your maiden voyage. Let's celebrate," he said, kissing my cheek. We were in business class, so within minutes, we were both nursing a glass of chilled Prosecco and nibbling on a succulent turkey and cranberry brioche. "We're flying in at night, so you get to see the Vegas lights and skyline. You're gonna love it," I took a drink and cuddled against his shoulder. I know I will. 5 days of freedom lay ahead. No work, no worries, no memories. And Guy would be away from Gord and all his demands. Gord was in the habit of calling Guy at the same time every night, 9 on the nail, holding Guy hostage for at least half an hour. And there was no way to give him the brush off. Guy would lean back in a chair and close his eyes, as if all he wanted to do was sleep after a long day at school. Not to mention he hadn't even touched the briefcase full of student term papers. Sometimes he rubbed his eyes so hard, his glasses slipped off his nose onto his cheek, and I felt a pang of pity for him. Once I asked him why Gord called so much.
I'm a vital part of the business. Being a consultant with a PhD behind my name lends a certain gravitas and credibility to the entire operation. But Dad still gets a bit riled that he only has a master's.
I just hoped that Gord would lay off the calls while we were away. I wanted this to be a real escape for both of us. Guy was right. I loved Vegas. The town was one giant mall. We walked from one hotel to another, from one glossy shopping area with its fake painted sky, marble walls and granite-tiled streets, to another expanse of premium outlet stores. Cruised entire blocks where fake European monuments from Rome, Venice, Paris, and Florence rubbed shoulders with karaoke bars and yard-long margarita stands. The only time we ventured outside during the day was to the pool, a glassy turquoise expanse of water with a gushing fountain at one end. Tall cypress, drooping palm trees, and cone-shaped shrubs in cream ceramic pots surrounded the pool area. White umbrellas shaded plump couches inside luxury cabanas, and the massive towers of the Aria and Cosmopolitan hotels rose like glittering monoliths in the distance. We lounged on the daybeds, sipping on mojitos until we were so tipsy we slid into the water to cool our heads. We nibbled on sushi, shrimp ceviche, and buffalo wings, then dragged our feet past the clanking slot machines to shower and get dressed for the evening show. Our room was a fountain view suite, with the dancing waters directly below. I stood watching them at the window, Guy's arms around my waist, his warm breath on the back of my neck.
Anything you ask for, Anna, I'll give it to you. I want to make you happy,
he whispered. I've never seen anything so beautiful, I said, thinking this moment was the closest to perfection I'd ever been. The tightness of fear almost slipped away from me when he carried me to the bed. If I could just let go, let that warm, supple feeling take over my body, say I loved him, trusted him, felt safe with him, would climb inside him if I could. But I couldn't find the words, couldn't rid myself of that tiny thread of doubt. Instead, I concentrated on the way he thrust himself into me, clutching him closer, faster, harder, until we both shuddered to a sweaty, trembling climax. He rolled onto his back and trailed a hand across my breast.
Hell, Anna, you're on fire.
At the Cirque show, I soaked in the music, the dazzling costumes and the rainbow spectacle of dancers, aerialists, and gymnasts, while coasting on a perfect buzz from 2 giant gin and tonics stuffed with fresh lime. I'd never seen anything so magical, and had to bite my lip to stem the tears when I remembered all those years of deprivation, the grinding monotony of poverty, the total absence of love and care from anyone after Dennis, the gnawing uncertainty and suspicion about every person in my life. No wonder I'd buried myself in books. Maybe that was when Birdie began to turn away from me. Maybe she had good reason to run away, when I lost myself in a fantasy world that didn't include her. The weight of grief pressed down on my chest until I thought I would suffocate. Then the waitress arrived with our drinks. Another sweating gin and tonic chilled my hand. I gulped it down, thankful it tasted more like a double or triple. By the time we hit the casino, I was flying high. Guy bought me $1,000 worth of chips at the roulette wheel, and within half an hour I was up to $8,000.
He laughed when I gathered up the chips and hurried away from the table towards the cashier.
Keep going, you're on a roll.
No chance, I said, pushing the chips towards the cashier. I'm keeping this. I'd never even seen this much cash, let alone held it in my hands. Wasting it on stupid games seemed like a crime. He shrugged.
Taking risks, Anna. That's what gambling's all about.
I couldn't get far enough away from the jangling machines and flashing lights. Let's eat, my treat. We sat at the restaurant overlooking the fountains and ate scallops and steak washed down with never-ending bottles of wine. Guy chatted about his research project over dinner, something about a special outreach program for homeless kids that he was absolutely committed to seeing through until the end. But the sound of his voice soon merged with the hiss of the fountains and the tinkling of background music. Sparkling lights reflected on the water, making the night so magical I felt free for the first time in years. I could be anyone in this make-believe place. History and substance were irrelevant here. Guy didn't seem to notice my distraction, just kept talking while I continued drinking, my head becoming foggier with each glass of wine. When Guy suggested we go dancing, it seemed like the best idea ever. I'd never been one for dancing or letting loose, but in Vegas I felt like I could fly. The night was a blur after that. We swept into a rooftop club, high above the Strip. A crush of scantily clad bodies milled around us, and music pounded so loud the floor shook. Somehow, I always had a drink in my hand, garnished with pineapples, mint sprigs, cucumber, olives. We wandered by floodlit palm trees and illuminated hot tubs, where the smells of sweat, cologne, and perfume mixed with booze and the musky tang of weed. Guy pulled me onto the dance floor, and I threw my head back to gaze up at the stars, then ground my body into his until he kissed me so hard I gasped for air. Next, I remember speeding down the Strip in an open-topped car. I stood on the seat and stretched my arms towards the sky, screaming and whooping at the top of my lungs. Guy clamped his hands around my hips and pulled me down just as we sped towards a low-hanging tree branch. I fell back onto his lap, nuzzling at his ear, whispering I loved him more than anyone I'd ever met. After that, the stars seemed to swoop down towards me and I passed out.
"Morning, Mrs. Franson," said a voice in my ear.
I tried to open my eyes, but the iron band that gripped my forehead forced them shut. Dim memories emerged from the night before. Standing under an arch of fake pink and white flowers. A man in a gray suit reading from a white book. People laughing around me. A bunch of flowers shoved into my hand. My hand? I touched the left ring finger, felt the smooth rim of a metal band. We're married? I felt Guy bounce onto the bed beside me.
"We are, my darling sexy wife."
You proposed to me? He shook his head.
"I said yes."
A sharp intake of breath.
"You don't remember?"
I think I have to throw up, I said, pulling myself upright as waves of nausea rolled through my body, sending me in a headlong dash to the bathroom, where I sat on the floor, my head poised over the toilet bowl. After the purge, I splashed my face with cold water and took 3 aspirin, then stood under the shower trying to understand exactly what I'd done. Had I really proposed to Guy? The memories were fuzzy. Maybe it happened in the back of that limo. Why had I done it? A catalog of reasons clicked through my mind. If I married him, I'd be safe. He'd take care of me forever. I liked being with him, and the sex was mind-blowing. Besides, maybe this was the closest I'd get to that feeling other people with a normal past called love. The only person I'd ever truly loved was Birdie, and when she'd gone, my heart was torn in two. Afterwards, if I believed Linda Martin, I'd descended into a kind of hell, drifting into homes where I was entrusted to a bunch of weirdos, drunks, and drug addicts.
But Guy offered the ultimate sanctuary. He promised permanence and belonging. What was there to think about? I'd never have to go back to my old life. I could have everything I wanted. The money, the gorgeous home, that bathroom, endless guilt-free shopping. I'd be protected, pampered, loved like I always should have been. What the hell was I worried about? I'd try, I mean really try, to love Guy the way he loved me. When I burst out of the bathroom, he was sulking on the chaise lounge. "So, Mr. Franzen, Mrs. Franzen wants breakfast," I said, smiling as widely as I could. "Let's phone room service for the biggest wedding breakfast ever." "You got it," he said, jumping up like a child who'd been pacified. "Your wish is my command." Later, Guy insisted on taking a walk along the strip. I held onto his hand, jarred by the suffocating heat and a nagging hangover. Guy chattered on as we pushed our way through the crush of tourists. The knots of young guys swigging beer, the micro-skirted bachelorettes and their bridesmaids teetering in 9-inch heels and sucking at yard-long frozen margaritas. We made our way past the sun-baked Mexicans in T-shirts emblazoned with "Girls, girls, girls," snapping their handfuls of escort cards and trying to push one into Guy's hand. He swatted the guy away and kissed me on the cheek. "They're crazy. My wife is the hottest chick around here. No need for a cheap hooker." At one time, I thought Birdie might have come here, drawn by the tinsel and light and glamour. I searched for her face among the girls in thigh-high skirts, even on the billboards of vans that cruised the strip offering hot babes direct to you. Guy's arm circled my waist, propelling me along, past a faded-looking Elvis with ratty toupee and sideburns dripping blackish sweat. He posed next to a hollow-eyed Marilyn Monroe in white halter-necked dress. It cost $10 to pose with both of them, but tourists passed by without a glance. The pulse at the side of my temples throbbed. I breathed mouthfuls of hot, dusty air. Riding the escalators that led to the overpass, I could barely touch the sun-baked rail. At the top, a row of panhandlers begged for money. One with a soft-eyed lab puppy sipping from an ice cream carton filled with water. At the bottom of the escalator, an old woman lay beside the scrubby hedge, head thrown back, a frothy stream of spittle dribbling from her mouth. 2 calloused feet stuck out, one bare, the other dangling a broken sandal. A crowd had gathered, staring, wondering if she was dead, until her husband, a stringy-haired old guy wearing a stained T-shirt and ragged plaid shorts, rose from his sleep behind the bushes and started to yell, "What do you want, a picture or something?" With his hands clenched into fists, he began to dance around like a boxer. Guy propelled me away. "Low-life panhandlers," he hissed. A sour taste filled my mouth. "Don't judge. You don't know what circumstances brought them to this," I snapped. But I didn't want to start a fight, not on my first day of marriage. His hand slipped into mine. "You're such a sensitive soul, and I don't appreciate you enough for it, Mrs. Franzen." Head buzzing and aching to get back into the cool sanctuary of a hotel or mall, I forced a smile and held out my cheek for him to kiss. A trio of topless showgirls, their nipples topped with shiny red tassels, giggled at the sight of us. Guy insisted that he get his picture taken with them. They stood, one foot in front of the other, one hand resting on a tiny hip, the other held up in a dancer's pose. Guy grinned as I clicked the camera, and I imagined that his hand slipped low enough to pinch the pert bum of the youngest one. I snapped the picture again and decided it was just a trick of the sunlight. Birdie always loved to pose. If she wasn't pirouetting on a table, she'd be standing in front of a mirror practicing poses. In the group home, she'd steal lipsticks from the older girls' rooms, plaster it on her already pink lips, then turn her face sideways and pout at her reflection. I'd tell her she was just slapping stinky whale grease on her mouth, and besides it was toxic and carcinogenic. She'd just shrug and tell me not to be such a grouch. "Why don't you just try to enjoy yourself?" she'd say. "Live your life instead of griping all the time and picking out the bad, scary things. That's how you get to be popular." Remembering those words coming from her smudgy lipstick mouth made my throat catch. I swallowed hard.
"We done?"
said Guy, his smile looking strained. I snapped back to the present, but not before a blurry impression flashed across my mind. The white glare of a camera flash illuminating Birdie's swollen red-rimmed eyes. A crudely tattooed hand trying to wipe away smudged mascara. I gasped at the impact of the vision.
"Anna, snap out of it,"
said a voice on the periphery of my consciousness. Then, just as my legs threatened to give way beneath me, a pair of strong hands held me up. "Must be the hangover," I said, feeling Guy's arms grip me tightly. "Or maybe the heat." At the airport, Nancy towered like an elegant giraffe above the knots of friends and relatives. Chic and untouchable in a white windbreaker, she provided a glaring contrast to Gord's shiny spray-tanned face hovering above the bunch of white roses clutched to his chest. He thrust them at me, then grabbed me round the waist and kissed both cheeks as if we'd known each other for years. Nancy swooped in on Guy, kissing his face, stroking his hair, and clinging to him as if he'd been away for weeks. Then, as if she'd just remembered I was standing there, she turned and gathered me to her, crushing my face into her narrow bosom. "I've always longed for a daughter, and now here she is," she said, tears misting her eyes as she held my shoulders to look at me. Jarred by her scrutiny of my naked face, I looked away. My mouth felt like sandpaper and tasted like stale airline coffee. "Don't be shy now. Show me that ring." I held out my hand in the way I'd seen the girls do it on TV, arching my wrist to allow the diamond to twinkle and catch the light. It was a beautiful stone, probably the most expensive item I'd ever owned. We'd shopped for it in the mall at Caesar's Palace once my hangover had receded. I wiggled the finger, loving the tiny rainbows of light that sparkled from each facet of its perfect surface, even though a niggling voice in my head kept saying this could never last, that somehow I'd aim too high and would eventually get my comeuppance. But I knew I'd wanted this, wanted it so badly, and for a long, long time. Nancy held on to my hand long enough to glance from her own diamond ring to mine, as if comparing their size. Quite lovely," she said, pasting on a furtive smile and dropping my hand. "My son always had great taste." Gord slapped Guy on the back.
"It's a rock, son," he said, winking. "You must have woven some kind of spell on our boy, Anna."
They acted like Guy and I had been dating for years. But fake familiarity wasn't new to me. I was raised on it. The shallow type of interest that flares briefly in people you've just met, then quickly fades when reality sets in. When you realize you have absolutely nothing in common and you actually dislike the things you do know about each other. Would this be the case with Guy's family? I hadn't felt that kind of boredom or insecurity with Guy. I like to think the way he cared for me was solid and real, that he appreciated me for who I was, or who I wanted him to believe I was. But he'd never know the real me. I'd make sure of that. The real me was private, strictly off limits. Only Birdie knew me inside and out, and I still had to try and find my way back to her. She was the only person in the world who could see through all my pretense, who could know what I was thinking just from the expression on my face or the tone of my voice, who could stop my breath with just a look or a word. So, being the chameleon I was, I went along with Gord and Nancy and smiled in a modest and daughterly way. "Actually, I think your son enchanted me." I latched onto Guy's arm. "It was the most romantic holiday. Thank you both so much for your generosity." Nancy clasped her hands together. Tears pooled in her eyes as she tilted her head and let out a long sigh. "So sweet. But you must allow us to have a little celebration this weekend. Just a few close friends and relatives to mark the occasion." A sudden gust of air conditioning chilled my skin, and somewhere in a far corridor a muffled voice announced final call for a flight to London. I briefly imagined dropping everything and running until I found that departure lounge and stormed my way onto the plane. Instead, I leaned in closer to Guy, resting my face against him.
"We'd be delighted, Mom, wouldn't we, Anna?"
He nudged my shoulder. "Absolutely," I said, already dreading the thought of a day in the friends and family spotlight. "We'd really appreciate it," was all I could muster. All I wanted was a nap in the back seat of the car, but Nancy chatted nonstop the entire journey home about wedding cakes, canapes, and champagne. "I must come with you to buy a dress, Anna. We'll find something white, floaty, and exquisite. I mean, not a formal wedding dress, but maybe a little retro number with a pillbox hat and veil. Or perhaps you'd prefer a circlet of flowers and something long and lacy. A touch of pre-Raphaelite romance." I supposed if it meant another shopping trip, I'd accommodate her. "Late closing on Thursday. We'll do it then," I said, reaching for Guy's hand. "Perfect," Nancy said, turning to look at Gord and stroke the side of his face. "I can't wait."
"Of course, sweetheart," he said. "Go out and buy the most beautiful dress for our new daughter-in-law. No expense spared."
"That's too generous," I protested.
"Money no object for family,"
he said, glancing into the rearview mirror, and as the sudden glare of streetlights illuminated his face, the knot of dread in my stomach twisted tighter. 15. When school started up again, all the female teachers clucked around me like predatory hens. At lunchtime, Sabrina grabbed my hand and studied the ring. It blazed like a sparkler in the bright lights of the staff room. "You conniving little bitch. I've never known such a smooth operator. You go out with this gorgeous guy maybe 2-3 times, then he's begging you to move in. He showers you with expensive clothes, whisks you off on holiday, and boom, you're a freaking item. The two of you, Mr. and Mrs. Franson. How did you do it? I mean, you could sell your secret to all of us lonely, aging singles knocking ourselves silly trying to get a date." I tucked my hand into my jeans pocket. I didn't do anything. Which was technically true, though the events of that drunken night in Vegas still weren't exactly clear in my mind. As far as I was concerned, I'd let events unfold and allowed myself to be carried along on the Franson family juggernaut. "Wish I could believe that. You must be giving some fantastic blowjobs or something. You realize you've landed the motherlode here. You're now entitled to half of all he owns, and that will eventually include Daddy's empire." She leaned forward and grasped my hand, her eyes wide. "You didn't sign a prenup, Anna. Tell me you didn't do anything stupid like that." I shook my head. "You want to come to our wedding celebration?" Her eyes lit up. "It's at my in-laws. I don't have anyone else to ask." "You have just made my week, babe," she said, enveloping me in a minty hug. "I'll be your unofficial maid of honor. Hey, maybe there's a rich relative or family friend who's into mature women. Maybe I can strike gold too. And we can have our mani-pedis and spa days together." Though the prospect of lounging with her in a tanning booth or nail salon was possibly the most sickening idea ever, I was relieved there'd be someone there to talk to among all those friends and relatives and friends. "You can borrow one of my dresses," I said, and her eyes went all misty and wide. I drove home that day thinking Sabrina was a poor substitute for Birdie. Birdie should have been my maid of honor like we'd always promised each other. As kids, we'd linked pinkies, nicked our palms, swapped blood, and vowed there'd be no one else in the wedding party. Even though we never talked about what it might be like to be married, because in our world, marriage was a fleeting experience, something chaotic, painful, and potentially fatal. That sobering thought drove me back to the group home on Artist Street. I parked outside and tried to picture Birdie sitting on the front steps, hands dug into the pockets of her hoodie, hunched over a cigarette. She started smoking when we came back to the group home after leaving Rose's place. After the murders.
Her hands shook so badly she could barely brush her hair or clean her teeth. Maybe it was the stabbing, the sight of all that blood spattered across the wall. Some pimply loser kid offered her a drag of his Marlboro, and she never looked back. The smoking calmed her down. We were only 12, and she was already on a pack a day by the time she was 13. It was the smoking that got her involved with the bad kids. The step out back was the domain of stoners, dopeheads, and budding criminals. Lonnie was the first one to take a shine to Birdie. She was 16, the daughter of an alcoholic father and meth addict mother. She was also a chronic shoplifter who spent the day cruising drugstores stealing flu medication, toothpaste, razors, shampoo, soap, and other small items. Once she'd collected enough, she'd head out into the seedier parts of Hennepin to sell them, and make enough to buy her daily weed. The first time we went out with her was the beginning of the end between Birdie and me. I was hunched up in the corner of my bed reading. Birdie rushed in, eyes sparkling, arms flapping. "Lonnie wants us to come shopping with her." "I'm busy." "She says she needs me. I'm a star actor, and she's really popular. She doesn't even have to ask us, but she did. She chose us." "To do what?" Birdie shrugged. "Who cares? It's better than staying in, and she promised me lip gloss." I went grudgingly, mainly to protect Birdie, who was so gullible she'd do anything for attention. Birdie brought me to Lonnie as if taking me into the presence of a visiting queen. A huddle of older kids stood around the step outside, slouching and smoking. At the center was Lonnie, an imposing figure with a spiky red buzz cut, flinty garnet eyes that gleamed from a hollow-cheeked face, and a barbed wire bracelet tattooed around her wrist. I'd thought I was tough, but Lonnie towered over us with her sinewy, muscular body. Rumor had it she could bench press almost 200 pounds. Nobody messed with her in the group home. She was at the top of the pecking order. Birdie pushed me forward. "This is my sister, Anna." I took a deep breath. My stomach turned a somersault. "We're not stealing anything," I squeaked. Did I just hear some little lowlife backtalk?
Amidst the flow of words, stillness is the most important bridge. Now let Anapos. Listen to a relaxing meditation piece together. Gently close your eyes, turn your attention inward, and rediscover your own inherent balance.
"Me?" said Lonnie, pulling herself up to full height and looking at me with such disdain I felt my inside shrink. Despite my defiance, she dragged us both to a shabby strip mall, drugstores and convenience stores next to pawn shops and instant cash stores. Lonnie said we'd hit the drugstore first, and our job was to cause a diversion by dropping something, asking a lot of questions or crying so loudly the clerk would leave the cash desk. "They won't suspect skinny little white girls like you," she said, jamming her red spikes into a green knitted cap. I was about to open my mouth to tell her that actually we weren't sure if we were totally white, because Dennis told us we came from a big mixed-up set of folk from some small town in the north of the state. But Birdie nudged my shoulder hard and I shut up. After 2 stores, Lonnie told me to wait outside. She pinned me up against the wall with one hand, her face so close I could see the pimples on her chin. "Your sister's cool, but your sourpuss face is gonna rile them up in there. Park your skinny ass out here and don't move unless I tell you to." I stood out in the cold, seething. I'd promised not to let go of Birdie, and now here we were, hanging out with shoplifters. Accessories to a crime. And no one gave a damn about where we were. No mom meeting us from school in our SUV. No milk and cookies waiting back home on the kitchen table. Nobody reminding us to get our homework done or be home early from a friend's house. The other kids at school always complained about how their parents pissed them off with all their questions and interference. I wanted to scream at them. Tell them how lonely it is to know that no living person has you on their mind. No mother, father, brother, grandma, grandpa. Nobody. Only Birdie. We had each other, and that was that. When Birdie burst out of the front door of the store, red-eyed and swollen-cheeked after a successful sobbing session, I was so mad I grabbed her arm to drag her away before Lonnie came out. "The cops are going to catch you, and then what? You'll be in juvie." But she dug in her heels and refused to budge. It was the first time she'd ever disobeyed me. I yanked her arm, my heart bursting at how light and skinny it felt. She shrieked and pulled back, so I wound up and slapped her face so hard her head snapped sideways. She slumped against the wall, a frail bag of bones, hand plastered to the side of her cheek. I froze. I knew I'd gone too far. "I didn't mean it, Birdie, I swear!" I screamed at the sight of the red raised welt swelling across her cheek. "I hate you, you bitch!" she shrieked, lunging at me and smacking her skinny hands against my chest. "Nobody likes you. You spoil everything. You're evil and jealous and pissed off all the time." Her fingers were hard and bony like bird claws scrabbling across my skin. Passers-by glanced sideways at us, then averted their eyes and rushed by. That's when Lonnie swooped out and waded in between us. "Cut it out, you crazy little fuckers," she yelled, yanking my arms away from Birdie. "Someone's gonna call the cops if you keep this up." Once she'd separated us, she grabbed Birdie's hand. "You can come with me, but your bitch of a sister can fuck right off." She glared at me, then turned back to Birdie. "Her or me? Your choice." Birdie scowled at me, her hand cradling the welt on her cheek. "Yeah, she can fuck right off." Her words were knives stabbing at my heart. The ground tilted underneath me. Only this time it wouldn't straighten itself. They walked away, but I tagged along behind. "Where are you taking her?" I croaked, running alongside them. "Did I hear someone talking, or was it a pig grunting?" said Lonnie, turning her head to smile down at Birdie. "Oink, oink," said Birdie, giggling. She slipped her hand into Lonnie's, and I started to cry, tears burning down my cheeks. "Don't go with her, Birdie. Don't leave me. I'm sorry." Birdie just looked round at me and pursed her lips. I'd never seen her look through me like that. "You have snot bubbles coming out of your nose. Ick," she said, then trotted away with Lonnie. I drifted back to the group home, barely noticing the rain that drove against my face. Nobody noticed me coming in drenched. Maybe Birdie was right. None of them liked me. The night supervisors didn't even look up from their Mario Kart game, and the assistant had her nose buried in a pile of school books. The other kids were gathered around the TV watching Survivor. I ran up to my room and flopped onto the bed, stuffing the pillow into my mouth to stop anyone hearing my howling. Not that they'd care anyway. Much later, when Birdie returned, my eyes were sore and dry, and my heart was a chunk of ice. I turned to the wall and concentrated on the weird orange peel texture of the paint. A sweet, skunky stink floated in with her, just like the weed smokers at the back of the house. My stomach heaved at the thought of Lonnie giving Birdie weed, but I bit my lip and pretended to be asleep. I felt her standing above me, breathing lightly. The air hung heavy and hot in the room. "Sorry," she said in a small, slurry voice. I stared at the wall. "I said I was sorry." I chewed at my lower lip and stayed silent. I'd make her pay. "Suit yourself," she said. When she finally left the room, I was paralyzed with regret. I wanted to run after her and tell her I forgave her, but my voice was trapped inside my body. Later on, when I calmed down and was really ready to forgive her, I wandered into the lunchroom. But it was too late. A cluster of older kids stood in a circle, caking off at Birdie, who was shoving fistfuls of chocolate raisins into her mouth. "I've got the munchies," she chanted, over and over. Then she filled her mouth again, chomping on the candy and letting the chocolate dribble down her chin. When she smacked the side of her bloated cheek, a stream of chocolate pulp shot down her chin and t-shirt. Anything for an audience. That was Birdie. I hung around on the outside watching, my legs paralyzed, unable to step forward and pull her away. When she started drinking milk and shooting it out from her nostrils, I looked away, sick to my stomach, then drifted back to the bedroom. I woke up much later. The moon shone through the window. Birdie was sleeping behind me, snoring, her arms wound tightly round my waist. She stirred and mouthed sorry, her lips sticky with chocolate. Guy was teaching a night class, so I left the group home and drove by them all. My mind settled the moment I stepped into the scented warmth. Glassed-in elevators swished up and down. Escalators hummed from one white balconied floor to another. Sunlit evening sky glowed through the skylights. I passed all the familiar stores as if I was walking down my neighborhood street. Nancy had called earlier to excuse herself from our shopping trip. Apparently, the PowerPoint for Gord's new keynote address needed work and she couldn't be spared. I was relieved. I preferred shopping alone anyway. Company always broke my concentration and prevented me from getting into the zone of maximum satisfaction. Besides, they never put up with my idiosyncrasies. I'd go down a row of garments at least 3 times, pulling out the clothes, turning them around and around, checking out the place of origin, the washing instructions, etc. I'd try on armfuls of dresses, tops, and pants, then go through them all again to ensure I was making the right choice. Then I'd get to the front of the checkout line, spot a cute little jacket or fancy belt hanging nearby, and give up my spot to go rooting through the racks again. Nancy's patience probably wouldn't stretch that far. After 3 hours of circling the best boutiques, I found the perfect dress, creamy white with a lace-trimmed bodice, white straps that wrapped under the bust line, and a long floaty skirt. I swirled around in front of the mirror, knowing Birdie would have loved it. It was a dress she could only dream about. Then I stopped in at the lingerie store, mainly to see if Carla had shown up again or if anyone had seen her. On the way in, I just had to pick up the white lace corset with pink bows and the matching bra. Guy would get a kick out of it. My husband, Guy. I'd hardly let myself say it. I had a husband, someone who'd worry about me. It hadn't really hit me until then. I actually had a family. Husband, mother-in-law, father-in-law, and, what's more, they were loaded, and they seemed to like me. Or at least they put on a good show. I could live with that. But the weight of the dress in the white and gold bag and the armful of sinful lingerie I'd accumulated under my arm were enough to allay any misgivings I might have about my new family. Besides, if they turned out to be total shits, I'd always have them all. Forever. It was legal and official. Half of everything he had was mine. Maybe that's why Sabrina was the only person I tolerated. She didn't mince words, and she always spoke the truth. Carla wasn't there. Not at the cash desk or working the change rooms or circulating the floor. I asked one of the other girls. She frowned and took off her earpiece. Who? Carla. She was in cash. Haven't seen her for a couple of weeks. She didn't show up and never called or anything, said the girl, plugging in her earpiece and flouncing off. Next thing I knew, I was driving along the riverfront to see if Carla had drifted back to the streets. It was so easy to be pulled back to that life. In the mall, she was under the lights, had to struggle to be accepted. But the streets didn't judge you. They were always there, waiting to suck you back into their darkness. There were no interviews, no deadlines, no judgments. You just wandered right back, as if you'd never left, regardless of all your flaws and weaknesses. Birdie always said that. Or maybe I said it to her, years after the group home. My head ached. I couldn't remember exactly when or where those words were uttered. It was dusk. Streetlights flickered on along the riverside. I cruised past the Whole Foods market and the French bakery, headed towards the narrow, deserted area shaded by trees where the bridge crosses the road, creating a quiet, shadowy enclave. A perfect place for doing things you don't want anyone else to see. It wasn't dark enough yet for the kids to be out, so I pulled over to the side and waited. That's when I saw the guy again. The kin guy with the perfect hair and goatee who'd picked up Dane at the riverfront. He drifted by in his SUV, slowing down when he passed me. His sunglasses glinted like small mirrors, my face reflected in them. His car pulled up, maybe 100 yards ahead, and the door opened. I shrank back against my seat and watched. He wore expensive shoes, shiny tan loafers, a gray polo shirt, and a black zip-up wind jacket with a Vikings insignia. I tapped on my steering wheel, my breath fogging the windshield. I wanted to march up to him and ask him why he was crawling around here picking up vulnerable kids. He stood around for a minute until his phone rang. Then he started walking back and forth past his car, yakking. He had one of those Bluetooth headsets on that make you look like a crazy person talking to yourself. I shoved on my sunglasses and shrunk lower in my seat, even though he'd already checked me out. He stopped and glanced once again in my direction, shook his head and got back into his car. He was still talking when he revved up his engine and drove off so fast he sent a spray of gravel into the air. Maybe he wasn't really a sick creep. Or maybe I'd scared him off and saved one kid for tonight at least. It was a start. 16. I locked myself in our bathroom the day of Nancy's wedding due. I'd popped a zit, made a mess of my chin, and my eyes had dark hollows under them after 3 nights spent running the events of Birdie and Lonnie's first shoplifting trip through my brain. I viewed the day from every possible angle, agonizing about how I could have done things differently. If only I'd run faster or straightened up my sour face and gone along with them, I could have stopped Lonnie from getting Birdie into drugs. Instead, I'd sulked like a brat and sent Birdie off into the streets where creepy men lurked around in their shiny Lexus SUVs. Now they were probably circling around Carla like vultures, sniffing a fresh kill. Guy knocked on the bathroom door. "Are you ready, Anna?" "I can't go. Call them. Cancel it." Shuffling feet, clearing throat. "Open the door, Anna. Let's talk." "Nothing to talk about. Your relatives will hate me." "I love you, Anna. That's what counts. Let me in." "What happens if I don't?" "I have a key. I can get in anyway." I opened the door and sat back down on the toilet. Guy came over and folded his arms around me. "You're a prickly little thing, Anna. That's why I love you." "I forgot what it's like to be around family. I don't know how to act." He folded me into his arms and rocked me like a child. I nuzzled his scented neck and wondered how Gord could have spawned such a gentle, empathetic son. It must have been Nancy's influence. The nurturing kindergarten teacher treasuring every silly utterance, every childish sketch, every stumbling step of his growing years. Teaching him to share, use your words, don't bully, be kind. Unless there was another side to Guy that I hadn't seen yet, I couldn't help remembering Dane's words, the first time I read his journal. Those people have layers, the outer respectable layer that everyone sees. Nice clothes, sweet cars, manicured nails, designer cologne, a good job, wallet full of cash and plastic. Peel that back and you find the inner layers, the bad boy layer. I felt Guy's hand stroke my hair. Earth to Anna. I blinked my eyes. Sorry, it's just last-minute nerves. You were like in a trance. I have a lot on my mind. He turned my face towards him. I told you already. If you ever want to talk to me about anything to do with your past or your family, I'm here to listen. Maybe it'd help to share it with me. I shook my head. I couldn't let him in. Not now. Not yet. When you're ready, then. I nodded. Okay. But how should I act around all your family and friends? Imagine you're at a parent-teacher meeting. We don't have them. The parents of my students are either at work doing their second or third job or out partying. He sighed. Okay. Imagine they're all naked, and that'll put just the right kind of smirk on your face. Drink plenty of champagne. Eat. You'll be fine. It's only a few friends and a couple of aunts and uncles. Oh, and some cousins. You'll stay beside me the whole time? Promise I won't let you out of my sight, he said, stroking the curve of my jawline and planting a kiss on my lips. I let him carry me to the bedroom and dress me in the floaty dress. After I touched up my makeup, he appeared behind me carrying something that glittered like fire. Hold still, he said, draping a necklace of tiny diamond-encrusted feathers round my neck. Every bride needs something old. This was my grandmother's. Mom told me to give it to you. He reached into his pocket and took out a small crocodile skin box. And something new. I flipped it open to find diamond drop earrings in the shape of flowers. While I was fastening them on, he gently took hold of my foot and raised it so he could slip the cream and blue lace garter around my ankle and up my leg. You forgot the borrowed part, I said, holding his face and kissing him. All the bad stuff went away when Guy was around me. Humph, he said, stroking his chin. What can you borrow? Then I had a brainwave, a brilliant flash of light with Birdie standing in the center of it. It's okay, I have something. Wait right there. I ran to the closet where my old suitcase had been pushed into a corner, still packed. I dragged it out, careful not to touch its dusty surface on the perfect silk of my dress. I'd borrow something of Birdie's. I'd kept a few things of hers that I'd get out every now and then to remind me of her. A waft of musty air hit me when I opened the case. A fusty mix of mold, damp, and rancid cooking oil was a powerful reminder of my other life. Debt-ridden and miserable in a run-down apartment. Under all the cheap, creased clothing, a black velvet box was tucked into the corner. Inside was a silver ring with a square green gem flanked by 2 pale blue stones. She'd lifted it from Kmart on one of her jaunts with Lonnie. Afterwards, she'd get that ring out every night and put it on, then move her finger up and down so it sparkled and caught the light. From the moment I saw it, I wanted that ring. I remember lying on the frayed pink bedspread at the group home and watching her as she twirled around in front of the mirror, pouting and holding it to her face. But no matter how much I pleaded to try it on, she shook her head. A spiteful smile twisted the corners of her lips as she stuffed it in the inside pocket of her ratty green parka. When Guy called to ask if I was ready, I snapped the suitcase shut. Next time he was teaching evening class, I'd throw it in the garbage. Now I was married with an unlimited supply of money and credit. I had no need of any of that cheap stuff from my old life. But first I twirled around in front of the mirror, looking at myself. I pouted and fluttered my eyelids like Birdie used to. The ring flashed like green fire under the halogen lights. So pretty, so shiny. Now I would sparkle for her, the way she always wanted to. Wearing her ring would bring her closer to me, as if she was with me at my wedding reception. The long driveway up to Gordon Nancy's place was a gallery of Porsches, BMWs, Jaguars, Mercedes, and a smattering of SUVs. I always shivered at the sight of them. Large silver ghosts drifting through the night, their drivers concealed by a shield of tinted glass. You cold or scared? Asked Guy, reaching a hand over to steady me. Just spooked, I said, chewing my lip. "Smile and be gorgeous. You'll enchant them," he said, pulling up to the front door. "Just let them have their day."
By this time, Nancy, luminous and sleek in a shimmering gray gown with a choker of large pearls, had appeared at the open door waving frantically at someone behind her. Guy held the car door open for me, and I stepped out like Cinderella from her coach. I said to myself, "Birdie, are you watching?" as I glided up the driveway on the arm of my handsome husband. 3 little girls dressed in crisp white party dresses burst out from the house, carrying silver baskets and throwing pink rose petals at our feet.
"My cousin Ronnie's daughters," whispered Guy. "They're sweet kids."
Silver pots of white hydrangeas filled the foyer with a sweet, heady smell, and we entered the living room to a sea of faces. Maybe it was the flickering candles that cast long shadows across the walls. Or maybe it was the fact that I hadn't eaten a thing that day, but I was so lightheaded I almost fainted. Guy caught my elbow, and someone dressed in a white shirt and black skirt thrust a drink into my hand from a silver tray. Gord's voice boomed out,
"The bride and groom, Mr. and Mrs. Franson,"
and champagne bubbles fizzed up my nose amid a loud burst of cheers and applause. Soon people I'd never met were hugging and kissing me, wishing me a long, happy marriage. I mumbled out a few thank yous and tried to fix a smile on my face. Guy eventually rescued me, steering me towards the food table.
"Eat something before you pass out from starvation."
He fed me some creamy little confection made of mushroom, cheese, and garlic. I ate too, followed quickly by a couple of skewers of spicy sauté chicken. Gradually, the dizziness receded, and my head cleared enough to take another glass of chilled champagne, then follow Guy around the room to be introduced to friends and family. I made passable small talk, mostly chatting about my job and dodging any questions about family or the past. In return, I got the usual tilted head and simpering smile, together with stock comments like, "Teaching must be such rewarding work," or "How wonderful to actually make a difference." All of which really meant I wouldn't be caught dead working for peanuts with reprobates, lowlifes, and dropouts, but someone has to do it, and I'm glad it's you. I put my hand to my heart, Oprah style, and pasted on a glowing smile. My career was a guaranteed conversation stopper, so they invariably moved on. Eventually, I receded into the background, content to let Guy do the talking. At one point, we ended up near Gord, who was holding court with a bunch of friends and colleagues. Impeccable in an expensive navy suit and sharp white shirt, he was talking up his latest app designed for struggling readers. I gazed in awe. He had the gall of a Wild West snake oil salesman. Gord's heart didn't just bleed when he talked about his work. It gushed a stream of saccharine platitudes and stale cliches. Words like differentiation, rigorous core standards, data-driven instruction, action-oriented, forward-driven, relentless pursuit of excellence, stakeholder involvement, enhanced observation guidelines, synergistically accountable, raise the bar, close the gap, and reap the benefits poured from his mouth. His audience stood, glassy-eyed. I couldn't tell whether they were awestruck or bored. My face must have reflected that thought because he glanced at me and the stream of words faltered for a minute. He looked like a kid caught with his hand down his pants. Under the tan, his face flushed and he threw back his drink, then shot a quizzical look my way. I didn't want to cause any waves at this early stage of our relationship and lowered my gaze. "Bathroom," I said, patting Guy's arm.
"You okay?"
he said, kissing my forehead. I handed him my glass. "Great." Gord started up again after I'd left the circle, and all I could think of was how much I wanted to snoop around the beautiful bathroom. A section of the massive mirror turned out to be a medicine cabinet containing a large collection of pills. Vicodin, Valium, Percocet, Xanax, Klonopin, and all from Mrs. Nancy Franson. Seemed life with Gord wasn't exactly a picnic. I'd suspected as much. I tipped a few from each container into a Kleenex and stuffed them into my underwear. If the dreams about Birdie got too real, I'd drop a couple to get past the pain. The bathroom led into a walk-in closet as large as a bedroom. Lit by 3 crystal chandeliers, its walls were lined with ribbed aqua blue silk. A long row of tailored suits, plastic-wrapped shirts and sweaters took up one side, and on the other, Nancy's monochromatic wardrobe of well-cut jackets, silky shirts, pants and sheath dresses. 2 towering shelves were filled with designer shoes, Gucci, Comme des Garçons, Saint Laurent, Prada. I pulled a few drawers open. Perfectly folded scarves, gloves, neutral underwear. Then I lifted up the stack of beige and gray undies and found a fat cachet of frilly lacy panties. Red, pink, cream, leopard print. So Gord and Nancy did have a little fling every now and again. Someone tried the door handle, so I slipped out of the closet, flushed the toilet, and opened the door. I was just about to paste on a smile again when I came face to face with the SUV man from the riverfront. He stepped back, smiling.
"Excuse me," he said. "Have we met?"
I stepped aside. "Don't think so." He stroked the silver goatee.
"I'm sure we have. Wait, it'll come to me."
"You must be thinking of someone else," I said, pushing past him. He held up both hands.
"Sorry, could be mistaken, but I swear I thought... Anyway, congratulations,"
he said, pushing the washroom door open. I stood in the hallway, my heart slamming against my chest. I needed to know why he was here tracking in sludge from that other secret world of mine. Guy appeared from around the corner.
"You get lost in there?"
he asked, holding out his arms. I ran up and caught him around the waist. "Who's that guy?" I said, as the man left the washroom and swished by, patting Guy on the shoulder.
"Why, you got the hots for him?"
I shook my head. "I've seen him somewhere, but I can't place him." Guy led me back into the packed living room.
"That's Peter Carras. He's some kind of social worker. Works on Dad's projects a lot."
I remember thinking that might explain why he might have been hanging around the riverfront, but it didn't totally satisfy me. I decided to keep him on my radar and follow him next time I saw him cruising the dark side. But Sabrina had just arrived, all decked out in a figure-hugging orange dress that clashed with Nancy's carefully placed hydrangea posies, and she was talking loud enough to drown out the rest of the guests. I swept across the room to rescue her from my mother-in-law's pursed-lipped platitudes. 17. After the wedding party, Sabrina treated me in a whole different way. The pushy, ballsy woman morphed into a humble devotee who stared at me awestruck. When she finally pounced on me in the staff room at lunchtime, she couldn't restrain herself another minute. She leaned towards me, her fork hovering in the air above her kale and quinoa salad, and spoke in a confidential whisper as if we were members of an exclusive club. "That place was to die for, right out of a soap opera," she said, checking that Daphne and her crew hadn't heard. "And the bathroom, like a luxury spa. I was afraid to pee in their freaking toilet." When I told her Nancy had a spray in the washroom that neutralized poo smell, she almost fell off her chair laughing. "But your father-in-law, sorry to say it, he's a tool. Said he didn't remember me from that conference I told you about, when I know for sure I had my knee against his crotch for at least 30 seconds. Can't say I know him well enough yet to make a judgment," I said, munching on the smoked salmon bagel Guy had made me. He'd been so sweet since the wedding. Besides, I'm not married to him, am I? You marry someone, you're married to their family. Believe me, I know. I've turned down a couple of hot, ripped guys because their parents were major assholes. Sometimes you gotta put up with shit to get shit, I said, pulling a container of fresh raspberries from my lunch bag. Sabrina lowered her fork and narrowed her eyes. She smiled a slow, knowing grin. You, Anna Holt, are one materialistic little bitch, she said, her face cracking into a blinding smile. But don't you forget to introduce me to any eligible relatives or friends of the family. Single, widowed, newly divorced, weird, nerdy, don't matter. I'm very flexible." I smiled, knowing with absolute certainty I had no intention of allowing her near Guy or any member of his family. "Will do," I said, spearing a plump berry and watching the juice spread like fresh blood onto the white plastic. Carla still hadn't shown up at school. Only Dane and 2 other buddies of his came to class every day. Sabo, with the sable black mohawk and ripped trench coat held together with safety pins, and Martin, with the purple-tipped hair and tongue piercing. But Dane was the only one who actually talked to me. The others drifted in, wrote their journals, and read a lot. I asked Dane if he'd seen Carla. He shook his head. "Nah, but some kids said she might have met some guy at the mall who promised to get her into modeling." A wave of nausea rolled through my gut. That was the oldest con trick in the book. "Which guy?" "From the mall. Downtown. He owns a record store. Told her he'd seen her around and thought she'd be great for promo work." "You know where?" "I think it's Tunes. By the gamer store. But like I said, I haven't seen her. It's maybe just a rumor." "Thanks, Dane. I appreciate the info." He shrugged and took his journal from my desk. On the way home, I drove towards the downtown mall. News about Carla was a swift reminder that even the mall wasn't a safe place for lost kids. One time, Birdie told me about the guys who hung out there, trying to pick up kids nobody cared about. They'd drift up with their crooked smiles, hands stuck into the pockets of their fake leather bomber jackets, paunch straining the front of their polo shirts. They'd offer cigarettes or chocolate and tell little girls how pretty they were, and ask them to model for some photo shoot or video. At first, Birdie said she'd gotten all starry-eyed and almost fell for it, thinking it would be the way to launch her dream career as a famous movie actress. But Lonnie put her straight. She barreled right in between Birdie and the middle-aged loser and told him to go screw your dog instead. For once, I said a silent thank you to Lonnie for protecting Birdie, who, left to her own devices, would probably hold out her hand and let any weasel-faced perv lead her away to porn land. I parked the car in a side street and sat nursing my coffee and gazing at the dark brown buildings linked by glassed-in crosswalks. Some city planner had introduced fancy street lamps and colored street banners in an effort to brighten the place up, but all I could feel was a sense of brooding darkness, an absence of sunlight and air. This place was very important to Birdie and me. Bad things had happened here. I knew because I felt that familiar sense of dread squeezing my gut. We'd started coming here when we were still at the group home, a place where we'd begun to feel settled. But as usual, nothing was ever permanent in our lives. Some well-meaning person always moved us on, whether we wanted to go or not. I remember the day they took us away from there. It was a muddy spring afternoon. Dirty, half-thawed snow flecked the sidewalks, and I'd skipped school, faking a stomachache. Tammy, the supervisor, didn't care if I stayed away from school. She was in her final year of nursing, and exams loomed on the horizon, followed by the prospect of a raunchy spring break week in Fort Lauderdale, if she passed. She came around and checked on us every few hours, mostly to see we weren't shooting up or hanging ourselves from a coat hook. But she was a major pushover. We were into our teens by then, and didn't give a damn. If we didn't want to follow orders, we just got right up into her face and lipped off at her. She usually shrugged and backed down. I was enjoying a rare moment of peace and quiet, lying on the couch in the TV room, sipping tea and polishing off a pack of white chocolate chip macadamia nut cookies. The Young and the Restless chugged along at a snail's pace. I loved that show. The expensive clothes, every room with a giant arrangement of cut flowers, every woman made up to the teeth and sporting chunky, glittering jewelry and rhinestone-encrusted earrings that they only took off to answer the phone. People fell in and out of love, plotted, connived, cried, died, got possessed by demons, ran away, then returned to big, comfy fortunes. It was all there in glorious color, an hour of pure escapism every day.
I was just nodding off to sleep when the front door burst open and Marion, our social worker of the moment, marched in holding Birdie by the arm. Birdie mouthed, "I'm fucked," to me, and I jerked upright, spilling the last of the cookies on the floor. "Shit," I said, reaching to catch them. "Sit," snapped Marion, pushing Birdie towards the couch and reaching into her black briefcase for her notebook. She flipped through it and directed her pale blue eyes onto me. "Why aren't you at school?" "I'm sick," I said, wondering how the irises of her eyes could be almost the same color as the white. It gave her face a weird zombie look. "Well, at least you aren't out committing felonies like your sister. I guess that's something in your favor." She bustled around the place, looking for staff, finally spotting Tammy, hunched over the pile of books at the kitchen table. She marched over, leaving Birdie and me alone. "Pass me one of them macadamia cookies," said Birdie. "I'm starving." "Those?" I said. "And they've been on the floor." "Don't care." She reached for them. "Haven't eaten since yesterday lunch." "Where'd she find you?" "At the mall. I went with Lonnie and Dwayne. Lonnie jacked some lip gloss in the drugstore. Cameras caught her. I wasn't doing nothing." "Anything," I said, taking a cookie and chewing it slowly. "Excuse me, anything," she said, sticking her face into mine. "It was an ugly color anyway. Some black color. Squid ink, they called it." I pushed her away. "You stink. Why don't you go take a shower?" "Bathroom's gross. I found pubic hairs on the tub." "Clean it." She shrugged, and I tried to concentrate on the TV again. Nikki and Victor were getting dressed for a big dinner dance. Victor zipped up Nikki's red satin dress and kissed the back of her neck. "Horny old perv," said Birdie, reaching for another cookie. "He's what you call suave or distinguished. Doesn't matter that he's old. He's got money and nice clothes, and he smells nice. Unlike you." "Yick. You can keep him. I like them young and smooth. Old ones are too hairy." "What do you know about that?" She nibbled around the edge of a cookie. "Enough. I kissed Dwayne, and Lonnie told me about the old ones." "What does she know?" "They pay her to do things. You'd puke if you knew, so I'm not going to tell you." I was just about to twist her arm back until she told me, when Marion stormed back in. "Go upstairs and pack your stuff. I'm taking you out of here. Supervision's too slack for minors like you." Birdie sat back on the couch, mouth filled with cookie, tears flooding her eyes. "I like it here. I have friends." Marion's eyes flared, her lips pressed together, and she threw back her shoulders. "You call them friends. Taking you on shoplifting trips, feeding you drugs. It's in your best interest that you're removed from their destructive peer influence." I hated it when Birdie blubbered. Her nose got all snotty. Strings of saliva dripped from her mouth, and her face turned red and puffy. She looked way worse because she'd plucked all her eyebrows off. Me, I just sat there mute and still, a frozen lump of ice where my heart once was. I didn't care about anything. Even Birdie had turned away from me since she met Lonnie. But I felt a faint tremor of hope. Maybe this move could be a chance to win her back, to rip her away from Lonnie. I touched her arm. "She's right, we have to go," I whispered. "You can call Lonnie and Dwayne from wherever we end up." Her thin body still shuddering, she allowed me to lead her up to our room and help her pack our usual garbage bags. Marianne patted my head and said, "You're a calm and positive influence, Anna. I see a bright future for a girl like you." I smiled and said nothing. Marian drove us to a small bungalow on a street about half a mile away from the mall. A foster home run by Donna Inglewood, a single mom in her mid-30s, gaunt-faced and squinty, with a cascade of curly black hair and a head full of manic ambition that would eventually send her to jail. But Donna introduced me to the real wonders of them all. It was a seamless transition from the soap operas I gorged on at the group home. A perfumed world of plenty, where everyone smiled as they strolled up and down the gleaming hallways, their eyes filled with the promise of bigger, better, and nicer things to buy. I learned that the mall promised everything: magic, plenty, and perfection. Time was erased here, poverty wiped out, my edginess gone. Too bad Donna never had enough money to satisfy her shopping habit, and Dayton's just happened to be crawling with undercover security the day she decided to lift a pair of diamond earrings that turned out to be cubic zirconias. I finally left the safety of my car and entered the mall, but felt no urge to buy more clothes. Thoughts of Donna had dampened my enthusiasm, and my closet was full to bursting. The overflow spread to the guest room. Instead, I lingered at a jewelry store, picking up a pair of overpriced turquoise earrings and a sleek Scandinavian watch. I followed up with a couple of weightless silk scarves and a pale beige handbag from another store. Soon I was on a roll again, memories of Birdie, Donna, and Carla gradually receding from my mind with the thrill of each new purchase. 2 doors up from there was Essentique Salon, hair, makeup, and nails all in one sparkling beauty palace. Suddenly the idea of a mani-pedi was the most appealing idea in the world, so I grabbed a smoothie from a nearby health food bar, then surrendered myself to the sharp chemical cocktail of shampoo, nail polish, and hairspray. As I leaned back and set the massage chair to full back-rolling and gliding motion, I vowed to treat myself more often. My mind had been racing lately, buzzing like a fly from one strand of thought to another, and since the wedding, I'd barely had time to consider my new status as a married woman. The tiny ponytailed girl filed away at my toenails, and I closed my eyes, drifting into thoughts of Guy. How he held me at night, one arm wound around my waist, the other cradling the top of my head. How he remembered the way I liked my coffee, 3 sugars, light on the cream. How he always stopped his work to turn his face and kiss me, even when I interrupted him. How he never pressured me with questions about my past. I supposed that having such an overbearing father had made him a more sensitive man, one who waited patiently for the right moment to intervene, who never bullied or dominated, who truly listened and never feigned interest. A warm glow of happiness spread through me, and I must have drifted off into a half-sleep, dreaming of Guy's lean body silhouetted against our sunlit window, stretching his arms upwards to yawn, his back arched and his head thrown back. Only the dull rasp of the pumice on my heel kept me hovering at the edge of consciousness. Aware enough to hear a sudden wave of giggling. Squinting through lowered eyelashes, I spied a knot of girls crowding into the empty spa. Most likely a bachelorette party, I thought, judging by the high-intensity shrieks, giggles, and chatter. They settled down on the opposite side of the salon, and soon the plinking of text messages and the fractured music of YouTube videos accompanied their nonstop babble. My neck muscles tensed up again. The calming effects of the foot massage wasted. "You wait 5 minutes for drying," said the girl, and I blinked my eyes open to view my freshly painted tangerine toenails. I thanked her, glanced over at the girls, and did a double-take. Carla sat in the center of a group of girls at least 5 to 10 years older than her. Her hair was cut, styled, and expensively streaked. Her face barely recognizable with its mask of thick makeup. The hoodie and jeans were gone. In their place, a tight pink top and designer jeans. I recognized them as mid-priced clothes, not H&M or Forever 21. I sat forward and tried to catch her eye, but she caught one glance, then turned her head and body away, so her back was all I could see. She wanted nothing to do with me or what I represented. I ached to rush over and confront her, but I feared she was already lost. Gone. Moved on. I felt a rushing in my head that forced me up and out of the chair. I'd been through this with Birdie, had the same helpless feeling that she was slipping away from me. I threw on my shoes, oblivious to the protests of the tiny manicurist who kept repeating, "Careful, don't wreck the polish." I flung on my jacket, grabbed my purse and packages, then shoved a few 20s at the receptionist, who arched her brows at the sizable tip and tried to offer me change and a receipt. But I was gone. Out the door where I almost mowed down the guy standing directly outside, leaning against the window, talking into his phone. "So sorry," I gasped. He looked straight through me with eyes that were cool and green against his coffee-colored skin. His full lips curved sweetly. It was a mouth made more kissable by the small mole at the left corner of his upper lip. And the way he kept glancing back into the spa, I was absolutely certain he was waiting for Carla and her friends, that he was the person who'd paid for the beauty treatment. But something deeper was stirring inside me. I already knew this man. Birdie knew him. Somehow, somewhere, we'd met him in that messed-up time 15 years ago. He put down his phone, stared at me, then shrugged. "Got a problem?" he grunted. I shook my head and pulled my coat around my shoulders, then ran off in the direction of the parking lot. 18. I had my first row with Guy a week after Gordon Nancy's due. I knew his perfect husband act would eventually crumble. It was simply a matter of finding the right trigger to set the destruction in motion, to start the rot that revealed the cracks in his perfect facade. It was inevitable. So much so, I was almost willing it to happen. Then I'd be alone again, back in my hard little shell, immune to all hurtful feelings, protected from human contact, comfortable in my isolation. Familiar territory for me. It started off as most married spats do, with an innocent question on my part. At least it seemed innocuous to me. It was a sunny Sunday morning. Beyond the window, blue spring skies were dotted with patchy white clouds. A half-empty pot of coffee sat on the bedside table, and croissant crumbs littered the duvet. We were sprawled out reading the papers. I'd just finished reading an article about foster kids living in unsupervised hotels, and had lingered over the paragraph that described an entire family of siblings, aged 2 to 15, forced to live in a grungy motel room rather than split the group up between foster homes. The Carla incident was still making me irritable and edgy. Maybe she was shacking up in one of those places. I felt the stirrings of anger. How many kids were living in dives like that? As far as I could tell, way too many. Nothing had changed in a system that was already broken when I passed through it. Birdie and I saw our share of grimy motel rooms after the Donna fiasco. That was one reason I hated traveling. I had no idea why anyone would choose to pay big money to sleep on mattresses that thousands of random strangers had slept, dribbled, and screwed on. And just because you choose an expensive hotel doesn't make it any better. Rich people sweat and screw just the same as everyone else. For all I knew, the thick mattress cover in our luxury Vegas hotel was probably hiding a multitude of gross stains, not to mention bed bugs. I'd rather buy a tent and go camping, any day. I put down the paper and curled my arms around Guy's waist, resting my head on the silky skin of his chest, tracing a finger down the faint line of hairs below his navel. "How's your inner-city drop-in project going?" "What's that?" he said casually. "You know, the drop-in school for homeless teens." He sighed, and I sensed the tension as the muscles shifted in his shoulder. "We put it on the back burner. Dad needs help with his new app, so I'm cutting down on my university teaching for now to give him a hand." "You're kidding." I sat up and grabbed my newspaper, holding it up like a trophy. I just read this feature. It says there's way more kids living in seedy hotels and motels. They barely have any supervision. Nobody checks that they go to school. They just drift from one house to another, sleeping on couches or mooching around malls during the day, which basically makes them easy pickings for all the predatory weirdos and perverts out there. Guy looked bemused. "Don't you think I already know that?" A buzzing started up in my head. I raised my voice to drown it out. "Apparently you don't.
If you can just cancel your project like it's an inconvenient hair appointment. He raised his hands up in a gesture of surrender.
Hold on. Did I say cancel?
By that time, I didn't want to listen. I was on a roll. You don't understand. There's no time to waste. We're raising a whole generation of illiterate kids who'll gravitate towards a life of crime and addiction. I'd say there's a massive demand right there.
Won't you just back up a bit here?
He took off his glasses and wiped them. His eyes appeared vulnerable and unfocused, without the lenses to sharpen them. He squinted at me, and I sat back against the pillows, shaking. Okay. I nodded.
I want you to work on it with me. But first, we need to do something about your job.
What about my job? The hairs on the back of my neck bristled.
Maybe it's time to quit that place.
Says who? He reached his hand out to touch mine. I jerked it away into my lap.
I do. Well, Dad mentioned it. He thinks maybe you could come to work with us for a while, and then, once you get some experience, we'll go back to my project.
I barely know your father, and he's trying to organize my life. My voice rose as the thudding in my head started up again. Even though I'd flirted with the idea of working for him, I balked at Gord's arrogance. I wouldn't be a pushover like Guy and Nancy.
In case you hadn't realized, he's now your father-in-law, not some random stranger.
I sat up, feeling the familiar sense of panic that set in when other people tried to steer the course of my future, to send me away, take me in, uproot me and rip me away from everything I knew. I'd vowed long ago I'd never be at anyone's mercy again. He has no right to tell me what I should and shouldn't do without talking it over with me first. The newspaper slid off the duvet onto the floor. Guy's shoulders stiffened.
It's not like that, Anna. Just listen.
Maybe he's ashamed of his new daughter-in-law. He thinks I should be doing something more acceptable to his upscale corporate friends.
What the hell are you talking about?
Guy's eyes widened.
He's just trying to be helpful. So am I, for that matter.
I pulled the sheets up to cover my nakedness. You call it help. I call it interference. And just because he has you tucked into his back pocket doesn't mean he can do the same thing with me, too. As soon as the words were out, I wanted to bite them back. How could I say those things when I'd actually crawled into Guy's pocket, like some greedy parasite, consuming everything he had to offer? I'm sorry, I said, my hand flying to my mouth. I shouldn't have said that.
I don't get it, he hissed. I don't get you.
I tried to backpedal. I mean, I appreciate everything he's done for you, for us. It was too late. Guy threw the sheets back and moved far away from me.
I share my money, my home, my family, my love with you. I don't pressure you about your past. God knows what you've been through. But I don't care. I respect your privacy. No questions asked. And you dare to say I'm in my father's pocket? Because I'm in business with him? And a successful business, I might add.
He clambered out of bed and began to gather his breakfast dishes.
You certainly don't mind reaping the benefits of it. In fact, if I took a look in that closet, I'd say you were pretty much reveling in it.
My breath came in short bursts. I wanted to go back in time and replay the past minute. I tumbled out of bed, dragging the covers with me. I've got a wicked tongue. I swear I don't know when to shut up. I didn't mean it. He dragged his sweats on, his face tight and pale.
Sure you didn't. Take a good long look at yourself, Anna, before you start preaching to me.
Then, pulling on his sweatshirt and shoes, he slammed out of the condo before I could say another word. I sank back onto the edge of the bed, black dots dancing in front of my eyes, nausea swelling my gut. Why couldn't I keep my stupid mouth shut?
I'd promised myself to stay calm this time, keep my thoughts to myself. That's how I'd managed to escape the streets, by being the one in control, by keeping a low profile and waiting for the right moment. It had worked for me time and time again, and I'd vowed it would work this time with Guy and Gord. I needed it to work. The stakes were too high, and I couldn't jeopardize everything I'd planned just for a job at a lousy school. This was what I'd wanted. Surely it wasn't too late to get things back on track. But the first thing I had to do was apologize to Guy, make it right. I gulped down 3 cups of coffee, then tried his phone, but he wasn't answering. I figured maybe he needed time to cool off. I'd touched a nerve with my comment, and now he wanted to make me pay for it. He was just like all the rest of the people in my life. Vengeful, vindictive, not happy unless they could get back at you in some mean, spiteful way. Like Birdie. After she started hanging out with Lonnie, she did a total 180. The little girl who'd clung to me and made all the hurt go away suddenly took pleasure in making me suffer, and each time the pain was worse. But I couldn't think about that. My head was in turmoil. One minute I was agonizing about how Birdie and I had drifted apart, and the next, I was longing to make things right with Guy. I picked up my keys. A drive would clear my head, help me think. I drove towards the Stone Arch Bridge again, parked the car and sat watching the falls. The scrappy spring breeze gusted in through the window, bringing with it the faint sulphurous stink of the river. I closed my eyes and tried to think. Back to Birdie and what eventually happened at the end of the Donna placement. Birdie and I started going to the mall by ourselves, sometimes at night. Donna was in such a dark phase she'd forgotten we lived there. As long as her girls were locked in their bedroom, she didn't worry about us. At first I was glad Birdie asked me along with her, until I spied Lonnie and Dwayne slouched against the wall by the Lego store. I grabbed Birdie's sleeve. I don't want to go with them. She rolled her eyes. Piss on Donna and her loser friends. I'm starving. You want a burger, fries, and onion rings? So tag along and learn. I'm sick of begging. Lonnie looked different. Nice hairstyle. Silver earrings and wearing a white quilted jacket with gray fur trim. Her eyes lit up when she saw Birdie. If it ain't my little sister Birdie. Babe, you gone skinny like a weasel. She squealed, high-fiving Birdie. A massive grin cracked my sister's face. The first genuine one I'd seen in months. I felt a stab of jealousy. I wanted to punch Lonnie in her big, wide face. And she could see right through me because when her heavily lined eyes rested on mine, her mouth drooped. Pick up your face, bitch, or Dwayne and me'll give you a whooping. Birdie whispered something in her ear and Lonnie glanced back at me. Okay, she can come, long as she stays back and don't cause no trouble. I trotted behind them, salivating at the thought of a juicy burger and hot, salty fries. And when Lonnie, Dwayne, and then Birdie took turns stealing clothes and makeup from the stores, I pretended to be looking through the racks. They'd go into changing rooms, rip off the tags, and then saunter out with t-shirts, underwear, pants, and sweaters hidden underneath their coats. I always made sure to leave the store before them. I wanted the burger so bad, but no way would I let myself get caught jacking stuff. Lonnie and Dwayne might think I was just a stupid, dumb loser, but unlike Birdie, who was a grab-it-while-you-can girl, I had a clear view of the way the world works and the future I wanted, and it didn't include getting a criminal record. Even at 13, I knew you could kiss the soap opera fantasy life goodbye if you tarnished your name in your teens. A tap on my window brought me back to the present. A parking guy was motioning me to move along. The sun had retreated behind gray clouds, and a fine drizzle misted the windshield, blurring the lines of the downtown skyline. I checked my watch and realized I'd been parked there for at least an hour, and Guy still hadn't called or texted. I needed to keep moving, go somewhere, or else I'd drive myself crazy. So I started driving. I passed by the apartment with the orange flowered wallpaper and pulled up outside the building. The harsh spring sunlight bleached the graffiti scrawled across the brick frontage. A couple of ragged-looking junkies sat on the front steps fighting over a bottle. And the windows were so grimy I couldn't see that wallpaper. How had we ended up there? Was it after Donna's, or was there some other place in between? I kept thinking of those words I'd said to Guy. Curb your wicked tongue. I knew they were associated with this place, but I couldn't remember who had said them and why. I stared so hard the junkies got up and wandered towards me, so I drove away, leaving them waving their arms in the air. Then it came to me, a vivid memory of a strip of cheap hotels just blocks away. The Sunday traffic was light. I drove almost on autopilot, wondering if I should call Guy, but I had no idea what to say. No relationship in my dating history had ever lasted longer than a week, so I had no words for making up with someone. I'd never done it in my life, except with Birdie. I'd begged her like a dog to let me back, and it didn't work. I drove up and down the strip of cheap motels, trying to find the place Birdie and I had lived. A long row of crumbling brick and concrete cubes built in the 60s, painted yellow or pink, with rusted stairwells and fancy names like Capri, Palm Court, or Tropicana Bay. I circled round to each block, checking out the flickering neon signs. Finally, I settled on the Capri Motel, a pale pink cube with open balconies on each floor and a dried-up, cracked shell of a pool surrounded with wire fencing. It sat next to the offices of Godfather Bail Bonds, a sooty brick structure with broken shutters, the mustard-yellow block of Kaiser and Siegel, attorneys at law, and the Hidden Treasures pawn shop. Finally, 3 pickup trucks were parked outside a long, low one-story white building with red shutters that boasted, "Strippers, nude daily, every hour, girls, girls, girls." I remembered. There'd been no placements available, so after Donna was arrested, we ended up at the Capri, just half a mile from the mall. "I'm hungry," I'd said, staring at the faded forest scenes hanging on the dull yellow walls. Birdie glared at me. She was back hanging out with Lonnie a lot more, and had picked up her language and her screw-you attitude. "For crying out loud, now you're whining, too. I told you, I'll go get us some food. Just sit tight and keep quiet." After she stomped out, I took stock of the situation. I had $1 in my pocket, so I went down to the vending machine in the front lobby and bought a chocolate bar. I filled a plastic water cup and sat down on a flea-bitten plaid couch to eat my supper. As darkness fell, people emerged. Night creatures afraid of the sun. A man opened a door on the 2nd floor and shoved a girl inside by the scruff of her neck. 2 drunk guys staggered up to the 3rd floor and almost fell backwards down the stairs. My stomach felt queasy. This was not a safe place. I had to get back up to our room and barricade the door. I let myself in and switched on the TV. At least we had entertainment. Half an hour later, someone bashed on the door. I froze until I heard the faint sounds of Birdie's voice and a whole lot of giggling in the background. "Pizza delivery!" she squealed, breaking up into a fit of laughter. I could tell from her slurred words she'd been drinking. She burst in with Lonnie and Dwayne. A couple of other older kids I didn't recognize slouched in behind them. "Pizza party!" shrieked Birdie. She was drunk or high, sashaying around the place, pulling open drawers and flicking the remote. Lonnie opened a pizza box and a fragrant scent of cheese flooded the room. I was so hungry I'd have turned somersaults and begged on my hands and knees for a slice of that pizza. But when Lonnie slapped a huge piece of pizza onto a napkin and took a big bite, that was the signal for us to dive on the 3 boxes and stuff our faces. I dropped a piece on the carpet and lunged for it too late. When I picked it up, the cheesy side was coated with hairs and dust. I was about to throw it in the garbage and reach for another piece when Lonnie slammed the box shut and stuck her face into mine. "Don't think of wasting it, bitch," she spat.
Clean it off and eat it."
I looked over at Birdie, but she was helping Dwayne open a 12-pack of beer, so I picked off the hairs and tried to forget what might really be lurking among the fibers of that disgusting carpet. Then Birdie said she was thirsty, and Dwayne fed her some beer from his bottle. Everyone laughed when she guzzled too fast and it fizzed out of her nose. But she was so thirsty she wanted more, and soon everyone was chugging beer except me. I sat watching them sling beer over the carpet and bedspread. At one point, Birdie puked into the garbage can, and Dwayne passed out under the coffee table. I slunk into a corner and helped myself to more slices of pizza. After all the food was gone, Lonnie said it was time to quit this shithole and find somewhere more chill to spend the evening. Birdie piled up the empty boxes and said she was going to. By that time, I was too full and tired to object, so they grabbed Dwayne by his jacket collar and dragged him out. Besides, I had the luxury of my own bed, and I was soon curled up in front of a movie. When I woke the next day, Birdie wasn't there. The place stunk of stale beer, and the door had a hole in it where someone had tried to punch it in from the outside. My eyes burned and my head pounded. I couldn't deal with any more crap, so I called our social worker, and she showed up an hour later to drive me back to her office. Birdie arrived an hour later, picked up at the mall for panhandling visitors at the entrance. 19. Guy still hadn't called, so I drove to the mall and headed to the older section. During the week, the downtown office workers crammed in for lunch or afternoon shopping. But at the weekend, you could have thrown a boomerang the full length of the hallways and not clipped anyone's head. The stores were empty. In their place, drug dealers, junkies, and burnouts sat by the fountain or huddled on the benches and balconies as if they finally had room to conduct some serious business. Occasional groups of shell-shocked tourists wandered through, checked out the scene, and soon scurried towards the nearest exit doors, barely taking a second to look behind them at the sad human circus that cranked along from morning till night. 15 years ago, I'd been one of those dull-eyed dropouts. Birdie, Lonnie, Dwayne, and I hung out there all the time. Or rather, Birdie, Lonnie, and Dwayne hung out, and I sloped along behind them like an outsider. Lonnie had an intense hate-on for me. Jealous of my relationship with Birdie, she'd test Birdie's loyalty any chance she got, forcing her to choose her or me. Eventually, she drove a wedge between us that finally splintered any solidarity or love we'd ever shared. Now the sight of a uniformed mall cop pacing around the fountain, talking into his handset, set my stomach rolling. I wanted to turn and run, and I knew damn well why. After the motel debacle, they'd placed Birdie and me with Lester Flatt, a sleazy mall cop, and his obese wife, Patty. I remembered him clear as day. Lester was a pasty-faced asshole who strutted around the apartment whistling and polishing his gun. He'd stop once in a while, drop into a crouching position, and whip the gun out, aiming it at one of us. We'd freeze, our hearts slamming against our ribs until he burst out laughing, revealing a row of mossy gray teeth. "Put that freaking thing away, Lester," yelled Patty from the living room. Patty had been a supermarket cashier until she supposedly injured her back lifting a heavy crate of canned tomatoes. When the workers' comp ran out, they applied to be foster parents. "They'll take them kids away, and then what? I'll have to go out to work, and you know how my back is." "Consider it done, my lovely," he crooned, licking his lips, grinning at us and rubbing his crotch with the gun before he stuck it in the holster. "My weapon is now concealed, darling." A couple of weeks later, we cut school early to hang out at the mall. "Dwayne's gonna get one of his friends to give Lester a scare," said Birdie. I limped along behind her because my backpack was so heavy. I was carrying 3 books, Madame Bovary, Crime and Punishment, and Great Expectations. Estella had become one of my personal heroines, beautiful and with a heart of glass. Nobody could ruffle her icy composure. I'd even begun to cultivate a kind of haughty, superior stare that challenged anyone to try and mess with me. But it didn't seem to work with Birdie. "Christ's sake! Did you hear me? Snap out of it, Anna! We're gonna mess up creepy old Lester. Then afterwards, he'll have to shake so bad he won't be able to hold his damn gun, let alone play with that shriveled-up pecker of his." Birdie was manic. She ducked outside with Dwayne and Lonnie and probably sniffed glue, because the sharp chemical stink was all over her. And they were acting so goofy, hopping up onto the fountain walls and walking like tightrope walkers. I cursed myself for not watching Birdie more closely. All the kids at the Capri motel were doing it. Glue, aerosols, hairspray, anything to take them out of the miserable hellhole they were stuck in. Me, I had my books. They were my fix, my escape. I thanked God for Dennis and the reading we did together. So the three of them started going over a crazy plan to ambush Lester when he checked the men's washroom on his rounds. They'd jump him, stick him a few times in his paunchy gut and leave him to bleed. I was stone cold straight. Anyone with half a brain could spot the gaping holes in their wacko plan. And what if he identifies you? I mean, you do happen to live at his goddamn house. That means you'd have to kill him. Birdie ignored me and kept on babbling, her whole body twitching like she was having a seizure. "Then we're gonna crush his nuts and snap that pathetic pencil dick of his." "Oh, gross," screamed Lonnie and Dwayne, doubling up with laughter. "You junkies couldn't jump a drunken bum lying in his own puke." I snapped, surprised by the venom in my voice. Birdie jerked upright, her eyes red and watery. "My own sister's such a bitch," she said, looking at me like I was a stranger. "Can you believe it?" Lonnie made a quick move and smacked me across the side of my face with a closed fist. Stars flashed into the blackness. My teeth clunked together and my feet skittered underneath me as I tried to stay upright. Instead, I swayed and dropped to my knees. "Now you've done it," I heard Dwayne say. "Yeah, knocked some sense into her thick skull," said Lonnie. "Bitch had it coming to her. Thinks she's better than us." Birdie was silent. I tried to look up through the circling fog in my head to see if she was still there, if she felt sorry for me, if she still cared. But I could only see the shifting shapes of the other deadbeats edging forward at the prospect of a fight. My eye throbbed, swelling like a ripe plum. "Fuck off," I heard Birdie say, waving her arms and sending the gawkers scurrying back to their perches. She was agitated, banging her foot against the wall and wiping her sleeve across her nose. "We can't just leave her here. She's all messed up. I'm gonna get her some ice." Lonnie's voice pounded like a hammer in my sore head. "You go do that. You forget coming with me. We're gonna get some good stuff over at Toon's." "What stuff?" said Birdie. I heard the hunger in her voice. "My good buddy Earl's there. He's gonna give us smack and a free tattoo. Real good price." "You sure?" "Cross my legs and hope to die," said Lonnie. I felt across my face to where a swollen lump was swallowing up the vision in one eye. I opened the other eye to see them rifling through my backpack. Birdie cast nervous glances back at me. "My books," I croaked, the effort sending a fresh wave of pain down the side of my face. They'd already ripped them out of my backpack. Lonnie waved Madame Bovary up in the air. "Woohoo, we got us one prissy little nerd here. Thinks she's too good for us with all her fancy books. Teacher's pet. Hey, Dwayne, maybe we can get a couple of bucks for these." He shook his head. "Good for wiping your ass, that's about it." Lonnie lobbed them all into the fountain, laughing as each one landed with a loud splash, bobbed around on the surface, then sank to the bottom. "Let's go," said Birdie. "Leave her be." "You feelin' sorry for your sister?" crooned Lonnie, taking hold of Birdie's ear. "But I'm your real sister, Birdie, and don't you forget it, capiche?" "I know,"
said Birdie in a tiny voice. But let's go now. I felt the toe of Lonnie's shoe thunk at my side as they left. Keep your goddamn mouth shut next time. Nobody gives a damn about you. Nobody in the world, not even your sister, 'cause now she's got me instead. They took off, leaving me to scrabble around in the slimy fountain for my books. Two old drunks helped me out until a pile of wet pages sat on the mall floor. I thanked them, but I was crazy with anger. Birdie's absolute betrayal was a searing knife in my gut. I'd wiped her nose, cleaned up her puke, held onto her hand when she lagged behind, suffered other people's wrath to keep her safe. And now she'd stood by, not lifting a finger, and let Lonnie abuse me. I stumbled to my feet, jarring my knee on the concrete edge of the fountain pool. My left eye throbbed with pain, and my insides seethed with a thirst for vengeance that terrified me. I staggered out, promising myself that I'd kill all three of them. I'd slit their miserable throats. I'd hold their heads under water until every bubble of air sputtered out of their bodies and their lungs burst. Birdie had left me totally alone in the world, and I could never forgive her. Ever. I'd been drifting around the mall for over an hour and still not a word from Guy. I felt a nagging sense of fear. Would this be the argument that finally broke us? Just then my phone buzzed. I grabbed it.
Anna?
Guy?
Where are you?
I went for a walk.
Anna, I'm sorry.
Me too. I said a whole lot of things I shouldn't have. I gotta learn to keep my mouth shut. There was a moment's silence.
No, Anna. It's my fault. I overreacted. I'm a pompous idiot. You're the one with the moral principles. Come to Mom and Dad's for supper. I'm there right now, but we're just talking shop, and you'd be bored. See you in a couple of hours.
Okay, sounds good, I said, feeling the brief elation of victory that soon fled when I spotted the old fountain with its gray scum line and usual ragtag group of junkies hanging around its perimeter. My hands stiffened over my purse. I wasn't ready to be here, near the place I'd been laid so low, the site of my betrayal. So I veered a sharp right in the other direction.
You okay, Anna?
I heard a faraway voice ask. Then I remembered Guy was still on the phone. I'm fine, just out of breath. See you later, I said, heading east towards Toons. Maybe I'd see Carla there, though I wasn't sure what I'd say to her. The record store was in a grubby corner of the mall next to LA Nail Palace. Creatures, a pet store with some listless guinea pigs on a wheel in the window display, and DB's Comics, a gamer and comic lover's paradise, frequented by a stream of slouching, greasy-haired post-pubescent boys who hadn't seen the inside of a shower stall for at least a month. When I spotted a couple of kids in hoodies walk hand in hand out of DB's, I felt a sudden jarring of my consciousness, as if time had shifted backwards, and once again I was the ratty kid with the musty clothes and black eye that still smarted from Lonnie's beating. This corner hadn't changed in 15 years. This was the place I first felt the stirrings of adolescent lust. 20. After the Birdie betrayal, I stopped hanging out with her. Instead, I came to the mall after school to look out for Colby, a guy from my English class who loved reading as much as I did. He hung out all the time at the comic store because he collected Batman and Green Lantern comics. He was a skinny, quiet kid with a hank of dark hair that covered his eyes and shielded him from the rest of humanity. I'd become the only other member of his reading group the second day of English class and listened in awe as he let loose with his take on Raskolnikov, the consequences of alienation and the merits of nihilism. We were the only two reading Dostoevsky. The other kids in class, the cheerleaders, jocks, stoners, and car fanatics, were still stuck on books with one-word titles like Busted, Ripped, or Slammed, or teeny bop series like The Babysitter's Club or Goosebumps.
Miss Potter, our teacher, hadn't even read Crime and Punishment. Her eyes bugged out when she read the first page, a look of incomprehension creeping over her doll face. But she shrugged and smiled, happy to let us sit together in the corner and keep a daily journal of our observations and discussions. I liked her. At least she didn't pretend to be something she wasn't. Sometimes I sat on the floor in the hallway outside the classroom talking with Colby about the isolation of intellectual superiority and the concept of a human Superman, while the other kids made character posters, composed acrostic poems, and created media collages that they plastered all over the classroom walls. Colby and I watched from our intellectual fortress, finding much to identify with in the solitary agonies of the tortured student, Raskolnikov. I waited by DB's every day after school until Colby ambled out, jamming a new comic into the pocket of his denim jacket. Then I fell into step alongside him. He always ignored me for the first few minutes until I said something that piqued his interest. I know exactly how he felt, I said, panting to keep up. Raskolnikov, I mean. I looked up the meaning of his name. It means schismatic, dissonant, dissenting. He feels separate, apart from the common mass of humanity. Colby nodded. Good. He darted a sideways glance at me through the curtain of hair. Who smacked you in the eye? Just some inferior louse from the mediocre masses? Well, rats like that need to be exterminated. Exactly what I was thinking. Only I wouldn't feel the same guilt as Raskolnikov. I'd take extreme pleasure in squashing this particular parasite, I said, picturing Lonnie's painted face with a broken nose in its center. The first time Colby held my hand, I thought I'd faint. He pulled me into the narrow corridor that led to the washrooms and pinned me against the wall right beside the coat lockers. My insides melted when he placed his palms on the wall, enclosing me in his shadow. When he bent over and placed a soft kiss on my sore eye, I almost burst into tears. It had been a long, long time since someone was that gentle with me. You ever had sex? He said, his breath warm on my cheek. He smelled of greasy hair and gum with a faint note of something sweet and spicy. I shook my head, not daring to speak in case I made a fool of myself. Me neither, he whispered into my ear. But you'd be the first if I was going to. Would you let me? Yeah, I would. My voice was so hoarse he had to lean closer to hear me. We stood there for a while, bodies trembling with the urge to touch and kiss each other, until he suddenly broke away. Gotta go home. My old man'll be pissed if I miss supper. I felt a twinge inside. Patty barely roused herself from the TV to make meals and usually expected Lester to bring in KFC or Subway. Birdie and I waited for the leftovers, though Birdie had barely been home for supper since the incident at the fountain. Not that Lester or Patty noticed. Yeah, better get back. See you in English class? Sure, I said, aware that we'd crossed a line and couldn't step back, even if we wanted to. I checked my watch. I was due at Gordon Nancy's in just over an hour. But something held me there, compelling me to stand in front of DB's comics window. Maybe I still believed Colby might walk out, head down, chewing a piece of hair. But the place was quiet. Only a few bedraggled-looking kids sat round a trestle table playing magic cards, a game I'd never really understood, even though Colby tried many times to explain it to me. Time was short, so I forced myself to move past DB's and the tattoo parlor to Tunes, the music store. I wondered if I'd see Carla there, persuade her to come back to school. The electric blue sign flickered on and off, and I was suddenly short of breath as if a weight was pressing on my chest. I had history there. Long-buried history that stopped me from pushing open the door and crossing the threshold. I leaned forward, trying to see beyond the posters to the long display cases stacked with CDs and videos. It hadn't changed much in 15 years. One wall featured death metal music and the usual posters of skulls and hollow-eyed clown bands. On the other side was reggae, hip-hop, R&B, and rap, an eclectic mix, welcoming anyone and everyone with a taste for music. It was there Colby and I had discovered Nick Drake, a brilliant but little-known British musician from the 70s, whose brief rise to stardom was curbed by his debilitating depression. After a few years of obscurity, he took his own life at the age of 27. His music was a revelation to us, with its rippling guitar sounds and gorgeous orchestrations, not to mention the singer's soft, plaintive voice. The fact that there was no known video of him only added to his cachet. We were hooked, and Toons had rare copies of his few albums. I remembered that I'd kept them when I left my apartment, and made a mental note not to dispose of that suitcase until I'd removed them to someplace safe. Now I saw a couple of customers rooting through the display cases. It was a miracle the place had kept open this long when most people were pirating music now. 15 years ago, we all knew there were secret screening booths at the back of the store where, for a few bucks and proof of ID, you could watch porn videos in private. But when the internet came along and all the porn was free, the owner moved on to other income sources. I found out about all that much later. But I couldn't help wondering how the place was still going, now that YouTube was here and CDs were on the way out. This was a bad place in my history. I felt it deep in my bones. And like so many places, people, and events from my past, I'd blocked some memories so entirely they'd almost been erased. Rachel Levine said it was one of the after effects of extreme trauma. Your life history becomes warped and twisted as you try to create and recreate the experiences that shaped you. And sometimes you're not sure if you're actually making up your own version of reality, or whether it's actually true. It was a tough way to live, but at the time I managed to keep going. The moment I opened the door, the years slid back. That musty odor, like mildewed book covers and sweaty laundry lurking behind the musky scent of patchouli incense sticks. I'd bought incense there to remind me of Dennis. The owner was sitting behind the counter talking to someone. I hid behind a tall stack of Disney movies and peeked round to see him. Fingers of heat plucked at my neck when I saw him. A golden-skinned, baby-faced guy with close-cropped red hair and cool green eyes. Earl Rafferty. Record store owner, DJ, amateur filmmaker, and God knows what else. The guy who'd promised to get Carla into modeling. A sweet-faced soft-talker who offered vulnerable young girls free manicures, shoes, clothes, hairdos, and food. But they paid a high price for his generosity. This was the guy I'd seen at the nail salon. I peered around the other side of the stack. All I could see was the back of a head of white, well-groomed hair that twisted sideways to reveal Peter Carassa's profile, complete with chiseled goatee. That guy turned up everywhere like a bad penny. But I couldn't figure out how he was connected to Gord, and why he kept showing up in all these sleazy places from my past. I watched from my hiding place, trying to listen in on their conversation, but their voices were too low to make anything out. When my phone rang loud and clear into the silence, both of them turned to see where the noise was coming from. I ducked for cover behind a CD rack. It was Guy. "We're done," he said. "Come over now. Mom's making supper." "Okay," I whispered, peering over the shelves to see the two guys disappearing into the back room. That was my cue to get out of there. I'd had enough of that hole in the wall and its creepy owner. I needed fresh air. The goddamn store was suffocating me. Nancy, looking fresh and tailored in a crisp white shirt and jeans, slid a plate of herbed chicken garnished with rosemary and wild mushrooms onto the table. Guy passed round bowls of endive salad and roasted cauliflower. I heaped my plate up, realizing I hadn't eaten all day.
Nancy kept a close eye out for any spatters and stains, wiping them up immediately with a clean cloth. Gord and Guy paid no attention, but I couldn't help wondering if she ever served red meat or pasta in tomato sauce. Maybe the thought of blood or tomato spatters